when Anna crossed over to the Wasteland world during the explosion at Qihuang Medical College. Her spatial pocket surprisingly contained an entire traditional Chinese medicine university. Faced with illiterate cyber residents and mutated steel monsters, she attempted to treat radiation sickness with acupuncture, only to accidentally awaken the mechanical deities. Sleeping underground. When a silver-haired cyborg descended amidst an electromagnetic storm, and the truth of her crossing and the world's origin gradually emerged, a man who called himself Xian extended his hand to her. Comrade, shall we rewrite history together? Chapter 1. Hellish beginning. Crew member 28 is about to awaken. A mechanical female voice echoed in the darkness. What crew member? What ship? Anna's consciousness was in a state of chaos. She had just intervened to help on her way home from the night shift, only to be stabbed a dozen times by assailants. Am I dead? Anna struggled to open her eyes, and the scene before her was of a ruined city, with broken walls and devastation everywhere. Run! A man in an orange outfit shouted, his bloodied face twisted in extreme agony. The next second, his voice was swallowed by the roar of a giant beast, and his body was crushed. Holy shit! Before Anna could grasp the situation, her survival instinct took over her body, which didn't belong to her, and she started running frantically with others. Everyone run over there. We'll be safe inside. The man at the front shouted hoarsely, pointing at a relatively intact building. The people in exoskeletons ran fast, while Anna and two other men without advanced gear fell behind. As Anna ran, she couldn't help but look back, only to see a Komodo dragon that was as large as a basketball court and 10 stories tall chasing after her. It stomped violently, kicking a small car away as if it were nothing, even collapsing an overpass. The giant lizard lowered one head and snatched up the last person running, who screamed and flailed helplessly in the air, only to be devoured mercilessly. Anna's legs gave way in fear, tripping over something she couldn't identify and falling to the ground. Realizing she was next to be eaten, she stared directly at the approaching monster and witnessed something incredible. The dark sky flashed with blue light, and a rift appeared in front of the giant lizard, from which a white figure emerged. It was a man in white robes with silver hair, walking through the air as if on solid ground. He wore a celestial robe made of moonlight blue satin embroidered with cloud patterns. His face was covered by an imposing golden mask, and his bare skin was covered with metallic scales, with a red glow emanating from his cybernetic eye. He raised his right hand, and a giant sword formed slowly from light. The giant lizard froze in place, intimidated by the aura of the strong, even taking a step back, yet unwilling to retreat. As the giant sword fully formed, 9 different shaped ancient weapons surrounded it, the dazzling light enveloping the man that he pointed forward, and the 10 light swords dispersed, striking various vital points of the giant lizard. The giant lizard struggled with all its might, but was still firmly pinned down, with no escape. The man snapped his fingers leisurely, and the smoke from the explosions engulfed the giant lizard, the shattered remains raining down like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the monstrous creature was reduced to dust and ashes. At that moment, Anna thought she had seen a deity. The rift in the air appeared again, and the man turned to walk back inside, glancing back before disappearing. Immersed in shock, Anna was pulled back to reality by the screams of her companions. "Oh, my hand, my hand. Doctor, doctor!" Lieutenant Richter. Anna was dragged up from the ground, finally realizing they were calling her. "All right, I really am a doctor." Anna, a woman from the Qinzhou province of Donghua country, was previously a senior researcher at the Qihuang Medical College. The man was rescued from under a collapsed billboard, his right arm bleeding profusely, with broken white bone shards piercing through his protective suit. Anna directed others to carry the injured man into the building and lay him flat on the ground. She opened her emergency kit, which contained only 2 rolls of bandages. Still reeling from the shock, she almost relied on muscle memory to complete the steps of stopping the bleeding and stabilizing the injured limb. People around her were chattering away, causing her head to ache as a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Now, her new identity was Anna von Richter, a military doctor in the Eastern Federal District's Xinjiang Silver City Defense Camp, executing a mission in a contaminated area. Half a month ago, the young master of the Rydar family from the underground Golden City crossed the Oasis border with a group of mercenaries to hunt some monsters for fun, but they suddenly went missing due to some unknown mishap. The head of the Rydar family was furious and demanded the military send troops, sparing no effort to rescue his son. In addition to the elite mobile forces, a military doctor was to be drawn from the city defense forces. Since the checkpoint that the young master passed through belonged to the Eastern District's Xinjiang division, Anna became the unfortunate candidate. When crossing the border, the checkpoint, eager to curry favor with the Rydar family, sent 2 border soldiers to join the team as cannon fodder. Their group of 13 entered the contaminated area, and after 7 days, they finally fulfilled their mission by finding the young master. The good news was that the young master was still alive. The bad news was that due to their deep infiltration, they had also lost contact with the outside world, and their navigation system seemed to have been completely disabled by radiation interference. When they reunited with the young master, there were 17 of them, but within just 3 days, 10 had already perished. Although they were temporarily safe now, supplies were limited, and if they couldn't find a way out, they would face either being eaten by monsters or starving to death. Anna, what kind of hellish beginning is this? Whether she had fallen into some cliché web novel or was captured to participate in a battle royale livestream, crossing over had become fact. Without a system's mission prompt, she had to rely on herself to survive and ultimately reach the end. Anna instinctively adjusted her glasses, and the virtual screen of her smart glasses activated, flashing a bluish-green light. Environmental assessment. Temporarily safe. The bone conduction microphone at her ear emitted a magnetic AI female voice, speaking as the intelligent personality system Athena. After treating the injured, Anna squatted down to quietly observe her teammates, matching them with the information in her mind. The injured was the cannon fodder Jack, and the red-haired one was the young master of the Rydar family. The man leading them was Colonel Boyce, an elite from the mobile forces who had gained de facto command of the team through his impressive performance in their recent narrow escapes. Colonel Boyce turned on his headlamp, and the space they were in was quite spacious, a hall filled with cobwebs and dust. The beam swept across the mottled marks on the walls, and Anna barely recognized the words City Center Hospital, feeling inexplicably nostalgic. What place is this? Should we go upstairs to take a look? The young master of the Rydar family suggested. Anna, are you blind, or can't you read? Wait, they might not know Chinese. She recalled the conversation earlier. They were likely using some language from the Latin family, AS for these people's names. When compared to the structure of her own world, the original owner must have come from the Iron Blood dynasty. Rydar boys, based on their appearances, they were either Americans or Europeans. Being able to understand Chinese was inconsistent with her current identity, so Anna chose to remain silent for now. She mimicked the others, turning on the headlamp on her smart glasses and following them upstairs. Anna thought to herself, that AI Athena, can it scan and extract text for automatic translation? The hospital had clearly been abandoned for many years. The first and second floors were the admissions and laboratory areas, with nothing of value. When they reached the 3rd floor, behind the nurse's station, the setting sun cast its glow over the steel jungle, and they could even see the shadows of monsters moving. At dinner time, the young master's bodyguard produced some food and water out of thin air for everyone. Anna concealed her shock and thanked them as she accepted the supplies. She tried to convince herself that it might just be some black technology like a 4-dimensional storage space, something commonly found in novels. And no wonder no one was discussing that immortal. Even Gundam had seen stranger things, right? Everyone hurried to finish eating, extinguishing all light sources before dark to avoid attracting monsters. They had already discerned that this was a hospital and quickly cleared out a few wards. As the only woman, Anna was granted the privilege of having a single room next to the injured Jack. Anna took off her orange jacket and saw that she was wearing an army green uniform underneath. The material of the jacket felt special, designed to prevent radiation, so she had to put it back on. Anna lay on the hard bed, staring at the dilapidated ceiling that might collapse at any moment. Sighing, she thought, who knows what tomorrow will bring? Let's just sleep first. Maybe this is just a nightmare, and she'll be able to go home soon. With a blink, Anna found herself standing at the entrance of her university campus. 002 the school as an add-on. What? Did she cross over again? Anna looked up. The sky was dark and terrifying, with not a single star in sight, and she was still wearing that ugly orange protective suit. The school gate was wide open, with a metal plaque engraved with Qihuang Medical College, reflecting a faint glow. The streetlights in the school were on, but the road was empty, not even a cricket chirping in the grass. Silence, as if in a vacuum. Anna stood frozen in place. Returning to a familiar place did not ease her nerves because when she turned around, the bus stop that should have been standing by the roadside was gone, and across the street was a chaotic darkness. Anna didn't know what time and space she was in, hesitating to enter the school and instead walking along the wall. Soon, she saw an even more bizarre scene. The alley outside the side gate of the school, where they used to love buying snacks after class, was now gone, and right next to the school was the affiliated hospital, which should have been 2 streets away. Anna felt a chill running down her spine, her hair standing on end. She attended university here, became a researcher after graduation, got a house in the staff quarters, and took the bus to the hospital for outpatient consultations at fixed times. Now everything felt so strange. She continued walking and arrived at the main entrance of the affiliated hospital. A few brand new ambulances were parked in front of the emergency entrance, and the floor of the outpatient hall had just been cleaned, spotless. Still, there was no one. It was as if the hospital had been bustling just a second ago, and then all the people evaporated. Gathering her courage, Anna walked into the outpatient hall. The lights turned on automatically, and she suppressed her racing heart as she walked towards the small supermarket in the corner that provided hot water and simple meals for patients. The warm light and colorful food packaging here were much more comforting than the stark white lights outside. Anna picked up drinks and snacks from the shelves and began to eat. The familiar taste was far more appealing than compressed biscuits. After eating and drinking her fill, Anna got up and walked toward the pharmacy. Out of professional duty, she felt she should give herself a tetanus shot. The pharmacy was large, like a maze, and she hadn't had much chance to enter before. Looking at the dazzling array of medications, she stuffed anything she thought might be useful in her pockets. She hadn't considered whether she could take these things out or if she had to return to that dangerous plot. But she was a meticulous person. She must do something since she was here at this moment. Better to be prepared. As she walked, her vision blurred, and she found herself back in the ward where she had stayed last night. Anna froze for a few seconds, trying to clear her mind. The sunlight was bright, but there were no birds singing, only the roars of monsters. She picked up the smart glasses from the bedside and put them on. The panel still showed the safe blue-green color. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then let out a burp that tasted like tomato-flavored potato chips. Opening her medical kit, she found that the medications she had taken from the pharmacy were indeed all there. Anna, wow, is this the legendary space add-on? She was overjoyed. If that was the case, her chances of escaping alive had increased. She got up and went to the next ward. Jack was still unconscious, and the others were gone, but their equipment was still there. Maybe they just went to explore and didn't call for her. Thinking this, she seized the opportunity to use the medications she had brought out to treat Jack. Anna carefully peeled off the labels from the medicines, cleaned Jack's wounds again. Such a terrible environment could easily lead to infections, and if they couldn't get out, amputation wouldn't save his life. Not long after, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Boyce pushed the door open, his face pale. "Lieutenant Richter, where have you been? Where did you get these medications?" His questioning tone felt like an interrogation that Anna's heart tightened. In a flash, she thought, when she went to that space in her dream, did the physical body in this world also disappear? So when she ate over there, she really felt full. They had discovered in the morning that they weren't in their rooms and assumed she had left alone. I went to find the restroom and then found these medications, thought they could still be used, so I brought them back, and then I realized you were all gone. Anna deliberately spoke in a very aggrieved tone. Boyce looked very angry, wanted to say something, but Mr. Rydar grew impatient. "Let's go if everyone is here. I can't stay in this awful place for another second." It turned out that yesterday, the outside world suddenly reacquired their location. Although communication hadn't been restored, the border sent a convoy to pick them up overnight. Anna, looks like her luck was really good. 2 military green armored off-road vehicles and a white medical vehicle were parked downstairs. Colonel Boyce saluted and shook hands with another officer, while the bodyguard opened the door of the lead vehicle for the young master. Jack was transported on a stretcher, and Anna got on the vehicle as well. This medical vehicle was about 40 to 50 square meters large, divided into a driver's compartment, a contaminated area, a buffer zone, and an operating room. Following Athena's instructions, Anna took off her protective suit in the contaminated area, changed into surgical scrubs in the buffer zone, and then entered the relatively sterile surgical compartment. Jack lay on the operating table, already anesthetized, his clothes cut open, and his wounds disinfected a second time. Standing next to the operating table was an octopus-like robot. The vehicle started, and the roar of the engine sounded so familiar, about to take them back from the wilderness to the civilized world. "Dr. Anna, let's get started," said Nurse Shakira. "Where's the lead surgeon?" Anna was sure that there were only herself and the nurse in the operating room. Her gaze swept over the patient lying down and landed on the octopus. Of course, you are the lead surgeon. Ah, Anna was stunned. Shakira noticed Anna's confusion and explained, "We are not like the underground cities. Medical resources are really limited here. Each outpost has only one medical station, and the station chief is the only doctor here, but unfortunately, he is on leave. I know you just escaped and must be very tired, but for the sake of the patient, please." Anna felt that the other party was trying to manipulate her, but she had no evidence. "It's been a long time since I performed surgery," she said awkwardly, already contemplating whether to pretend to faint. "This small surgery is a piece of cake for a doctor like you." Shakira turned to the octopus and said, "Start the surgery." The octopus was instantly activated, its 8 mechanical arms starting to work frantically. Anna's face remained calm, but her heart was in turmoil. "You call this a minor surgery? In my previous life, I was studying internal medicine and traditional Chinese medicine, and now I'm being forced to take the lead in a level 4 surgery. This is more thrilling than fighting monsters." With determination in her eyes, Anna gripped the scalpel, cutting through skin, fascia, fat, and tendon, layer by layer. Her usual work involves conducting research at the school, and only taking pulses and prescribing medicine when treating patients. She had only assisted in 2 surgeries during her internship, merely as a second assistant to gain experience, never expecting to have the opportunity to operate one day. The octopus-like device was a big help. It stood beside Anna, with 2 arms stabilizing the surgical site, one hand holding the fluoroscope, another hand dissecting important nerves, one hand holding the hemostatic forceps, one hand holding the suction device, one hand wielding the electric drill, and yet another hand holding gauze to wipe Anna's sweat. Nurse Shakira crossed the border for the first time, excited and curious as she looked out the back window. The convoy had a large target, attracting a few small monsters that were blown up by the laser cannons mounted on the military vehicles. The technology in this world is at least 100 years ahead of Anna's time. This multifunctional surgical assistant had been discarded from a hospital in Silver City and became a rare item on the surface. It allowed a surgery that originally required the combined effort of 3 or 4 people to be completed easily by just one person. Anna recalled what she had seen and learned during her internship, slowly piecing together the shattered bone fragments, securing them with steel pins, and then applying a steel plate. With the assistance of the smart instruments, the surgery proceeded smoothly. During the repositioning and fixation, Anna felt the vehicle come to a stop, indicating that it safely returned to the border. She wrapped Jack's injured limb tightly with layers of bandages, hanging it in front of her. The monitor showed no readings. She could barely tell from the electrocardiogram waveform that the patient's vital signs were relatively stable. Finally, it was over. Anna removed the rubber gloves, which had turned a dark brown from dry blood, and her palms were sweaty. She pointed at the floating smart display, unsure of which abstract symbol she had selected, when an emotionless AI female voice suddenly announced, "Jack, male, 21 years old, blood. Type A blood pressure." It was the system-generated electronic medical record. Another round of hasty operations made that short, narrating voice disappear. To avoid further embarrassment, Anna verbally issued post-operative instructions to the nurse and quickly left. She stepped off the medical vehicle. The scene outside had completely changed. Anna tore off her mask and took 2 deep breaths of fresh air. She found herself in a military camp, and following the direction of the vehicle's rear, she could see a tall wall topped with towers, laser cannons, and high-voltage electric fences. This must be the so-called border, isolating the monsters from the oasis where humans inhabit on the surface. 003 border on the military green buildings. White lime powder and red paint had been smeared into incomprehensible symbols. Anna couldn't understand it all. Following the directional arrows, she navigated through the maze-like structure and finally found the restroom. Fortunately, the meaning expressed by the girl in a pink dress was similar everywhere. The clean and odorless restroom, automatic flushing and drying toilets, and probiotic wastewater treatment system made Anna feel the wonders of technological advancement again. However, when the toilet tank automatically announced the results of a urinalysis, she chose to make a quick escape. On the way back, a sentry saluted Anna, and she pretended to smile and nod in response. The military jurisdiction was not a place to wander around, but Anna knew she was a captain in the city defense army, with a rank several levels higher than the border soldiers. Anna knew a bit about military matters. Before her crossing, her father was a lieutenant colonel in the PLA, overseeing a regiment. Captain Richter, though you are a military officer in a border army uniform, ran up to Anna and saluted her. Seeing that the other person had the same rank insignia as herself, she raised her hand in return. My name is Ryan. I'm Jack's battalion commander. Thank you for saving Jack. Let me take you to get something to eat. In the military cafeteria, genetically modified vegetable porridge, fried insect cakes, vitamin drinks, and artificially high-quality protein meat were served. Anna was so hungry that she ate heartily. The battalion commander kept asking about events outside the border, and she casually deflected his questions. During the conversation, Anna learned that the Rydar family had been guarding the border. After the young master was rescued, he was sent back to the underground Golden City as quickly as possible, along with his bodyguards and boys. At least the Rydar family had some conscience. They generously left Jack with $100,000 for medical expenses and sent Anna a reward of $100,000. Anna remained expressionless, unfazed by praise or blame. She hadn't seen the money yet, and besides, she didn't know what the price level in this world was. We have received instructions from the military department. You have a 3-day leave. You can choose to rest here or return to the underground city. The underground city? The unknown meant new risks, and Anna thought it best to take a moment to consider that you're visiting the surface for the first time, so you must not be used to it. The battalion commander continued to ramble on. Can I take a hot shower? Anna interrupted him. Of course. Then please find me a room to rest. Sure, no problem. After lunch, Anna was taken to the highest-end building in the military camp, which should be the guest house for high-ranking officers during inspections. She sent Battalion Commander Ryan away. She finally had a space to be alone and at ease. It resembled an ordinary hotel, with all appliances being very smart and connected to the Athena system in her wristband. She could give verbal commands to operate them. After taking a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, she laid down on the soft bed. The events of the past 2 days had been unbelievable. Anna placed her smart glasses on the bedside, aimed at herself, and said to the wristband, "Start recording." The camera in the center of the glasses lit up with a faint glow. She pulled up the blanket, closed her eyes, and counted down 3, 2, 1. Soon, she found herself back in the school from her dreams. It was daytime outside, but the space inside was still the same darkness as before. Anna walked directly into the school. Everything in the school felt both strange and familiar. The location of the Animal Research Center, which had always been under construction in her memory, had now risen into a brand new building. Anna decided to check out the library, which she was most familiar with. The library had been freshly painted on the outside, and other areas looked mostly the same, considering the building had been standing for decades by the time she enrolled. On the electronic screen on the first floor of the library, there was a public display of an outstanding teacher's resume. That was her colleague, but in her memory, he had just been hired and hadn't yet become permanent. How could he? Anna noticed that the digital clock in the upper right corner of the display was frozen, showing the time as 2:11:39 p.m. on September 25th, 2034. Anna stood there in a daze. She had been in a car accident in late July 2024, and the school in this space was actually 10 years later. What was going on? Just as she wanted to explore further, a flash of white light returned her to the guest house in the military camp. Anna looked out the window. It was still bright outside, and she hadn't slept for long. Raising her wristband, she noticed a red envelope icon blinking. She gently touched the icon, and Athena's voice rang out. An urgent message has been received. The Eastern Theater Xinjiang Department notifies that the entire army has entered a first-level combat readiness state. Personnel on leave, please return to duty immediately. Anna, what the heck is going on? At this moment, apart from playing the role of the dutiful Captain Richter, she had no other choice. Thank you for your hard work. The opposition has been very active lately. Extremist religious organizations are also stirring, and the gangs have never been quiet. Battalion Commander Ryan continued to chatter. As he saw Anna off, he arranged a special vehicle to take Anna to the dispatch station. All the way, Anna gazed blankly out the car window. The ecological structure of the surface had undergone tremendous changes. The straight road resembled a barrier, with yellow sands on one side and green mountains and waters on the other. There were no more tall buildings, and the traces of human habitation were hardly noticeable. A few iron towers stood alone, Uncertain whether they were signal bases or something else out on the elevated bridge, light rail was in operation. Upon arriving at the dispatch station, Anna thanked the driver and turned to enter the station with the flow of people. The place was built similarly to the subway stations in her cognition, with vertical cable cars that operated on the same principle as elevators. Anna mimicked others, using facial recognition to pay and passing through the turnstile, then queued to enter the carriage. She found a corner seat and settled in. Once the doors closed, the carriage began to descend. Outside was a pitch-black shaft, and every 100 meters or so, a searchlight was mounted on the rock wall, reminiscent of scenes from news reports about coal mines. With nothing to do, Anna activated the recording function in her smart glasses, showing herself lying in bed. Soon, she vanished into thin air, and the blanket slowly fell as it lost support. Not long after, her body reappeared, exactly in the same position as before, as if she had never disappeared. This confirmed her earlier suspicion that her body could freely traverse between two different spaces. She recalled the bodyguard who had taken out food out of thin air. Could it be that everyone in this world had their own little universe? The carriage began to accelerate downward, and Anna felt dizzy and nauseous. She took off her smart glasses, feeling a bit better. Leaning her face against the window, the double-layered glass reflected a strange face, gray pupils, prominent double eyelids, a high-nosed bridge, and short burgundy hair with a streak of white. This would have been called a mixed-race beauty in the past. However, in this timeline, there had already been a great fusion of world ethnicities, and coupled with the rapidly advancing cosmetic surgery techniques, ugliness had almost been eradicated. Anna had pieced together an overview of this world from the remnants of information in the original host brain. Nearly 200 years ago, a nuclear war triggered a great catastrophe, resulting in numerous mutated monsters appearing on the surface and in the oceans, with frequent natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions forcing humanity to gradually move underground. She recalled the scene of the ruins on the surface, where buildings were pressed into the ground at the nuclear explosion's epicenter. It was evident that the nuclear bombs had exploded in mid-air, creating overpressure. The purpose of dropping the bombs was not to strike a specific military target, but to cause the greatest scale of destruction imaginable. Point 1. Could only imagine how brutal that battlefield had been in today's world. There was only one legitimate regime, the Federation, which helped humanity gain a new life during the catastrophe. The wasteland above and the cyberpunk underground, controlled by a vampiric government run by financial conglomerates, made Anna, who originally had strong roots, feel uncomfortable. The descent of the carriage slowed, and an announcement came on: Qihuang Bronze City is about to arrive. Please remain seated until the carriage has come to a complete stop and do not lean against the doors. After passing through Xiaoping Bronze City and Jiangzhou Bronze City, they finally arrived at Jinjian's Silver City Station. Anna couldn't imagine how people, who had hidden in the underground world after experiencing a tremendous catastrophe, lived in a sleepless city without a sky. As she stepped out of the station and saw the scene before her, a line of bullet comments automatically popped up in her mind. What a beautiful landscape. 004, turmoil, a military green aircraft plummeted to the ground, subsequently erupting in an explosion, with a powerful shockwave flinging a section of the propeller to Anna's feet. She contemplated retreating to the station, but noticed the military green uniform she wore. Logically, her return to duty should lead her to the medical office at the City Defense Camp headquarters, which ought to be the safest place at present. Anna raised her wrist, attempting to communicate with Athena to initiate walking navigation to the headquarters. Understood. The estimated time is 15 minutes. Please proceed along the current road and continue straight for 500 meters. The screen of her smart glasses displayed a rudimentary navigation map. Anna quickened her pace, neglecting to admire the technologically advanced architecture that adorned the underground city. Along the way, she observed firefighting robots clearing away Molotov cocktails and charred images of the mayor. A faint scent of tear gas lingered in the air. Traffic control was in effect above, with no private aircraft visible save for those painted in military green and white with red crosses. Occasionally, city defense troops wielding riot shields rushed toward her from the opposite direction. The loudspeakers of both the military and the protesting crowds blared at maximum volume, creating a cacophony that rendered Anna unable to discern their words. Athena, what is happening? She had nearly mastered communication with this AI. Based on recent news reports, the situation unfolded as follows. A month prior, a young girl in Xiaoping, Qingtong City succumbed to acute appendicitis after being denied treatment by the hospital due to her inability to afford exorbitant medical fees. The photograph of her body being treated as refused by a cleaning robot at the hospital entrance quickly went viral. Xiaoping, Qingtong City, and another city under the jurisdiction of Jinjiang Baiying City, Jiangzhou, Qingtong City, organized a sit-in protest demanding the government reduce medical costs and dismantle the monopoly held by the SAS family in this domain. The sit-in yielded no results, and when the city hall attempted to disperse the crowd, excessive force was employed, resulting in physical clashes and casualties. With a month remaining until the next mayoral election in Xinjiang, the populace directed their ire toward a politician backed by the SAS family. So that was it. The further she advanced, the quieter the streets became, with the epicenter of the turmoil in the opposite direction. Those expressing their demands aimed for the city hall, while those intent on looting and destruction would head to the commercial center, unless they were planning an armed coup. It was unlikely anyone would foolishly attack the city defense camp. Suddenly, a woman burst from a side alley, stumbling and collapsing at Anna's feet. "Are you all right?" Anna inquired, coming to a halt. The woman, her face smeared with blood, wore a protest t-shirt emblazoned with the mayor's visage, marked with a bold red cross. As the woman reached out to help Anna, she caught sight of Anna's city defense camp uniform, and her expression shifted dramatically. She sprang to her feet and fled in the opposite direction, only to be apprehended by two soldiers who had been pursuing her. The soldiers subdued the woman, pinning her head down and binding her hands. In a desperate struggle, she bit one of the soldiers' fingers. Amidst the chaos, a gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in the woman's forehead. She convulsed a few times before falling still. Anna's gaze followed the two soldiers to a large military-armed aircraft hovering above, its door ajar, as a high-ranking officer brandished a pistol, his eyes cold and serpentine behind tinted goggles. The aircraft departed, and the soldiers dragged away the woman's lifeless body. Anna wiped the cold sweat from her brow, gasping for breath, and continued to run. She reached the city defense camp headquarters in just 10 minutes, finding the place eerily empty, presumably due to the mobilization of personnel to suppress the protesters. After verifying her identity, Anna entered the military building and proceeded to the medical office on the 12th floor. Her own workspace. The room was bright and clean, featuring a simple ward where soldiers could receive medication or 4 drips for minor ailments and treat superficial injuries. Typically, she worked alongside a nurse, but today the nurse was nowhere to be found. Anna sat at her desk, eager to familiarize herself with the environment before her colleagues returned and potentially exposed anything. A shadow flickered in the unlit observation room, prompting her to call out alertly. "Who is it?" "Dr. Anna, it's me, Joshua." A frail young officer in uniform stepped forward, clearly recognizing her. "What are you doing here?" "I didn't want to join them. It's too violent." "Things shouldn't be this way," the earnest youth replied. "If they ask, just say I'm ill and have been here the whole time, all right?" "Fine, I suppose." Anna regarded Joshua, unable to refuse this kind-hearted boy, who seemed well acquainted with the former occupant of her body, as if he anticipated her affirmative response. "Dr. Anna, you need to be careful these days." "Careful of what?" The initial intelligence indicated that the protests were scheduled for tomorrow, but they occurred ahead of schedule. The minister stated that there are moles within our ranks, and an investigation is about to commence. Anna nodded thoughtfully, looking out the window from the medical office. She noticed that the previously empty small square in front of the building was now filled with various aircraft as reinforcements returned. Soon, the door to the medical office swung open forcefully. "Joshua, I know you're in here, you coward." The speaker was the officer from the aircraft, accompanied by 7 or 8 soldiers, bursting in with an aggressive demeanor. It turned out to be Major Garcia, the deputy camp leader. "Reporting, sir, I'm not a coward. I just don't feel well. Dr. Anna can vouch for me. I've been here since you left." Joshua looked to Anna with hopeful eyes. Anna rubbed her forehead, remaining silent and turning her face away. "Lieutenant Richter?" Garcia turned to Anna. "I just saw her wandering the streets in defiance of the curfew, attempting to assist a rioter. I was ordered to report for duty. Anna felt compelled to defend herself. Garcia temporarily spared Anna, advancing to seize Joshua by the hair. You coward, tell me. Did you disclose our strategic plans to the rioters? Joshua's head struck the wall, and he swayed unsteadily, only to be kicked in the leg and toppled to the ground. Garcia showed no signs of relenting, landing several blows to Joshua's abdomen. Joshua curled up, clutching his stomach, and spat out a mouthful of blood, remaining silent. Still not speaking? Garcia pressed his heavy military boot onto Joshua's hand, grinding it mercilessly. Joshua let out a pain scream. Anna was taken aback, questioning whether this constituted a lesson for a subordinate or torture for a confession. Such arrogance was intolerable. She rushed forward, shoving Garcia aside and positioning herself protectively in front of Joshua. Though this boy might have jeopardized her life, she could not bear to witness her patient being beaten to death. Stop it. Anna's lips quivered slightly. You cannot do this, Major. Oh, why not? The man sneered, his serpent-like gaze fixed on Anna. Military Code, Article 27. Officers are prohibited from physically punishing subordinates without cause. Punishment of soldiers ranked 1 or higher must be reported to the inspection team for adjudication by the military committee. Serious cases are referred to a military court. No wonder you are the daughter of a legal officer. You love to quote regulations. But unfortunately, Lieutenant Richter, I am not punishing a subordinate. I am executing General George's orders to root out moles by any means necessary. 005 confinement. That doesn't give you the right. You have no evidence. Anna realized her appearance must seem ludicrous in Garcia's eyes. Evidence? It will come soon enough. And not just evidence. I've also uncovered his accomplices. Miss Anna, this is your final warning. Leave now, or you will bear the consequences. Anna's understanding of Garcia's shamelessness deepened as she stood her ground, responding firmly. I just returned from the surface and know nothing of the riots. Do not push your luck. I completely forgot. Joshua exaggeratedly spread his hands, exclaiming that after only a few days apart, how dare he speak to the officer in such a manner, suggesting he must have crawled into the bed of Master Ruidaire and was preparing to become a concubine in the Golden City. There were even more vulgar words on the tip of his tongue, but Anna seized an empty glass 4 bottle from the table and struck it violently against his head. She then forcefully shoved the broken shard into Garcia's gaping mouth and followed up with a vicious uppercut. Garcia's military cap fell to the ground, blood mingling with shards of glass scattered around him. Bent over, he retched continuously, the intense pain in his tongue and mouth rendering him speechless. The soldiers who had entered with Garcia initially watched the spectacle with amusement, but it took them several moments to realize their superior had been assaulted. Half of them rushed to restrain Anna, while the other half helped Garcia away to find another doctor. Anna thought she was bound to receive a beating in return, but a group of individuals in white uniforms arrived just in time, taking her away from the soldiers. This was the patrol team, discreetly summoned by the overlooked Joshua. Anna was taken to a confinement room, a place designated for errant officers. It seemed the patrol team adhered to a code of conduct. A white-clad officer verified Anna's identity and asked her a few simple questions, to which she truthfully responded without resistance. Afterward, she was left alone in the airtight confinement room, as if forgotten by the outside world. Once she calmed down, Anna acknowledged her impulsiveness. Yet, she possessed a fiery temperament, with 99 pounds of rebellious spirit in her 100-pound frame. The original body had strong physical capabilities and the combat training typical of a soldier. However, had it not been for her successful sneak attack, she would have certainly been no match for Garcia, that brutal fellow, if he hadn't shot himself on the spot. He should really thank her. If she followed the proper procedures, she wondered how she would be classified. Assaulting a superior? Intentional injury? The small, confined space made her particularly uneasy. Athena, what time is it? Anna inquired of her wristband. I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your question. The signal has been blocked. Confinement is meant for you to reflect, so do not attempt any tricks. Anna rolled her eyes. She replayed the bizarre events of the past 2 days in her mind. As a researcher engaged in scientific work, she remained a staunch materialist, unable to believe that the plot of an online novel could unfold in her own life. Attempting to explain her predicament through scientific concepts, Was the mysterious voice that spoke before her awakening referring to her as crew member number 28? Just as Anna was lost in her thoughts, the door to the confinement room opened, and two individuals in white led her to another interrogation room. There were no terrifying torture devices, just a very simple table and chairs, and the screen on the wall remained black. Following instructions, Anna sat in the regret chair, unhandcuffed. Across from her at the hearing table sat a green uniformed officer. Captain Richter, representing the military committee on behalf of the patrol team, is here to conduct an inquiry. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will be submitted as evidence. So please cooperate, said the first white-clad officer. All right, I promise to cooperate, Anna replied. She rested her right hand on the armrest of the chair, which vibrated slightly as a green light flickered, seemingly a lie detector. The second white-clad officer operated a computer nearby. They first played a surveillance video that clearly showcased Anna's violent actions. Do you acknowledge that the aforementioned actions were undertaken voluntarily and with a clear mind? The first white-clad officer asked. Yes, I admit it, Anna responded calmly, feeling no need to lie as there was nothing to fear. Do you now feel regret for your actions? Regret? Very much so. I shouldn't have acted impulsively. I should have called you sooner. What was your reasoning behind attacking your superior? You can't take the video out of context. Didn't you see how Joshua behind me was nearly killed? Furthermore, I witnessed him shoot a completely defenseless woman in the street today. Are you accusing Major Garcia of deliberate murder? At approximately 1743, at the intersection of 1st Avenue and West Street in area, you can check the surveillance. Of course, if you believe that it's permissible for the city defense forces to kill a few individuals while performing their duties, then just disregard what I said. The armrest remained illuminated with a green light. All right, we'll verify this. So, your attack on Major Garcia was motivated by a sense of justice or personal vendetta? It was more of a personal vendetta. He insulted me, and I lost my temper. What did Major Garcia say to you? Why don't you ask him yourself? I refuse to answer that question. We hope you will cooperate with our work. Based on the current information, you merely witnessed the assault of an inconsequential individual and risked your career. It logically does not add up. The previously silent green uniformed officer finally spoke. What are you even talking about? Anna thought to herself, wanting to curse. The individuals before her seemed to think with the rigidity of lower-tier AI, which was infuriating. Is it really that hard to understand? It was a moment of impulse. I simply wanted to hit someone. What of it? Anna decided to abandon all restraint. Please remain calm. Today's inquiry will conclude here. May I ask about the potential consequences I might face? You could face 1 to 5 years of imprisonment, but the specifics will require further determination by the military court. The three of them shut down the computer and stood up, escorting Anna back to the confinement room, where the guards brought water and food. The harsh reality of facing incarceration so soon after her arrival was difficult to accept. A moment of satisfaction quickly turned into a reckoning. Though she could not see it, there were undoubtedly surveillance cameras installed in the confinement room, and Anna dared not enter the space. She had no way of knowing whether Garcia's disregard for life was an isolated incident in today's suppression. He had the backing of General George, the minister of the Xinjiang City Defense Department, who maintained a close relationship with the current mayor, enabling him to deploy forces to assist in suppressing the protesting crowds. The Sass family effectively controlled the Federation, being at the pinnacle of the 10 most powerful families. Regardless of how intense external public opinion may be, it would be difficult to shake the current power dynamics in the short term. The military would not allow her to exit and speak to the media, providing fresh material for the opposition. As Anna wallowed in frustration and despair, the door to the confinement room opened once more. Captain Richter, someone from the Golden City wishes to see you. Anna was led back into the interrogation room and seated once again in the regret chair. This time, only one individual in military attire was present across from her, a middle-aged woman bearing the insignia of a major general. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Isabella Cote from the Federal Supreme Military Committee. I have just learned about your arrest. There is no need to be nervous, Captain Richter. I am here solely to gather some information regarding the surface. I hope you will cooperate. Major General Cote spoke in a gentle tone, her demeanor amiable, making it hard to feel antagonistic. Anna nodded. Please recount the events that transpired after you entered the contaminated zone during this mission. That day was a weekend, and I was napping at home when I suddenly received an urgent task notification. Anna briefly recounted the mission's process according to the original owner's memories. She initially hesitated to mention the silver-haired man, but since everyone present had seen him, she casually brought it up, uncertain of how this world would react to such an existence. Is the silver-haired man you mentioned like this? Major General Kote produced a photograph on the screen. In the image was a white-clad man donning a golden mask, wielding a massive sword, enveloped in a golden light with enigmatic runes floating around him. Before him stood an armored vehicle from a group army, artillery raining down upon him like a meteor shower. Anna's pupils constricted sharply. It was not merely because she saw the man again, but also because those tanks and armored vehicles looked so familiar from their models to the insignias on their bodies. Captain Richter, Major General Kote called out, bringing Anna back to reality. Indeed, yet I cannot be certain. The attire does not match the hue of the hair, and the sword he wielded was not of tangible form. Did he simply materialize out of thin air and vanish just as mysteriously? Kurt inquired further. Yes. Thank you for your cooperation. I have exhausted my questions. May I inquire what that was? Anna pressed on. Regarding the confidentiality of this matter and your current status, I am unable to disclose much. I can only reveal that it is a type of humanoid weapon, Kurt explained before taking his leave. Anna, of course, remained oblivious to the profound taboo that humanoid weapons represented for the inhabitants of Qihuang. In the subterranean city of Qihuang, the federal capital of Yao Air, Isabella's military boots echoed on the wooden floor as she pushed open an intricately carved mahogany door, stepping into a spacious conference room. The decor bore no semblance of modern technology, instead reflecting a retro medieval court style. A middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a Duke of Europa, turned from the floor-to-ceiling window, his impassive expression betraying no emotion. Chairman Sass, Isabella inclined her head slightly in greeting before taking her seat. Several others were gathered around the circular table, and the virtual screen at the center displayed the very photograph that Isabella had shown to Anna. The man named Sass leaned on the table, addressing the assembly. Sylvia, please begin. An older woman, bearing a resemblance to Isabella, stood up, resting her hand on her sword as she paced around the circular table. This photograph dates back 200 years. The man depicted is the humanoid weapon Di Jiang from the Eastern Huagua. Our ancestors faced fierce resistance during their conflict with the Eastern Huagua, even before deploying thermonuclear weapons. They could not capture a single city, largely due to him. Just the day before yesterday, our personnel encountered him once more in the contaminated zone. I swear on the honor of the Kurt family, Di Jiang was destroyed by my ancestors. Once again, are there any recent visual records? A bespectacled young man inquired. Regrettably, due to the urgency of the situation, no one had the presence of mind to capture images. However, a female medic witnessed his entire appearance. Isabella interjected. I just met with her, and her heart rate and blood pressure surged dramatically upon seeing this photograph. There is no doubt. This raises questions. If he is a humanoid weapon of the Eastern Huagua, why would he rescue our personnel? Shortly after his appearance, the signal was restored. Athena's positioning system connects to satellites, and all those who have entered the contaminated zone in recent years have relied on her to find their way out. The radiation levels should only be diminishing. The only logical explanation is that Rydar and his team inadvertently crossed into the Eastern Huagua's military-controlled area, where the signal jamming devices have remained operational for over 200 years or have been reactivated, analyzed a young girl in a sailor's uniform. Sass regarded her with approval. The Eastern Huagua has never truly vanished. They are announcing their return to us. The recent unrest in the underground city is likely linked to them. An elder with a white beard remarked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A slightly overweight man banged on the table. Leviathan is merely a mythical creature. No one has truly seen it. It is your mayor who is about to be ousted, and you are dragging everyone down with him. Sass spread his hands in acknowledgement. I understand that without substantial evidence, it is difficult to persuade everyone. The military will soon organize a second operation to explore the vicinity of the incident. Anyone interested may send representatives to participate. The representatives from various families harbored their own agendas, rendering any productive discussion unattainable. After the meeting, Sass remained seated at one corner of the circular table, the room now deserted save for him. Suddenly, a woman's face appeared on the virtual screen. She addressed Sass. "Why do you not directly inform them of the ARC project's existence? My lady Yaoguang, do not be deceived by their outward support. They are primarily preoccupied with how to wrest power from my grasp and increase their own wealth." "I must retain a trump card," Sass replied, maintaining a respectful tone while exuding an air of nonchalance. "You are all fools. Your grandfather was, and your great-grandfather as well. How could I have been so blind as to partner with your family?" The woman on the screen displayed her fury. "After living for so long, do you still fail to comprehend human nature? As your Eastern Huagua saying goes, born in distress, die in ease." After Isabella departed, Anna sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The very term humanoid weapon implies the necessity of possessing an advanced military-industrial complex to create such entities. The Federation has unified the globe, yet allows for the existence of humanoid weapons beyond their control. What does this signify? It suggests that a formidable force still exists outside the Federation's reach. The most probable scenario is that this external force stands in opposition to the Federation. Why then would they rescue their personnel? Or perhaps that individual came to save himself. Anna recalled the man as glanced back before he vanished. Was he looking at her? As a member of the Federation military, what made her exceptional compared to others? The sole distinguishing factor was her status as a traveler. Yet, with impending incarceration looming, what difference did it make? As the first day in the confinement chamber drew to a close, Anna welcomed an unexpected visitor. Colonel Boyce regarded Anna, now a prisoner, with a disdainful smile. "How did you find yourself in such a state in just a few days? Would you care to accompany me back to the surface for a chance at redemption?" 006 returns to the border. Anna's heart soared with joy. She certainly wished to investigate the surface once more, perhaps uncovering a means to return. With the spatial advantage, survival during perilous times seemed assured. Yet, she had to maintain a facade of reluctance, appearing less eager. Having spent a brief time with him, Anna understood that Boyce possessed a strong desire for control. She needed to make him believe she was under his thumb. "I will not go. Staying in prison will at least preserve my life, which is far better than being devoured by monsters." "Preserve your life? Do I need to remind you of Garcia's background? Each year, only a handful manage to survive until their sentence is complete. Even if you do, losing your citizenship relegates you to the slums of the surface. What fate awaits a woman like you?" Boyce took pleasure in witnessing the fear etched on Anna's face. Having first threatened her, now he turned to temptation. "Rest assured, this is a legitimate military operation. From the preparatory stages to the provision of equipment and supplies, it is incomparably more significant than the previous skirmishes. If you consent to participate, you can regain your freedom immediately." Anna's internal laughter resonated. This man was far more cunning than he appeared. She needed to be cautious. It seemed she had no valid reason to refuse. She adopted a defeated expression, asking, "What must I do next?" Boyce produced a golden card. "This is a pardon from the Supreme Military Council. You may return home to rest while awaiting task notifications." Boyce nonchalantly left the card and exited. Having spoken the truth, Anna was indeed released. Walking alone amidst the neon-lit streets, bustling with life as though no riots had ever taken place, Anna observed the throngs of people. All donned similar intelligent eyewear and electronic wristbands as hers, yet with varied designs and colors. The residents of the underground city, deprived of sunlight, generally exhibited pallid skin, resembling vampires. Hastening commuters, clusters of students, amorous couples, and elderly folks dancing in the squares filled the streets. Groups of youths with flamboyant hairstyles passed Anna, laughing boisterously. A drunken man lay sprawled by the roadside, obstructing a city sanitation robot. It could not dispose of such a sizable mass of refuse, detecting it as a living being. In its attempts to navigate around, it became ensnared, caught in a dilemma, threatening to overheat its rudimentary CPU. Familiar, yet foreign sensations washed over Anna. Human society, regardless of its advancements, retained many constants. With little time to appreciate the cybernetic scenery, Anna resolved to prepare for her second expedition to the surface. Athena, Hail a taxi to take me home. As her words concluded, a crimson flying vehicle descended smoothly before her. The aircraft ascended gently, with Anna seated within, gazing down at the city, which resembled a bizarre and vibrant circuit board. She was returning home, to the residence of the original owner. The aircraft adhered to the aerial traffic regulations, maneuvering through intersections, overtaking, and waiting for traffic lights, essentially transposing the rules of terrestrial travel to the skies. Before long, the aircraft glided into a tranquil neighborhood, landing on the balcony of a particular residence. The balcony was adorned with several pots of flowers, their petals and stems emanating a faint glow. Anna opened the door and stepped into the room, where the smart appliances activated automatically. The space was immaculate, and even though the owner had been absent for a considerable time, the robotic vacuum ensured the cleanliness of the area. The intelligent central air conditioning adjusted the temperature and humidity to the most comfortable levels for humans, automatically ventilating and disinfecting daily. The apartment's walls and flooring were composed of display screens. The ceiling depicted a flowing starry sky, while the walls were adorned with endless lavender fields. And the floor resembled an unfathomable ocean, with fish schools occasionally swimming by. The sofa was cluttered with plush toys, and the bedside featured posters in a two-dimensional art style. By chance, she caught sight of a photo frame on the dining table, which contained a picture of two individuals. It was evident that the original owner was a child in the image, alongside a stern middle-aged man, presumably her legal guardian father. Anna examined the communications between the original owner and legal officer Richter, finding no historical records. The search through the original owner's memories yielded scant relevant content, alleviating her concerns about unexpectedly encountering her biological father. In this era, socialized upbringing had been realized, and although basic parental relationships remained for most lower-class parents, having children was merely a means to obtain subsidies, with hopes of relying on insurance payouts and robotic caretakers rather than their offspring for old-age support. Anna greatly missed her own father, a military man who, despite his occasional sternness, undoubtedly loved her. He respected her personal interests, allowed her to apply for her chosen field of study, and never pressured her into marriage. It was often said that her disposition mirrored that of her father. Anna retrieved a can of soda from the refrigerator and settled onto the sofa, contemplating her next steps. As she stared at the can, a nagging feeling of something amiss persisted. Though traversing to another world was inherently absurd, there was an inexplicable absence. Something was missing. Yes, it was the absence of Wendu. Once beyond the polluted zones, she had not encountered Wendu in the areas governed by the Federation. The original owner's home lacked paper, writing instruments, and books. Even with technology having advanced to a paperless level, a complete lack of Wendu was unfathomable. The advertisements on the streets were entirely pictorial, devoid of Wendu, and products bore no names or production dates. Even the recent pardon issued by Boyce was communicated through a recording card, relaying the release order vocally to the patrol team. This was neither convenient nor efficient. The disappearance of Wendu was not a mere byproduct of technological advancement in this world. Without Wendu, the transmission and evolution of technology and civilization faced immense challenges. Humanity could not voluntarily relinquish Wendu. Such a loss must have been imposed. Reflecting on AI Athena, she realized that, compared to the smart assistant designed for convenience, it resembled a caretaker for the intellectually challenged. Were the inhabitants of this world illiterate? Anna furrowed her brow. Once she accepted the premise that everyone except herself was illiterate, all previous inconsistencies could be explained. In the remnants of the original owner's memories, there had been no occurrence of Wendu, and some of the natives here were entirely unaware that humanity once possessed Wendu. The polluted area contained remnants of the old world's Wendu, suggesting that this new civilization must have encountered some calamity that obliterated their ability to read Wendu. Thus, her arrival in this world seemed less like a coincidence. Could she be a prophet dispatched to rescue this civilization? Would she amass wealth and ascend to greatness by translating ancient texts? No. Anna recalled the nature of the Federation. Should her literacy be discovered, she was likely to be seized for human experimentation, with wires embedded in her brain. Clearly, she must exercise greater caution in her speech moving forward. Using her finger, she traced her Chinese name in the condensation on the coffee table. Was it merely a coincidence that her name matched that of the original owner? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Search, Dongwagua. Sorry, no matching information. Search, Sanguiyeni. Sorry, no matching information. Search, Qin Shiwang. Sorry, no matching information. Athena, what is today's date? It is the 73rd year of the new calendar, August 6th. Indeed, the historical timeline of this world bore no connection to her own. For the time being, she could only hope for a second journey to the surface, where she might uncover more useful clues. Remaining in this Gotham-like underground city, even without facing imprisonment, would likely lead to being exploited to death by the military-industrial complex. Soon, Anna received the latest task notification, instructing her to report to the city defense camp. This mission was classified at a high level. Aside from Anna, all soldiers involved were from the Golden City Mobile Forces. Anna was only aware that they were to investigate a humanoid weapon, with no further details of the mission disclosed. The main unit accessed the surface through a military-exclusive passage, boarding the transport vehicles that awaited them. Boyce had not deceived her. The equipment was indeed of exceptional quality. Anna instinctively donned the exoskeleton suit, but she was momentarily taken aback upon receiving a ring. Xian, Boyce addressed the soldier seated beside Anna. Anna is unfamiliar with storage rings. Please instruct her. Xian demonstrated how to view the supplies within the ring, select the desired items for retrieval, and how to store them. His tone bore the condescension of the elite towards the unsophisticated. Anna was too preoccupied to argue, secretly relieved that she had not just exposed herself. Clearly, the item used by Master Riddle's bodyguard was the same. The transport vehicle arrived at the border, where they awaited the arrival of 2 additional groups. 6 researchers from the Scientific Association and the second young lady of the Su family from the Surface Development Bureau. Personnel and vehicles were reassigned, and the border gates opened, allowing the convoy to venture into the polluted area. As Anna gazed out the window, she recalled the last time she returned, preoccupied with performing surgery. Now she could fully appreciate the sights beyond the border. The convoy traversed a suspension bridge, which gradually ascended, revealing a deep trench akin to a moat beyond the border wall. The convoy continued to recede, and the heavy gate, capable of withstanding a beastly onslaught, slowly closed behind them. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the abandoned city slumbered beneath the weight of ancient civilization. The convoy first proceeded to a research base within the polluted zone overseen by the Scientific Association, where experiments related to beast genetics had once been conducted but were abandoned after the project's termination. The base was modest, and after restoring water and electricity, it served as the temporary camp for the team. Miss Su claimed the best room, having no intention of joining the perilous exploration, leaving her secretary to continue with the group. Besides 2 individuals remaining to keep watch, the others set off once more. After a half-hour's drive, Anna recognized familiar sights. The hospital where they had once taken refuge, and the elevated bridge that had been toppled by the 2-headed giant lizard. At this point, they maintained communication with the outside world. It was uncertain whether the powerful portable base station atop the vehicle enhanced the signal or if previous interference had dissipated. Regardless, even if they lost contact again, Colonel Boyce had memorized the round-trip route and would surely ensure their safe return. Anna was tasked with recreating the scene before and after the appearance of the humanoid weapon. The monster had already consumed 1 person when I arrived here. It was energetically performing, even mimicking a fall in perfect imitation, but unsurprisingly, nothing transpired. The soldiers, following the researchers' directives, arranged various advanced instruments in designated positions. The researchers began their group work, leaving Anna feeling somewhat idle. Curiosity piqued, she wandered about, eager to discern their activities. The first group of researchers laid down a biological signal shield, significantly reducing the probability of being detected by the colossal beasts. The second group inserted long probes into the ground, while several drones ascended to explore the military facilities they hypothesized to be concealed. The third group collected the remains of a 2-headed giant lizard for analysis. The creature had been blown apart from within, the explosion's intense heat having vaporized its blood. The remarkable strength of its bones is truly astonishing. Colonel Bo EC, do we possess any weapon capable of instantly eliminating such a formidable beast? Inquired a member of the inspection team. Our most powerful laser cannon, when fully charged, can instantly incinerate a medium-sized beast. But it would be utterly impossible against something of this magnitude, Bo EC replied. This creature's abilities do not align with the records. One could say it is even stronger. Anna, upon hearing their dialogue, fell into contemplation, noting how their tone regarding the humanoid weapon resembled that of discussing an ancient divine beast. These researchers exhibited the traits of highly educated individuals, yet they relied on voice commands to operate their computers, which displayed not a single character. "Hey, by Yin Sheng, go retrieve the prey for me," said a sentinel responsible for security, cradling a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer. Suppressing her rising anger, Anna approached a small beast that had fallen not far away, enduring her revulsion as she hoisted the creature, grateful for the assistance of her exoskeleton, which made the task less strenuous. The beast was about the size of a typical goat, resembling a furry rabbit, but with webbed feet akin to a duck and a tail resembling that of a rat. In recent decades, as the radiation levels in the contaminated zones decreased, hunting and scavenging in these areas had become a burgeoning industry, with teams entering almost daily, and there had even been instances of human squads clashing over prey. The hide of the beast could be crafted into artisanal goods, while their flesh and bones, rich in hydrogen atoms, served as a new energy fuel. Trinkets from the remnants of the old world had transformed into popular collectibles in the underground cities, with the youth emulating the lifestyles of bygone eras as a new trend emerged. However, humanity had not forgotten how they had been driven underground. Hunting in the contaminated zones came with significant risks, and fatalities were a frequent occurrence. The area where Anna and her team found themselves was teeming with high-level beasts, and few dared to venture there. As the sun dipped in the west around 5 o'clock, the sky became overcast. "Have you not yet found anything?" Bo EC pressed the second group of researchers. "The designated area has not yet been fully searched. Leave the computer here to continue the search. If we have not succeeded by tomorrow morning, we will expand the search radius." The main force withdrew to the laboratory camp, and after dinner, everyone retired early for the night. Anna returned to her single dormitory and peacefully fell asleep. Over the past few days, she had become adept at utilizing her spatial abilities and could enter and exit at will, no longer fearing the embarrassing incidents of the past. After nightfall, a torrential rain began to pour outside, a rare sight for those who had seldom ventured to the surface. The following morning, it was discovered that 2 soldiers responsible for the perimeter watch had gone missing. The missing individuals were Xian and another soldier who had remained at the camp the previous day. Communication via wristbands was futile, and their coordinates could not be pinpointed. The technical team retrieved footage from the vehicle surveillance. Through the rain, visibility was poor, but upon switching to infrared mode, it was revealed that shortly after 3 in the morning, the 2 had left the camp of their own accord. In the infrared thermal imaging, the 2 figures, initially patrolling normally, suddenly departed together, their silhouettes swaying as they gradually receded into the distance, creating an eerie scene. Beasts were more active at night, and their senses far surpassed those of humans. The probability of the 2 individuals acting irrationally together was exceedingly low. "Is there any beast capable of inducing hallucinations?" Bo EC inquired of the biological research team. "Beasts cannot possess such abilities. There are rumors that mutated plants might cause hallucinations, but this has yet to be observed in practice," replied the biological researcher, who was quite enthusiastic about Bo EC's hypothesis, as confirming such phenomena would represent a monumental academic achievement. Bo EC was troubled by the complications arising from the mission. He had no intention of wasting time searching for the missing individuals. He reorganized the night watch personnel to guard the camp, and then led the team back to the site observed the previous day. The second group of researchers lifted the rain covers from their equipment, joyfully exclaiming, "We found it! We found it!" Bo EC approached to examine the screen, where a small red dot was flashing. Following the navigation instructions, they drove to the coordinate located 1 kilometer away. The instruments had detected a well-preserved, semi-subterranean facility, with active electronic signals detected within. Upon arrival, Anna saw an entrance resembling that of a subway leading underground, overgrown with weeds and difficult to spot. Fortunately, yesterday's heavy rain had washed away the mud and debris blocking the entrance. The researchers tossed a metallic sphere inside, and the computer screen immediately displayed the returning footage. The leaden-gray metal door, which would typically require a password to unlock, now appeared slightly ajar, likely due to seismic activity, just wide enough for a single person to enter. Anna recognized the warning on the door, inscribed in black characters on a yellow background. No entry. The interior of the building was labyrinthine, filled with numerous identical corridors and rooms, some with intact locks, preventing the metallic sphere from entering. An hour later, the metallic sphere completed its preliminary exploration, and the computer generated a 3D topographical map based on the transmitted information. Bo-EC was quite satisfied with the progress and dispatched one researcher and 4 soldiers to form an advance team for further exploration. The well-trained soldiers promptly retrieved ropes from their gear and unhesitatingly rappelled into the dark abyss. Anna's nerves were taut as she, along with the others, focused intently on the display in Bo-EC's hands. 10 minutes later, a voice crackled through the intercom, accompanied by static. "Hello, Colonel. Can you hear me?" "Affirmative," Bo-EC responded. "We have entered the base's interior. Everything appears normal." The image on the screen remained a straight corridor, with the camera's perspective slightly elevated compared to the previous metallic sphere. The ensuing exploration proved lengthy and monotonous, with endless stairs and corridors, causing Anna to stifle a yawn. "Colonel, we have discovered a room with a strong electrical signal and request permission to use micro-explosives to breach the door lock." "Permission granted," following a cacophony of noise. The intercom erupted with exclamations. "This is a control room. The equipment is still warm, indicating it has been activated recently." Soon after, high-definition photographs of a control room were transmitted back. "Excellent. I will report to the superiors to request additional computer experts. This hall is already substantial. You may return now." The advance team retraced their steps from the control room, their headlamps illuminating the corridor's green and white walls. "Do we come through here? Why is there no path?" "The map clearly indicates this is a room. The computer cannot be faulty. You must have turned the wrong way." "Impossible, we just came through here." "If you don't believe me, ask Yuri." "Yuri?" "Yuri." Anna and Bo-EC, along with others above, heard the dialogue over the intercom, sending chills down their spines. "Report, Colonel. Yuri is missing," came the trembling voice. "Go back and check if he is still in the control room." Bo-EC replied, feigning calmness. "The control room has also vanished. The rooms in this building move." The image on the display transformed into a flurry of static, and the 5 small green dots representing the life signs of the team members extinguished simultaneously. Just before the intercom signal completely vanished, a voice declared, "This building is alive." The group exchanged looks of horror, and a soldier timidly whispered, "Are they dead?" As darkness descended, the corridor loomed deep and silent. Bo-EC, in a fit of rage, slammed the intercom to the ground and cursed. "Follow me down." Bo-EC pointed at 3 soldiers and Anna. Those indicated internally lamented, yet dared not disobey upon seeing his hand resting on the holster. The remaining personnel promptly reported to headquarters, stating that if they had not emerged by the following morning, they should withdraw. The individuals selected to remain nodded vigorously, their faces reflecting the relief of survival. Anna silently fastened a safety rope to her waist, cursing inwardly. Not only had she failed to find a way back, but she was also on the verge of risking her life again. Whether to advance or retreat felt equally perilous. Anna was the last to descend, her body dropping approximately 10 meters into darkness before her feet met the ground. They traversed a metallic gate marked with no entry and entered a narrow corridor. The water pooling at their feet reached above their ankles, reminiscent of the tomb-raiding novels she had read. She firmly believed that there could be no ghosts here, yet a sentient building posed a far greater challenge. The computer-generated 3D map proved useful as Bois headed towards the recently marked control room. Suddenly, music echoed from ahead, a lively electronic tune that reverberated oddly through the dark corridor, drawing closer. Bois halted, drawing his weapon and aiming towards the source of the melody. while the others trembled in fear behind him. Accompanying the music were flickering lights, and as everyone held their breath, a small robot emerged from the end of the passage. Startled, the robot paused and silenced the music, stating, I do not recognize you. Please present identification in Standard Mandarin. The little robot repeated its request multiple times, but only Anna understood its words. Hua, in a fit of rage, fired a shot, silencing the robot, then vented his frustration by firing several more rounds before kicking the obstructive machine aside. The squad continued onward, with 3 soldiers closely clustered around Hua, fearful of losing pace. Meanwhile, Anna gradually distanced herself from the group, and upon reaching a corner, she abruptly turned and ran in the opposite direction. She felt no fear. Instead, she was exhilarated. While above, the transmitted images had failed to capture the writings on the wall. Now that she was here, Anna clearly saw various familiar slogans painted in red on the wall. The no smoking sign felt oddly comforting. She sprinted down the dark corridor, a strong intuition guiding her that the answer she sought lay ahead. At the end of the hallway stood a room, its door unlocked. With a push, Anna entered. The spacious room was illuminated by her headlamp as she scanned for the air switch. She pulled the circuit breaker, and the lights flickered to life. After her eyes adjusted, she discerned that this was a small conference room. The high humidity had caused the oak table to mold, yet there was little dust. Approaching the other end of the table, she noticed 2 small red flags, one the national flag of Donghua and the other its military flag. Unable to contain her emotions, Anna squatted down, clutching her head and weeping bitterly. She had many questions and uncertainties, yet at that moment, all she desired was to cry. After an indeterminate time, Anna sensed a gaze upon her. Lifting her head, she beheld a translucent girl in white. Startled, Anna collapsed onto the floor. The girl cast no shadow. Could she truly be a ghost? Soon, however, she regained her composure, realizing that this was merely a holographic projection. Hello, I am Jingwei, the intelligent assistant of the military of Donghua, the girl spoke. Anna found the girl's voice hauntingly familiar. Did you take the people who came down before? She inquired, rubbing her tear-stained eyes. I subdued and detained them. Using force to invade my control room does not paint one as a good person, the girl replied, her tone remarkably human-like, contrasting with the somewhat rigid demeanor of Athena. And me? Anna pressed. You are one of us, a compatriot of Donghua, not an enemy. I am Lieutenant Richter of the Federation. You cannot judge me as an ally merely because I cried upon seeing the flag. In my eyes, you are Anna, a researcher from Qihuang Medical College, not Lieutenant Richter. Anna was taken aback. Could this AI truly perceive the essence of a person? Given that we are compatriots, can you tell me how you discern my identity? I am sorry, but I cannot explain the principle. That is how the system determines identity. I have just awakened and do not know how long I have been dormant. The outside world feels unfamiliar, and everything I once knew has vanished. The girl's expression bore a hint of sorrow as she spoke. Anna felt a kinship with this AI. Could she also be a traveler through worlds? Was this military base her domain? Do you remember the year you fell asleep? Anna asked. Approximately September 2034, Jingwei responded. That aligns perfectly, Anna exclaimed, realizing it matched the timeline in the school library. If a Donghua once existed, opposing the Federation, only to fade into obscurity, then the Federation could easily propagate a narrative depicting Donghua as a monstrous entity. Currently, with the general populace being illiterate, they had purged all information related to Donghua from search engines. It seemed like a desperate act of denial. What were they afraid of? Or did they anticipate the arrival of travelers? What else do you remember? What was your last command? Anna fired off a series of questions. I only recall the 2 factions were engaged in nuclear warfare with unfavorable circumstances for us. Just before I fell asleep, my superior told me, when the Ark lands, you will awaken. Ark? A ship? Crew? Anna pondered aloud. What do you intend to do next? Jingwei countered, turning the question back at Anna. If I leave here, will there be a way to contact you? Not at the moment. I am the system of a military facility, relatively independent for security reasons, and cannot interface with external networks. Jingwei, Anna called her name. This was the first compatriot she had encountered in this other world. Although merely an AI, She believed that they were not the only two travelers here. Their awakening was not coincidental. There had to be others, an organization in existence. I must return to find them, and once I do, I will notify you. Thank you, Anna, Jingwei replied, a radiant smile gracing her translucent face. What shall we do with those individuals? Let them go. Killing them serves no purpose. Regardless, the Federation has already pinpointed your location and will continuously send personnel to investigate. Anna stated, Very well, they cannot extract anything from me. Farewell, Jingwei. Anna longed to converse further with Jingwei, but lingering too long would surely raise suspicion. As she retraced her steps along the corridor, she soon encountered members of the advance team. Do not shoot, it is me. Anna raised her hands to prevent any overreactions from the already jittery soldiers. Dr. Anna, how did you get down here? One soldier lowered his weapon. The colonel brought us down to find you. I got separated from them. I too somehow lost my way and was locked in a room. I was about to lose my mind. I woke up to find the door had opened. What a bizarre experience. If we retrace our steps, we will surely find a way out. As they walked, they reunited with several other lost soldiers, sharing their similarly harrowing encounters. Everyone assumed the tear stains on Anna's face were due to fear, none suspecting anything amiss. At last, they reached the exit and climbed back up the rope. Colonel Bois and several other soldiers were already above, having just emerged. After counting heads, all 10 individuals who had descended returned safely. Bois questioned Anna as to why she had fallen behind, while the remaining 3 team members stayed close to him. I was walking when the ground gave way, and I fell into another room. No one answered my calls. Anna spoke untruths with her eyes wide open, uncertain whether she could deceive Bo-E-C. I feel the same, another soldier remarked, still haunted by the events. Why were we released again? Perhaps there was a power failure? A murmur of speculation arose among them. Bo-E-C, still filled with doubt, inquired of the sentinels. How long have we been down there? A full night, Colonel. The sky was clear, and it was already the morning of the following day. The sentinels appeared more haggard than those who had narrowly escaped, and one of them spoke with a quivering voice. Colonel, the sentinels who stood watch last night have vanished. The team required recuperation. Thus, Bo-E-C resolved to return to the camp to deliberate further. En route, the sentinels recounted the events following their descent. Nightfall came swiftly, yet with 10 individuals' fates unknown underground, they dared not depart. News arrived from the camp that Miss Sue Eyre had declared the area too perilous and insisted on returning. Those stationed at the entrance were researchers. The only one capable of driving took 2 individuals back to the camp to clarify the situation to the soldiers on watch. Subsequently, the remaining sentinels provided support to those at the entrance. The researcher who could drive transported Miss Sue Eyre back to headquarters to report in person. That night, an emergency meeting was convened in Huangjiansheng, dispatching a rescue team composed of computer specialists and elite soldiers. When the researchers returned with the rescue team, aside from the 2 researchers who had remained at the camp to sleep, all the sentinels on watch had disappeared. The situation mirrored the previous occurrences. Communication was severed, location tracking failed, and the surveillance indicated that individuals had walked away of their own accord. Bo-E-C furrowed his brow. Those who had been sleeping were unharmed. Yet the sentinels on watch had vanished. Upon reuniting with the rescue team at the camp, they convened to discuss whether to return for further investigation of the military base or to search for the missing individuals. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the camp. Bo-E-C stepped out to investigate, finding the gatekeeping soldiers restraining several disheveled individuals who had inexplicably appeared. The newcomers cried out, claiming to be an archaeological team seeking assistance. Bo-E-C gestured for the soldiers to release them, urging them to clarify their circumstances. This was a diminutive archaeological team that had entered 2 days prior. Although they presented themselves as archaeologists, they were in truth poorly equipped scavengers who had hired laborers from the surface slums. They sought to strike it lucky and collect valuable debris to sell. Since their arrival at the border, sentinels have been inexplicably vanishing each night. When 2 were assigned to watch, both would disappear together. Now, only 3 remained, lost and panicked, and upon seeing others, they sought help. You must be cautious. The illusions are merely illusions, one of the most agitated individuals warned. I awoke to use the restroom just before dawn and saw my deceased mother standing in my kitchen, preparing breakfast as she once did. By the time the sun was fully risen, I regained awareness and realized I had unknowingly wandered far away. Fortunately, my companions found me. Boisist brau, tightened. Given the current level of operational secrecy, it would not be unjust to eliminate these individuals, but recognizing their provision of vital information, he decided to keep them for now. He offered the archaeological team some food and asked Anna to tend to their wounds. He then provided the computer specialists with pertinent information regarding the military base for their careful examination. He continued discussions with the remaining researchers about the issue of the missing personnel. It was known that their disappearances were due to mental disturbances, manifesting as symptoms of sleepwalking, occurring only at night and affecting only those who were awake. The biological team compiled known information. The technical team inquired, "May we borrow your drone for reconnaissance?" Certainly. Anna administered a mild sedative to the archaeological team members. Their injuries were superficial. Among them was a young man with silver-white hair who maintained a stable mental state and refused the injection. He introduced himself as Xian, a resident of the surface slums, lacking any wristband signifying citizenship. "Is your hair natural or dyed?" Anna inquired, as in the underground city. Even a single hair color was considered insufficiently fashionable. "It's natural. We have no such luxuries where I come from." By afternoon, the drone reconnaissance yielded results. Several kilometers southwest of the camp lay a dense swamp. It was uncertain whether the missing individuals had ventured there, but in that direction, personal belongings of the disappeared were indeed discovered. Bo-EC pondered. Nightfall approached, and direct exploration would only heighten the risk. Before dinner, he announced the plan for the night. The 3 members of the archaeological team would serve as bait, remaining outside the camp without sleep while equipped with alert devices. If they began to sleepwalk, others would be alerted and follow in trucks, potentially leading to the previously missing individuals. The computer team would rest peacefully and not participate in this operation, ensuring that if those who pursued also fell into illusions, it would not result in total disaster. This plan seemed sound, and there were no objections. Even those chosen as bait dared not voice dissent, quietly consuming their meager meal, having willingly walked into the trap. After dinner, Anna retreated to her room, feeling sympathy for Xian and his companions, yet recognizing that her limited influence could effect no change. Uncertain of what the night would bring, she recalled that during the previous 2 disappearances, she had either been asleep or conversing with Jingwei, oblivious to any anomalies. Once more, around 3 in the morning, Anna's wristband emitted a notification, prompting her to hurriedly leave her room. Everyone was already fully armed. The 3 members of the archaeological team appeared soulless, their eyes wide open and expressions vacant as they walked towards the darkness, as if answering a sacred call. Bo-EC started the vehicle, and Anna followed the others inside. The vehicle moved slowly, without headlights, guided solely by moonlight in pursuit of the somnambulant figures ahead. As Anna adjusted the night vision in her helmet, a sudden flash of white light caught her attention. "Anna, Anna," a familiar voice resonated in her ear. Only her family from a past life would call her that. Struggling to open her eyes, she first beheld the white ceiling of a hospital room, followed by the sight of a rugged man's face, her father. Surrounding the hospital bed were several cousins from her maternal grandmother's side. "Dad, surely I'm not dreaming." Anna abruptly sat up, nearly dislodging her oxygen tube. How could it be a dream? The man sat at her bedside, gently embracing his daughter. He must have rushed home upon learning of her accident. Anna's face rested against her father's broad shoulder, the faint scent of tobacco emanating from his light green shirt. Nurses and doctors entered upon hearing that the patient had awakened, administering a new dosage to the postoperative pain pump and removing the heart monitor. The sunlight streamed through the window, and everything felt so real. "Dad, I just had a terrifying dream." "Fear not. I am here. It is all over now," her father gently reassured, patting her back. The towering trees that grew in the swamp appeared grotesque, resembling many ghostly hands intertwined. A massive black spider, the size of an armed helicopter, crawled among the treetops, its 8 red eyes fixated on fresh prey, while its abdomen exuded threads resembling waterfalls. Hanging from the branches were white cocoons, and upon closer inspection, each cocoon revealed a human head, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. Dr. Anna, please wake up." The surreal scene dissipated, and upon reopening her eyes, she found Xian shaking her. Anna groggily sat up, fully aware that she would witness illusions, yet questioning why the reality she should have faced was instead this wretched world. What indeed is true? As Anna finally comprehended the grim reality before her, her melancholic musings dissipated. She emerged from the white cocoon, hopping to rid herself of the sticky threads clinging to her. The vehicle they had followed last night was parked beneath a tree, with several others hanging from its branches. The dawn light was sufficient for her to discern the horrifying scene. The white cocoon resembled a sleeping bag, where its occupant was blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Inside the cocoon were not only humans, but also various medium and small-sized demon beasts. A few fortunate souls who had escaped being suspended from the tree awakened and hastily severed the vines with their military knives, laying the entire cocoon flat on the rocky ground beneath the tree, waking each individual in turn. Anna recognized that lying beside her were Xian and the sniper. She crouched down, intending to rouse them, but as her hand brushed against Xian's cold, darkening face, a foreboding sensation welled within her. In a panic, she mimicked the others, using her military knife to slice open the cocoon, and a viscous green fluid oozed forth, reminiscent of a burst mochi. Once the flow subsided, Anna discovered that the human inside had been nearly completely digested, revealing a complete set of white bones, alongside uncorroded rings and bracelets that clinked as they fell to the ground. "There's no hope for anyone except for you few who were just hung up. The others are beyond saving," Xian remarked as he approached. Anna fought to suppress the urge to vomit at the thought of having been in the same predicament. "What on earth happened?" Anna inquired. Xian pointed to a massive spider with its abdomen exploded nearby, with numerous metallic parts scattered on the ground, alongside fragments of Colonel Boyce's military uniform. "Your colonel appears to be a robotic entity, unaffected by the hallucinations. I awakened from the illusion to find it like this." It became clear that Colonel Boyce was a humanoid weapon. "I had my doubts. Sleepwalking could never drive a vehicle," she reflected. The colonel had sacrificed himself to save them. A truly noble act, as he had nearly met the same fate as Xian. Several soldiers speculated about the events that had transpired there. "Less chatter. Humanoid weapons are strictly prohibited by the Federation. This is a grave predicament," an engineer interjected. "Another humanoid weapon? Colonel Boyce seems vastly inferior to that white-haired man," Anna commented. The biological researcher excitedly snapped photographs of the ghost tree, animatedly sharing his new findings, oblivious to whether anyone was paying attention. A new symbiotic relationship had emerged between mutated flora and fauna. The ghost tree induced hallucinations in nocturnal beings and demon beasts, enticing them to their doom, while a massive spider lay in wait, fashioning its prey into cocoons to share the nutrients with the ghost tree. The tightly woven spider's silk disrupted the signals from the bracelets. Suddenly, the researcher fell silent, darting towards the vehicle and shouting at the others still in a daze. "Hurry! Start the vehicle, flee!" From the canopy of the ghost tree, countless spiders of varying sizes emerged from the tree's hollow, the smallest being the size of a car tire. The spiders scuttled rapidly, and those soldiers lagging behind were swiftly engulfed by the tide of arachnids. The soldiers cursed as they started the vehicle, while the others clambered into the truck bed. Fortunately, the vehicle was still operational, laboriously trudging through the muddy swamp. A few grenades were hurled to halt the spider onslaught, and once the vehicle gained speed, they distanced themselves, though several spiders had already infiltrated the truck bed. A soldier, succumbing to panic, screamed and fired wildly until he exhausted his ammunition, inadvertently hitting a few spiders, though he also wounded the biological researcher. Anna was the last aboard, grappling with a spider at the rear of the vehicle. Its bristles stung like steel needles against her skin, and its venomous fangs were poised to pierce her neck. Xian dodged the erratic gunfire and, with swift reflexes, seized one of the spider's legs, hurling it out of the vehicle. The remnants of the spider were cleared away, leaving only the injured biological researcher, who continued to wail in pain. Once her adrenaline had subsided, Anna examined the researcher's wound. The bullet had struck his thigh, severing the femoral artery, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Anna hastily emptied the contents of her storage ring, retrieving a biological healing agent, applying the gel-like substance to his injury. The bleeding ceased rapidly. This advanced medication could expedite healing, allowing the severed blood vessels and fascia to regenerate. The terrified soldiers did not return to the camp, but instead followed the navigation directly back to the border. Xian, lacking citizenship and belonging to a drastically different social stratum than Anna and her companions, would likely not encounter them again. Despite their bond, Anna wished to exchange a few more words, but Xian nonchalantly waved goodbye and began his trek back to his impoverished neighborhood. Anna and the others did not linger at the border, hastily returning to the underground city. Upon returning, Anna underwent several rounds of questioning by the military committee. Except for the incident involving Jingwei, she answered truthfully. Boyce's death appeared suspicious, yet her responses mirrored those of the others. She had awakened to find him in that state, and in the chaos of their escape, no one had assisted in retrieving the colonel's remains. Boyce had harbored doubts regarding her actions at the base, and his demise ultimately served his interests. Anna vaguely recalled seeing the golden mask of the white-haired man before regaining consciousness, but she could not ascertain if it was a mere hallucination. The computer specialist left behind at the camp was assigned to conduct a second round of exploration of the military base, and Anna was neither qualified nor required to participate. When recovering equipment, her storage ring was not confiscated. Much to her delight, it was not particularly convenient to retrieve items from her space. Thus, having this small device as an intermediary was quite advantageous. Upon arriving home, Anna's first order of business was to take a shower. The mere thought of those spiders and cocoons made her long for a new skin. After a refreshing sleep, she began to organize the clues at hand. It was well known that the Federation harbored a deep-seated fear of the long-vanished Donghua Kingdom, with the higher-ups privy to many secrets she yearned to uncover. As another transmigrator from Donghua Kingdom, without intentions of betrayal, she posed a latent threat to the Federation. Both Jingwei and that humanoid weapon must be her compatriots. Yet she had no means of contacting them. If she were indeed crew member 28 of the Ark, then at least 27 companions must also exist. The organization that facilitated their crossing undoubtedly had a definitive purpose, whether it be to rescue the illiterate or to overthrow the Federation. Someone must step forward to lead. However, during her time here, no one had proactively reached out to her. Why was that? When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is invariably a hidden agenda. Since she could not rely on anyone else, she must depend on herself. The next course of action hinged on the military committee's final verdict regarding the incident of her assault on a superior. This expedition to the surface was dictated as an opportunity for redemption, implying her reinstatement was impossible, merely a means to mitigate her punishment. She would not be imprisoned, but would face demotion, as her presence was deemed a hindrance to the commanding officer. A day later, in the latest orders, Lieutenant Anna von Richter was dispatched to work in Jiulong Qingtong City. 009 Jiulong City, as Anna sat in the vehicle en route to Jiulong City. Her emotions were tumultuous. She had preemptively researched the city, which held a unique geographical position as a crucial transportation hub connecting the surface and the underground. The overall economy was thriving, yet it also boasted the highest crime rate among the 36 bronze cities. Every year, countless impoverished surface dwellers risked everything to clandestinely cross into this city, where, lacking citizenship, they were forced to work in the shadows, enduring harassment wherever they went, leading to the emergence of various gangs and societies. After over a century of development, conflicts had escalated between different factions and the city's defense forces. The Federation, as the legitimate government unifying the globe, had no military needs for external warfare. Thus, the border forces were primarily tasked with defending against demon beasts, while the underground city's defense forces bore responsibilities akin to the police of the old world, maintaining urban order. Working here had its advantages, as it distanced her from Garcia, her adversary, and in this unfamiliar land, no one would suspect that she was no longer the Anna of yore. However, the downside was that she would be even further removed from the centers of power within the Federation, making her investigation into the Donghua kingdom exceedingly challenging. Regarding the issue of public safety, as a mere physician, I should not find myself entangled in any perilous criminal cases. On the way from the dispatch station to the city defense camp, Anna distinctly perceived that the urban infrastructure here was several magnitudes inferior to that of Xinjiang Baiyin City. However, the streets were bustling with a crowd even more dense than in Baiyin City, alive with the vibrancy of everyday life. Upon arriving at the city defense camp, Anna was greeted by her new superior, Major Yin Zheng, the head of the security department. Lieutenant Richter, greetings, Anna said, not daring to be remiss, saluting her superior. With little luggage in hand, Yin Zheng promptly led her on a tour of the camp. Their first stop was the mess hall, where military personnel, clad in uniforms or civilian attire, sat together in small groups enjoying their meals. Life here is undoubtedly more austere than in Baiyin City, yet the food remained satisfactory. He remarked. In a parade ground, two formations of uniformed officers were engaged in drill, their demeanor disciplined and orderly. We, the people of Qihuang, are perpetually busy with tea and chasing fortunes. Last time, during several city riots, none from our ranks participated. Anna was unsure whether this statement was tinged with sarcasm or genuine pride, and merely nodded in response. As they entered the makeshift holding cells for interrogating prisoners, anguished cries echoed through the air. The facility, dilapidated and overcrowded, emitted an unpleasant odor. "Where were you last night at 8? A police officer demanded. "I was simply at home watching television with my wife." "Officer," came the reply. "What program?" "Aurora's concert." "Nonsense." Last night, the channel was temporarily switched to broadcast Congressman Gordon's speech. "If you don't tell the truth, you'll see what happens." "I have no time for your nonsense." The door to the interrogation room swung wide open, and a prisoner, handcuffed to a chair, was kicked to the ground, receiving a flurry of blows with a belt. "I confess, I went to Uncle Hao's shop yesterday. Have you seen this person?" The interrogating officer produced a photograph. "No, I've never seen him." "Think carefully before you respond." "I truly have never seen him." Another lash fell. "Still not speaking the truth?" "I swear, I have never seen him." Anna was not surprised by this scene. It would have been odd if they did not resort to torture. Yin Zheng offered no further explanation. "Dr. Anna, is that you?" A voice called out from one of the cells. Anna turned, instantly recognizing the striking silver hair of Xian. "Quiet down," a guard shouted, striking the iron door with his baton. Anna hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Yin Zheng, observing her reaction, speculated. They must have recently entered the country and were arrested for a brawl. That silver-haired fellow is quite a fighter, but it's not a big problem. After 24 hours, they can be released tomorrow morning. "How do you know him?" "I was on a mission above ground a few days ago, and he saved me," Anna replied cautiously, awaiting Yin Zheng's next move. "Then he is one of your own," Yin Zheng remarked, gesturing to the officer to unlock the door and instructing for a few bowls of pig trotters and noodles to be brought for them. After Yin Zheng stepped back, signaling Anna to enter, she found Xian accompanied by two others, all bearing injuries, one of them still oozing blood. Anna's professional instincts kicked in as she retrieved her medical kit to tend to their wounds. Xian had a deep gash on his back, which, upon closer inspection, was merely a surface scratch. "How did you end up here?" Xian explained that he had followed the archaeological team, finally gathering enough money to smuggle himself into the underground city. Owen and George, acquaintances from the smuggler, had come along, and upon arriving, they began working at a chemical plant while staying at Granny Shui's house. The surface dwellers dreamed of living in the underground city, and those who earned enough would bring their relatives down, contemptuously referred to as locusts by the indigenous residents. Why engage in fights when you have work? If you can live a decent life, why emulate the gangsters? Anna suggested as she packed her medical kit, watching the three devour their meal. "Working pays $3 a day, while fighting earns 30, but usually fights don't happen. It's merely for show," Owen replied. "We were just unlucky. It was our first time encountering real violence," Xian lamented. "It's all Owen's fault for wanting to retrieve his hat. They ran off, and we were too slow. Ending up here without getting any money," George added. As Anna left the cell, she chose not to respond to their thanks. Being someone from Baiyin City, advising those struggling to make ends meet felt somewhat hypocritical. Once the tour concluded, Anna followed Yin Zheng to his office. Yin Zheng closed the door, invited her to sit on the sofa, and poured her a cup of tea. Lieutenant Richter, are you satisfied with your surroundings? Do you have any requirements regarding your work? Anna sipped the somewhat bitter tea, recalling how salty dinner had been. I have no particular demands. Being a doctor is fairly consistent wherever one is. Which room will be mine? Is there a hot shower? Lieutenant Richter, Yin Zheng replied, hands clasped beneath his chin. I hope you can undertake a task of infiltration within the gang. Anna nearly spewed her tea at his words. Noticing her startled expression, Yin Zheng continued, last week, a shipment of diamonds meant for Huangjin City was hijacked while passing through Jiulong City and has since vanished. We have 1 month to solve the case. The culprits will undoubtedly be among the 4 major gangs, and the police department has vested interest in them. You are the only newcomer and the only one untainted. Images of perilous undercover missions flashed through Anna's mind. Can I refuse? You may. After all, your employment paperwork has yet to be processed. If I decline on your behalf, you are free to return and see what Colonel Garcia has in store for you. You are threatening me. Anna glared at Yin Zheng. How could you say that? Our duty as military personnel is to maintain public order, is it not? His righteous demeanor struck Anna as infuriating. Leaning back on the sofa, she pondered for a moment. As a woman, what identity do you expect me to assume for this undercover work? Yin Zheng, sensing her wavering, smiled broadly. No need for a fabricated identity. You are simply Anna, a doctor who has fallen afoul of her superiors and is seeking a living in Jiulong City. Xian and his companions are also newcomers. They can accompany you. The factory where they work belongs to the Hua family. The old patriarch is gravely ill, and if they delay selecting a new leader, it could lead to chaos. Anna mused, you certainly have considered this well. I suspect you devised this plan upon learning I knew Xian. It's just for a month. Regardless of whether the case is solved by then, you can return. Anna thought, I believe you about as much as I believe a ghost. It will likely be 3 years, then 3 more. Yet, having spoken to this extent, defying her superior now would only leave her vulnerable to reprisals. Why must her life be so fraught with hardship? The following morning, Yin Zheng released Xian and the others, advising them to behave and to seek out Dr. Anna if they needed assistance. An and George were still perplexed, while Xian understood, bowing deeply with his companions. Thank you, Major. Thank you, Major. Yin Zheng was not merely making empty promises. He swiftly secured a small clinic for Anna in the refugee settlement known as Shanghai. The former doctor, Herbal, had moved to Baiyin City to enjoy a better life with his daughter, leaving the key to the office with a neighbor, allowing for sale or rental as desired. Anna found the clinic's environment acceptable, equipped with the necessary facilities and ready for operation. She decided to rent it for a month. Yin Zheng paid the rent and, before departing, cautioned Anna, do not allow compassion to cloud your judgment. Desperate men may kill and rob, not merely for survival. Xian, along with 3 others, assisted Anna in cleaning. Their residence was conveniently located just a couple of streets away. George had been eager to inquire about something, but was pulled away by Xian. Anna had no intention of officially opening today. Instead, she remained in her bedroom, poring over the historical materials regarding the society that Yin Zheng had left her. Though she claimed to be studying, it was more akin to listening, as Athena monotonously read aloud, nearly lulling her to sleep multiple times. In essence, there were 4 major societies controlling all illegal transactions in the underground city, 3 of which originated from Shanghai, with the most powerful being the Hong family, whose disciples were scattered across the 36 bronze cities and could converse with the lawmakers of the Silver City. Currently, she could not be considered a true undercover agent, allowing her to evade the fear of a dire exposure. Each year, retired border military personnel would come to serve as muscle for the societies, and it was not unusual for military doctors to open clinics. She need not worry about Xian and the others betraying her. Their bond, while not one of trust, was firmly tied to mutual interests. Typically, newcomers in Shanghai would seek out a doc to find a big brother for protection, be it by aligning with the society as a subordinate or connecting with the military police as informants. The societies collected protection fees, and individuals were also required to pay the officials. Ordinary citizens faced an even harsher reality, needing to pay both the societies and the military police to avoid trouble. The military police patrolled the streets daily to catch thieves, yet the thieves were perpetually elusive. Their relationship with the societies resembled a symbiotic one, maintaining a delicate balance. The case Xian had tasked her with investigating involved someone crossing boundaries and disturbing the affairs of a significant figure in Golden City. Anna suddenly felt that becoming an undercover agent might not be such a bad thing. Remaining in Silver City, even with a lifetime of scheming, would make it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate Golden City. Under the Federation's rule, there were no written records, and acquiring knowledge was akin to an insurmountable challenge for ordinary individuals. The pathways for advancement, such as examinations, had long since vanished, resulting in a severely entrenched class structure. Conversely, in this environment, a small thug could potentially rise to a position of power within a society through sheer capability. The societies were a mix of characters, and rumors circulated swiftly. Perhaps she could uncover what she sought here. As for how to navigate within the society, Anna had yet to devise a strategy. The gangster films depicted brotherhood among musclemen, which held little relevance for women. Although she had inherited 2 sets of military boxing techniques from the original owner, her practical experience was sorely lacking. Engaging in violence was perilous. She would have to pursue a more cerebral approach. While Anna was lost in her thoughts, the front door downstairs was violently banged upon. Anna mused whether it was too soon for the collection of protection fees to come knocking. Upon checking, she found a breathless Xian. Old Granny Shui has had an epileptic fit. Can you come take a look? Old Granny Shui's house was left to her by her deceased husband. Situated on the outskirts of Shanghai, near a chemical plant, she typically cooked for the workers at the factory, residing in only one room of her house, while the rest was filled with bunk beds for Xian and others who had recently arrived. The rent was affordable and could be paid on credit, with most residents finding work at the factory through Granny Shui's connections. Upon arriving, Anna saw a few people restraining the convulsing Granny Shui on the bed, forcing objects into her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. From the neighbors, Anna learned that Granny Shui had suffered from this condition more than once. Anna took out silver needles and stabilized several vital points, including Jintong, Baihui, Neguan, Taichung, Hoshi, and Yongquan. In no time, the convulsions ceased, and her consciousness returned to normal. After developing this illness, Granny Shui had controlled it with medication for a time. However, the exorbitant cost of medication in the underground city's hospitals was prohibitive, and the residents of Shanghai generally could not afford high commercial insurance. Furthermore, her gambling son had stolen her money meant for medication to indulge in vice, worsening her condition. Sighing, Anna recalled the myriad of medicines in her spatial pharmacy. She stood up and instructed Xian to accompany her to fetch some medicine. I didn't know you could perform shamanistic healing too, Xian remarked, following Anna. Yes, just a little, Anna replied. Shamanistic healing was the term used in this world for the medical techniques she had learned, which were primarily practiced on the surface and in the Bronze City, and were considered forbidden in hospitals under the Federation. If she remained in Silver City, her true medical skills would be rendered unusable. Dr. Anna, you truly are a good person, Xian added. A good person? Anna chuckled bitterly. In this world, one can only hope that good deeds are rewarded. On the first day of Anna's clinic's operation, not a single patient arrived, though 2 groups of collectors came for protection fees. Brothers, you've worked hard. Take this money and enjoy some tea, Anna said, astonished at her own proficiency. She had no temper to spare. The money had to be paid, and there was no way to seek reimbursement from Yin, effectively putting her in debt from the outset. Yin had selected this location precisely at the boundary between the Hua family and the Hong family territories, a place that was not devoid of oversight, but was under the jurisdiction of both families. Previously, conflicts were frequent, but an alliance through marriage between the Hong and Hua families had brought a semblance of peace. Tracing back to when the first wave of migrants arrived in Qihuang City, the government could neither return them to the surface nor eradicate them outright. Some factories still required cheap labor, so a small area was designated at the city's edge, known as Shanghai. Today, Shanghai had grown immensely, with its population multiplying by dozens. The ever-expanding shanty houses appeared precariously unstable. and the tangled web of electrical wires and clotheslines divided the sunless sky into irregular geometric shapes. The roadside sewage ditches emitted a putrid stench with the ground, worn by countless years, bereft of a single intact stone tile. The streets were bustling with people when a well-dressed young woman passed by a household, only to have a man on the second floor dump a basin of dirty water, nearly splashing her. The man whistled and uttered a few lewd remarks, while the young woman, not one to back down, retorted with even more vulgarity. The entire underground city under the Federation spoke a unified language. Yet Anna's thoughts were still in Chinese. Relying on the instincts inherited from the original owner, she conversed in the universal tongue. Julong City housed many newcomers from the surface, speaking with heavy accents, and it was said that in some areas of the surface, remnants of old-world dialects were still passed down orally. Anna wondered if it were merely her illusion, but aside from the sun exposure and other factors, it seemed that Golden and Silver cities had more people of European descent, while Bronze City and the surface had a greater presence of Asian, African, and Latin American ethnicities. Living in Shanghai was far from the comfort of the loft apartments in Silver City, yet Anna felt a stronger sense of belonging here. Across the street in a tenement building, chaos reigned daily. Uncle Qian was caught again by Aunt Xian going out for drinks, while the son of Ague had stolen something from a neighbor. In the courtyard, Ergo, who was halfway through washing his hair, shouted at the landlord above, "Landlady, why is there no water?" Water and electricity in Shanghai were still purchased from the Federation's utility companies, constituting a significant daily expense. While there were thugs collecting protection fees on the streets, not a single military policeman was in sight. The complex terrain of Shanghai deterred even uniformed officers from entering, as capturing a thief could easily cost them their lives. The major societies merely resided here. Their actual businesses thrived outside Shanghai, operating casinos, red light districts, hookah lounges, and the black market, which constituted their primary sources of income. Anna counted her spare change. The Federation had long since popularized electronic payments. Yet dealing with individuals lacking citizenship necessitated the use of cash. The casino run by the second son of the Hong family allowed for cash withdrawals from wristbands, provided savings for the impoverished residents of Shanghai, and facilitated money laundering for those in need. With the support of the Federation and an endless supply of muscle as a guarantee of credibility, the four major societies controlled the economic lifeblood of Shanghai, forming the foundation of the ironclad Hongmen. The commodity economy in Shanghai was remarkably developed. Everything available in the underground city could be found here, and even items absent from the underground city could be procured. Many ordinary citizens, seeking to evade the Federation's exorbitant taxes, willingly relocated to Shanghai. Just as a mundane day appeared to be drawing to a close, Xian returned once more. "What happened now?" Anna inquired. "Nothing. Can I come and treat you to a bowl of noodles?" Xian replied, kicking a stone on the ground with his hands behind his back. "Well then, let us go. I know of a particularly delectable in-man establishment." Xian was still clad in that tattered shirt, the torn areas mended with coarse stitching. While seated at the noodle stall awaiting their meal, he fidgeted as if plagued by lice, his hands restless and without purpose. Anna observed his comical demeanor, wondering if this lad was attempting to woo her. The atmosphere grew undeniably awkward, prompting Anna to initiate a conversation. "Are there many shamans on the surface? Is there a way to procure their herbs here?" "Indeed, there's some. Do you need any? I can connect you with smugglers, with me around." "You want to be swindled," he replied. They exchanged a few more words regarding the old woman and the factory until 2 bowls of noodles arrived at their table. Just as they finished their meal, Xian intended to invite Anna for a stroll, when George unexpectedly appeared. "Xinge, I finally found you. Owen is in trouble," George exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. "What happened?" Xian inquired. "He was caught cheating at the Hong family's casino. It's a life-or-death situation." Upon hearing this, both Xian and Anna recognized the gravity of the situation and urged George to lead them there. Although they were all illiterate, gambling was a game that even the uneducated could partake in within the old world. The casino George brought them to was not particularly large, comparable to an ordinary mahjong parlor, reeking of smoke, alcohol, and sweat. The dealer tirelessly flipped cards, while gamblers relentlessly placed bets. The trio's arrival did not attract much attention as they made their way directly to the inner VIP room. The lavishly decorated room was intended for accommodating esteemed clients. A group was gathered around a table playing mahjong, and hanging from the rafters was Alwyn. He appeared in a dire state, evidently having been beaten. His clothes stripped away, hands bound behind him, a rope secured around his neck, and standing atop a block of ice. If the ice melted or he slipped, it would mean certain death. Upon seeing their arrival, Alwyn emitted a muffled whimper, desperately attempting to spit out the filthy rag in his mouth. Xian steadied himself and approached the table, politely inquiring, which esteemed brother is in charge here. A burly man with a scar on his left cheek tossed down a card and replied, Pong. He cast a sidelong glance at Xian and sneered. Is that brat with you? How blind can you be, showing up in Second Master S territory to cheat? If I kill him today, no one will say a word. Xian bowed respectfully. Yes, we were unaware of the rules. Please grant us a chance. We will accept whatever punishment you deem fit, be it literary or martial. May I ask your esteemed name? The tattooed bodyguard, standing behind the table, remarked, You truly are new here. You don't even know Dao Gu. Dao Gu, the man in question, snatched a card from the table, still refusing to look at Xian. Everyone claims to be new and ignorant of the rules. Perhaps it's time to learn them. Dao Gu continued playing, clearly intending to toy with them, while Anna and George, witnessing Alwyn's painful struggle, dared not act recklessly. Who? Dao Gu pushed a card aside, stood up, and turned to Xian. Kid, what did you just say? Literary or martial? If you want to rescue him, then follow the rules. That unfortunate fellow has racked up debts and cheated. I'll charge you 500. Pay up. Xian's face fell as he fumbled through his empty pockets, realizing his wages had already been spent on rent and treating Anna to noodles. I'll handle it. Anna pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket and counted out 500, placing it on the table. Dao Gu seemed to just notice Anna's presence, grabbing the bills while scrutinizing her. Can we take him now? Anna asked coldly. Hey, it's not over yet. Dao Gu pointed at the bodyguard behind him, addressing Xian. If you can take 3 punches from him, I'll consider you bold. Hey, the money has been given, and you've already beaten him. What kind of rule is this? Anna stepped forward. He deserves the beating. Debts must be repaid. It's only fair. Xian interjected, positioning himself in front of Anna. I'll take it. Good man. You got guts. The onlookers began to cheer, pushing the tattooed bodyguard forward. Turkey, do well. Dao Gu resumed his seat, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. The bodyguard, dubbed Turkey, assumed a fighting stance and launched a straight punch at Xian's face. Xian crossed his arms to block, staggering back a step. Turkey, a seasoned brawler, though lean, delivered a punch with the force of at least 200 pounds. Turkey quickly followed with a second punch, which Xian braced for, but his body tilted slightly. Seizing the moment, Turkey unleashed a third punch, striking Xian's abdomen and sending him to the ground. Turkey withdrew his fist, shaking it as if in pain. What the hell? Did you stuff something in there? Don't spout nonsense. Look closely. Xian propped himself against the wall, lifting his shirt to reveal a set of well-defined abs. Wow. The spectators erupted into applause, and George, sensing the tension easing, swiftly helped lower Alwyn down. Not bad. Kid, want to stay and roll with me? Dao Gu's demeanor toward Xian had evidently shifted. Apologies, but they are with me. Anna interjected before Xian could respond. She turned to leave, addressing the stunned Xian. Aren't you coming? Have you not had enough beating? Xian and George helped Alwyn to his feet, following Anna out of the casino. Dao Gu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, a scowl on his face as he instructed his men, find out who that woman is and where she came from. Upon reaching their residence, Anna examined Alwyn's injuries, noting that Dao Gu had shown some restraint, not breaking any bones. How are you feeling? Anna asked Xian. I'm fine, he replied, appearing quite spry. Are you sure there are no internal injuries? Perhaps we should check, Anna inquired with concern. Xian recoiled slightly, shielding his collar with his hands. How do you propose to check? I'm in an ultrasound. Whatever, I can't be bothered with you all. Anna huffed in exasperation. Didn't you come here to lead a good life? You've been beaten twice in less than 3 days. How many lives do you think you have to squander? With hands on her hips, she resembled a stern teacher retrieving her students from the police station, insisting she would intervene regardless. Xian chastised One. How many times must I tell you not to gamble? Why do you refuse to listen? One, feeling wronged, explained, I met a girl at the dance hall, and we fell for each other. I want to build a life together. But to redeem her, I need at least 1,000. It's uncertain when I'll be able to save that much. So I took a risk at the casino. Look at your pitiful aspirations, George said, slapping One on the head. You believe the women in dance halls? Don't let your feelings blind you to being cheated out of money. If it weren't for Dr. Anna today, you might have lost your life. I truly love Angela. She was sold in the dance hall by her father, and I want to give her happiness. With what? How can you offer her happiness? George continued to press. Anna sighed, no longer wishing to hear this melodramatic love story. One, think carefully. If a month from now you still love her like this, without resorting to those underhanded means, I'll find a way to help you with the money. Wow. George, initially intending to berate One further, was left speechless in shock. Really? One couldn't quite believe it. If you're with me, I'll certainly look after you. I keep my promises. Sister, from this day forth, I will only recognize you as my leader, ready to face any danger. If not for his injuries, One would have eagerly bowed before Anna. Xian, feeling slighted, remarked, is it only women in your eyes? I've been beaten and battered, yet I've never heard a word of thanks from you. Xian, you are also my elder brother. Great deeds do not require thanks, One replied. Anna calculated their finances, the 100,000 earned for the Ruidaire family, alongside the original owner's savings, would not suffice for her apartment's restroom in Bayan City. However, here, a mere 1,500 could secure someone to serve her. Quite remarkable indeed. There is no need to rush headlong into danger. It is best to work diligently within the factory. Please inquire about last week's diamond heist. Anna has not forgotten the task entrusted to her by Yin Zhang. After a few days of peace, Xian procured a variety of herbs for Anna. These herbs, though of average quality, merely served as a cover for the medicinal concoctions she prepared in her space, so their quality was inconsequential. The small clinic received a few scattered patients each day, most of whom were dancers from the ballroom. According to Anna's observations, the healthcare system under the Federation was entirely privatized, lacking any public health infrastructure. She had never been to Huang Jincheng, but she had heard that by Yincheng was somewhat better, while Qing, Tongcheng, and Shanghai suffered from deplorable sanitary conditions, with the surface environment being even more unimaginable. In comparison to the ruthless gangsters, she feared infectious diseases far more. In the neglected corners, people died silently every day, their corpses becoming new breeding grounds for pathogens. Since the incident, An and George had grown increasingly respectful of Anna. Each evening after work, they would gather to seek her company for a late-night meal. Generally, Xian was not very talkative, while George enjoyed peppering Anna with questions. They asked if it were true that Huang Jinsheng was filled with gold and Bai Yinsheng with silver. An answered on Anna's behalf, pointing out the absurdity of George's inquiry regarding the presence of bronze in Qing Tongcheng. George continued, I've heard that people living there do not need to wash their own clothes or cook, as robots do all the work. Is that true? Anna replied, yes, but I believe the food prepared by robots cannot compare to the hot dogs here. Oh, how wonderful it would be to live there, even if just for a day. George mused. An seized the opportunity to tease him. Dream on. Anna sighed inwardly. If the status quo of the Federation did not change, ordinary people in Shanghai would continue to regard Bai Yinsheng as an imagined spiritual homeland, willingly entering exploitative sweatshops under the immense wealth disparity. Before they could finish their meal, a sudden and tremendous explosion echoed in the distance. The shockwave traveled hundreds of meters, knocking people over on the street. While the flames illuminated half of Shanghai, someone came running from the direction of the explosion, shouting, the chemical plant has exploded. By the time Xian and the others returned to their residence, Granny Shui's house was engulfed in flames. At Factory 011, Anna and Xian, along with others, rushed into the inferno with damp rags pressed to their mouths and noses. The city's firefighting robots detected the blaze and hurried to the scene. only for more explosions to erupt within the factory as the fire consumed the oxygen. The chemical plant operated continuously, with workers on 3 shifts, and many remained trapped inside. The affected buildings in Shanghai were residential areas, resulting in numerous casualties. Robots wielding high-pressure hoses joined the townsfolk, who carried pots and pans to extinguish the fire. By 2 or 3 in the morning, the fire was finally quelled. The rescued individuals lay in rows in ventilated areas, their agonized groans echoing. The city defense forces arrived after receiving the alarm, while the factory manager was in a state of panic. Medical drones, painted in red and white, circled overhead, but quickly departed upon seeing that the injured were primarily impoverished individuals unable to afford medical care. Anna, along with several shamans from Shanghai who had come to assist, hurriedly sorted through the patients. The number of injured was overwhelming, with grievous burn wounds that were simply horrific. They administered fluids and antibiotics, though it was uncertain how many would survive. Suddenly, George, who was assisting Anna, collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain, and others nearby began exhibiting similar symptoms. It was then that Anna caught a whiff of a noxious odor, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth and nose again, stopping a hurried safety officer. "What is that smell? Is there a chemical leak?" The officer stammered, struggling to articulate a series of chemical terms that even Anna, despite her literacy, could not comprehend. She urged him to address the source of the leak immediately. A memory surfaced of the 1984 Bhopal gas tragedy, which had indirectly claimed nearly 60,000 lives. "George, how are you feeling? Where does it hurt?" Anna asked, touching his feverish forehead. "My chest feels tight, and I can't catch my breath," George stammered, his lips turning blue. The symptoms of those exposed to the gas were alarmingly similar, with the most severely affected losing consciousness. "What can we do? We cannot treat chemical poisoning," Anna lamented. "We cannot just stand by. Will licorice and mung bean soup suffice?" The 2 elderly shamans suggested. "There's a way, using our shamanic arts," Anna responded. "Do not focus solely on the principles. Observing the symptoms is equally important." She found it hard to believe that the shamans in this illiterate world would know the treatise on typhoid fever. The treatise states, for those who vomit and have a fever, Xiao Chai Hu Tang is indicated. For chest obstruction, if pressing causes pain and the pulse is superficial and slippery, Xiao Xian Xiong Tang is indicated. Do you have Chai Hu Ku Jiao Gong, Jiang Ban Xia, Huang Lian, Huang Qin, Ji Shi, Gua Lu Run, and Sheng Jiang? Anna inquired. "We have some, but will it truly counteract the poison?" They replied. "We want to know until we try," Anna insisted. She turned to the still attentively Gu Xian and grasped his hand. "Quickly, find a way to set up a large pot here. I will return to fetch the herbs." Anna dashed back to the clinic, retrieving the necessary herbs from her space, along with some burn ointment. Upon returning to the scene, she found that Li Gu Xian had borrowed a large pot for a wonton stall, which was now on the fire, filled with the herbs boiling away. Some relatives of the patients who had rushed to the scene were wailing in despair. "Why are you meddling in this? What does it matter to you if others live or die? How will we survive as orphans and widows?" Anna stormed over and grabbed the woman by the collar. "No one is dead yet, so stop your mourning. If you have the strength to lament, come and help." The leak at the factory was finally contained, and under Anna's direction, the chaotic rescue operation became organized. Patients were categorized by the severity of their symptoms. Those with mild symptoms received a bowl of the medicinal concoction, and their breathing difficulties quickly eased. For the severely ill who were conscious but could not take in the medicine, Anna first administered acupuncture to awaken their spirits. After a night of relentless effort, they had saved the lives of the majority. To Anna's surprise, the doctors from Baiyinsheng were quite knowledgeable about shamanic practices, and they expressed their admiration. "I must seek your guidance more often, Dr. Anna." "No need for such formalities. Today we owe our success to everyone's cooperation," she replied. However, several individuals with severe burns perished, and some suffocated in the fire, their bodies being brought out lifeless, including Granny Shui, the kind-hearted old woman who met such a tragic end. The city sanitation robots would remove their bodies, incinerating them alongside refuse. The factory walls were char-black, with debris from damaged equipment strewn about, while Shanghai shanties, already flammable, were now reduced to a jumble of scattered steel frames. Anna longed only to return home and rest. Her heavy heart remained unlightened by the gratitude of the patients' families or the praises of her colleagues. She pondered why a government so utterly negligent of public disasters could persist. With her head bowed and weary body dragging, she stumbled back to the clinic, only to discover 3 dirt-streaked individuals following her. Granny Shui's house had been reduced to ashes, leaving them with few personal belongings. Without needing to speak, Anna understood their intent. The clinic occupied 2 floors. The first floor housed some examination equipment, while unprocessed herbs lay on the kitchen stove, and a long bench served as both infusion chair and sofa for visitors. The second floor contained a small loft with only one room, Anna's bedroom. With a sigh, she pointed to the cramped storage room and said, "It's a bit tight, but make do." The 3 individuals immediately exhibited expressions reminiscent of stray dogs encountering a benevolent soul willing to adopt them. Anna entered the space and casually retrieved 3 bedding sets from the student dormitory. Those fortunate enough to have survived the fire, if unable to find new housing and employment, would soon find themselves as mere corpses on the roadside. While she could not provide for everyone here, she had vowed to protect these 3 boys and would not go back on her word. After a day of rest, life needed to continue. The 3 of them rose early, eager to search for new work. Anna reported the recent developments to Yanzheng via communication. In recent days, the people of Shanghai had been discussing the factory fire over tea and meals, with some lamenting the unwarranted disaster, while others praised Anna's compassionate heart. There were also whispers suggesting that the factory explosion was no accident, but rather a targeted attack against the whole family. Xian and his companions were fortunate, quickly securing roles as extras in a film crew. Among the 4 major associations, the Zhong family, the last to rise, had aligned with the Haynes family, who managed entertainment media in Golden City. They introduced mobile terminals to Shanghai that allowed participation in internet life without citizenship, capturing short videos reflecting life in Shanghai and broadcasting gang conflicts on social media, garnering significant viewership. The stars of the underground entertainment industry were primarily nurtured by the Haynes Company, and recently, gang-themed films had gained immense popularity, prompting the crew to film on location in Shanghai for authenticity. Since the fire, business had boomed at Anna's small clinic, and she offered the medicines from her space at the lowest possible prices to the impoverished. That afternoon, a young girl named Xiaomei, a server at a KTV, was brought in after suddenly experiencing palpitations and fainting. After much effort, Anna discerned the situation. Xiaomei recounted her exhaustion from consecutive night shifts, stating she had never experienced such a thing before. Anna promptly conducted an examination, finding normal blood pressure and blood sugar levels, along with slight anemia. An ECG indicated a heart rate of 96 with mild myocardial ischemia, while a cardiac ultrasound suggested normal heart function. A chest X-ray revealed a normal heart shape with a subtle, non-displaced fracture of the 6th rib on the left side, without pneumothorax. Feeling Xiaomei's pulse, Anna noticed a distinct, weak pulse, indicating insufficient yin and weak yang. This called for a nourishing formula of Zhi Gan Chao Tang to replenish yin, invigorate blood, and restore heart rhythm. She first administered a nutritional cardiac electrolyte solution to Xiaomei, advising her to rest diligently. Next, she headed to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. 4 ounces of Zhi Gan Chao, 3 ounces of ginger, 3 ounces of cinnamon twig, 2 ounces of ginseng, 1 pound of raw Rehmannia, 2 ounces of donkey hide gelatin, half a liter of ophiophagon, half a liter of hemp seed, and 30 jujubes mixed with clear liquor. The middle-aged women stayed, continuing their chatter. "Dr. Anna is truly kind. Now we can rest easy. That was really frightening. What a fine girl. She ought to quit that job. If she quits, how will you support her brother?" "Hey." Anna emerged with the medicine bowl, when an older woman grasped her arm and cautioned, "Dr. Anna, do be careful of Li Gu Xian. You may be kind enough to take him in, but he likely harbors ill intentions." Stunned, Anna replied, "Huh?" as the others cast curious glances. "You missed it last night, but I saw it clearly." That boy rushed to the girl when she fainted, tearing at her clothes, pressing on her chest, and attempting to kiss her. Xiaomei, overhearing, turned her face away in embarrassment. How outrageous to take advantage of someone in distress. Indeed, fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Anna pondered. If Xian is not truly acting inappropriately, he must have recognized Xiao Mei's cardiac arrest and performed chest compressions and rescue breaths. Given his background and education, could he indeed know CPR? After sending Xiao Mei and the concerned women away, Anna was left with lingering doubts, contemplating whether to subtly probe Xian. That evening, the three returned from the film crew, cheerfully saving a boiled egg from their boxed meal for Anna. Those striving for a living here possessed a resilience. As long as they had a roof over their heads, they could endure. Tomorrow might hold promise or despair, yet one must first live to see it. Is filming enjoyable? Anna inquired. Quite fun. I learned that those who appear fierce in fights are merely acting. Only we honest folk truly put in the effort. And those prop blood splatters? If I can snag a few, they'll surely come in handy later, George replied. If Angela could join the filming. She's as pretty as those actresses, On added. Better not. Once she's a star, who would still look at us? Just then, laughter filled the room when a knock echoed at the clinic door. On, irritated, rose to answer. At this hour, is someone here for treatment? But before he could finish, a dozen individuals surged into the cramped clinic. A man in a trench coat, without waiting for an invitation, pulled out a chair and sat down, removing his round-top hat to reveal a handsome face adorned with stylish monocle glasses, his slicked-back hair gleaming. The others, clad uniformly, surrounded Anna and her companions. George shifted slightly behind Xian, who clenched his fists in silence. Anna stood, uncertain of which deity she had offended. The man, hands clad in leather gloves, rubbed them together and introduced himself. I am Qihuang. Recognizing him as the esteemed Hua Xiao, Anna responded with a respectful nod. Let me get straight to the point. The factory suffered substantial losses in this incident, and upon investigation, it is evident that the safety valves have been tampered with. I have scrutinized all new employees, and you three are the most suspicious. How could a military doctor from Baiyin City associate with three surface dwellers? Anna bit her tongue, suppressing a curse. You let a safety incident occur in your factory, resulting in numerous casualties, yet you failed to take responsibility. I'm cleaning up your mess without asking for compensation, and you come here to create trouble? Hua Xiao, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. As a newcomer, why would I have any motive to cross you? Everything must be substantiated with evidence. No? Anna countered with a forced smile. Qihuang erupted into laughter, his henchmen joining in. Evidence? In this city defense camp, evidence is irrelevant. You demand evidence. Yet why not report it to the authorities? What exactly do you want? I want to know who has the audacity to cause chaos on my turf. Speak. Who sent you? Several henchmen forced On and George to kneel, ready to strike. We don't know anything. The two were petrified. Stop, Anna commanded. Hua Xiao, why not investigate the long-standing employees? We were not even on site during the explosion. Even if you beat us to death, you want to discover what you seek. I know nothing of the feuds among your elite, yet I believe you are a clever man. Unless you like those in the city defense camp. Simply seek a scapegoat to save face. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Perhaps struck by a nerve, Qihuang slammed his hand on the table, ordering his henchmen to act. Anna realized reasoning was futile. The leaders of these factions were indeed nefarious, and falling into their hands would yield no good. With no time to spare, she exchanged glances with Xian. She understood he could fight, but was uncertain if he could take on 10. Realizing that capturing Qihuang was paramount, she threw caution to the wind, ready to confront the Hua family heir without regard for the consequences. Anna launched a swift kick, propelling the henchman blocking her path aside, and executed a side flip to approach Qihuang. Without waiting for a reaction, she drew the stun gun concealed within her ring, obtained from the school security office, incapacitating Qihuang. At this moment, Xian had already subdued those who were holding On and George, his movements so swift that they were almost imperceptible. The thugs, realizing the dire situation, hastily drew their blades. Don't move, Anna threatened, gripping Qihuang's neck with a stun gun that crackled with electricity. Xian and his companions retreated to Anna's side, contemplating their next move. Before they could devise a plan, Anna whispered, "Let Hua Xiao go, or you will face dire consequences." The thugs, clearly taken aback by the turn of events, shouted fiercely, yet none dared to approach. Just then, another wave of individuals stormed into the clinic, led by a stunning young woman clad in Western attire. Upon seeing Hua Liancheng, who was incapacitated and rolling his eyes, the woman gasped, "Darling," and exclaimed, "What the hell? Who is this? What's going on?" The woman spun around, seemingly confused about the situation. "You must be Dr. Anna. Is there a misunderstanding? Could you please release my husband?" Anna, who preferred gentle persuasion over confrontation, found herself at a loss. "With so many of you here, if I let him go, won't I be sitting ducks?" When she heard the woman refer to Hua Liancheng as her husband, she concluded they were in cahoots. Indeed. Wait, that's not right. The woman turned to her bodyguards and the thugs who had once worked for Hua Liancheng, commanding, "Get out." The bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitant, until the woman angrily reiterated, "I said leave." Only then did they reluctantly exit the clinic. "Now, can you release my husband? Is he all right?" Anna tossed Hua Liancheng onto a chair and splashed cold water on his face from the restroom. As Hua Liancheng regained consciousness, he quickly realized he had been tricked by Anna and was surprised to see his wife had arrived. "Wife, what are you doing here?" The woman ignored him and continued speaking to Anna. "Dr. Anna, I heard you were once a military doctor in Bayin City and are skilled in witch doctor techniques. I wish to ask you to treat my father." "Wife, how could you ask her to treat your father? And you be quiet," Hua Liancheng said, lowering his dripping head, devoid of his previous arrogance. Anna stifled a laugh. "Of course, treating patients is no problem, but I still don't know who your esteemed father is. I apologize for not introducing myself upon entering. My name is Hong Jin, and my father is Hong Xingshan, the head of the Hong men." Hong Xingshan, the leader of the Hong men, the foremost among the four great societies. Having only been undercover for a few days, Anna was astonished to find herself in the presence of such a prominent figure, leaving her no reason to decline. "I will accompany you, but what about my brothers?" Anna inquired. "By the honor of the third miss of the Hong family, they will come to no harm," Hong Jin assured. Though Anna was skeptical of such assurances, she had little choice. Offending both the Hong and Hua family simultaneously would spell disaster for her in Zhoulongcheng. Turning to Hua Liancheng with a cold demeanor, Anna declared, "You may be powerful, but should you provoke me, you will witness the fury of a mere mortal." Xian wished to accompany Anna for her protection, but she insisted she could manage alone, instructing him to stay behind and guard the house. As they exited Shanghai, several flying vehicles were parked along the roadside. The airspace within Shanghai was cramped and chaotic, typically inaccessible to most aircraft. According to Yin Zheng, old Master Hong's days were numbered, and although Anna had dealt with difficult families in the past, treating a gang leader was a first. The flying vehicle entered a luxurious villa area. While the opulence here did not rival that of the Golden Silver City, it was still a sight that left the impoverished of Shanghai in awe. In this vicinity, gang leaders could reside next to the mayor and the director of public security. Before entering the villa, standard security checks were performed, and Anna reluctantly handed over her storage ring for safekeeping. Many individuals occupied the living room, and Anna recognized a familiar face, Dao Ge. The person seated before Dao Ge was undoubtedly Hong Er-yi, Hong Tian. According to the intelligence provided by Yin Zheng, it was common knowledge in Shanghai. Old Master Hong had 3 children. The eldest, Hong Jing, was not his biological son, but the orphan of a sworn brother, managing the powder business. The second, Hong Tian, was a love child whose mother was not permitted to enter the household, yet he was favored by his father and managed the casino. The youngest daughter, Hong Jin, was the biological child of the main wife, raised in luxury and pampered since childhood. The Hong family's power far surpassed that of the Hua family, and while their conflicts had made reconciliation impossible, Hong Jin secretly dated Hua Liancheng, and when she became pregnant, she revealed it to her family. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, old Master Hong disregarded any gossip and consented to the marriage alliance. "Third sister, you've finally returned. Please take a seat." "Oh, brother-in-law is here too. How's your factory doing?" A flamboyantly dressed woman, reeking of strong perfume, said as she sat beside the main seat. "You need not worry, sister-in-law. I rushed back from Baiyin City, primarily for my father, Hong Jin replied as she and her husband settled onto the mahogany sofa. Third sister, why do you always linger below? Why not let your sister-in-law manage a few of the dance halls? Brother's powder business has been under tight scrutiny from the authorities. It seems he might need some financial assistance, Hong Tian suggested. Tian, what do you mean? I've weathered countless storms over the years. I won't resort to exploiting my little sister, Hong Jing retorted. If you're truly in need, just speak up. We are all family, Huo Liancheng added. Who considers you family? Hong Jing had long held disdain for this brother-in-law. Father recognizes him as a son-in-law. Whether you accept it or not is irrelevant, Hong Tian teased. Every time you come home, you argue. Is it amusing? Do you wish for father to die from your bickering? Hong Jin interjected, pointing at Anna behind her. I specifically brought a doctor to examine father. The doctors from Gold and Silver City have already seen him. Father is beyond saving, and you still wish to disturb his peace. You should have shown filial piety sooner. Returning now is merely to claim a larger share of the inheritance, the sister-in-law remarked. You all are quite the dutiful children. Thinking of dividing the family assets while father still breathes, another chimed in. It appeared old Master Hong had not instilled much wisdom in his sons, who were impatiently awaiting his demise. As the sisters-in-law exchanged barbs, Dao Ge leaned in to whisper something to Hong Tian. The military doctor from Baiyin City saved many lives during the factory fire. You aren't intentionally trying to get close to our family's defense camp undercover, are you? Hong Tian scrutinized Anna with piercing eyes akin to a hawk. Suddenly, Anna, who had been quietly observing in the corner, felt the scrutiny and wished to flee from this entanglement of family feuds. Just then, footsteps echoed from the second floor of the villa, and a young man, exuding an air of lethal elegance, descended the stairs. The master has awakened and has been listening to your quarrel for quite some time. This was Nightingale, the Hongmen's top assassin and the personal bodyguard of Hong Xingshan. An immediate silence enveloped the living room. Which of you is Dr. Anna? The master requests your presence upstairs, Nightingale announced. As Anna prepared to follow Nightingale upstairs, both Hong Jin and the sister-in-law stood up simultaneously. Nightingale halted, stating, "The master has instructed that only the doctor may enter." Anna stepped into Hong Xingshan's bedroom, where the elderly man lay partially paralyzed on the bed, operating a tablet with one hand while wearing an oxygen mask connected to a monitor. His piercing eyes indicated he was far from nearing death. The old man emanated the unique aura of a gang leader. Though he had received a prosthetic eye, the scar above his brow revealed glimpses of the formidable figure he once was. A cane with a golden leopard as its grip lay beside him. He had once sustained a leg injury during a confrontation with a rival gang and refused to switch to mechanical prosthetics despite the difficulty of recovering fully, as the alternative would have been death for his opponent. Gradually, this cane became his symbol, representing his supreme status within the gang. He delighted in using it to tap the ground while recounting tales of his past struggles to his children and subordinates. I am also investigating the factory situation. To save so many lives under such circumstances is remarkable. I did not expect the person behind it to be a young lady, he remarked. They all say that I am on the brink of death, and no one would blame you for being unable to cure me. The elderly man's voice was noticeably weak. Anna felt a slight relaxation. Is this not the wisdom of those nearing death? May I take a look at the previous medical records? The Nightingale handed Anna a thin display device, and upon touching it, a report began. Hong Xingshan, male, 62 years old, admitted after a sudden fainting spell lasting 2 hours. By sliding the screen, one could view the images from the cranial CT and MRI scans. Could I see the medication you are currently taking? The Nightingale retrieved several small bottles from beneath the bedside cabinet. The bottles bore no labels, but a black that was pressed, prompting another report. Aspirin enteric-coated tablets. Manufactured by SAS Pharmaceutical Company. Main ingredient, aspirin. Description: this product is a white tablet, prone to deterioration upon exposure to moisture. After reviewing, Anna approached the bedside, stating, I need to take your pulse. Hong Xingshan invited Anna to sit and extended his hands cooperatively. After a thorough examination, Anna furrowed her brow. The medical records merely indicated ordinary cerebrovascular obstruction. Given the medical standards in this world, particularly in Huangjiansheng, external thrombolysis should not be overly challenging. The prescribed medications were all appropriate, and the old gentleman appeared to be in good health. What is it? Speak freely, there is no harm in that. Hong Xingshan discerned Anna's hesitation. I will first attempt to use 9 needles to expel the stasis. Upon seeing Anna produce the gleaming silver needles, the nightingale's expression resembled one poised to intervene violently. Hong Xingshan nodded to the nightingale, signaling him to adjust the bed to a flat position. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. When confronting severe illness, selecting numerous acupuncture points is not always advantageous. Neiguan Point, located on the Han's-Jian pericardium meridian, intersects with the Yinwei meridian. Baihui Point, belonging to the Du meridian, is where the 6 yang meridians converge, a meeting place for all yang energies. The first needle was inserted at the right hand's Neiguan, angled in accordance with the meridian, while the second needle was placed at the left hand's Neiguan, inserted against the meridian. The third needle was directed at Baihui. Anna gently twisted the needle handle and turned her wrist, guiding the qi like a tiger extending its claws, with the vermilion bird's tail following. She instructed the patient to adjust his breathing according to her commands, thereby facilitating the circulation of blood. After 20 minutes, wiping the sweat from her brow, Anna declared, "I have directed the stasis to the peripheral circulation." She removed the silver needles and replaced them with 3-edged plum blossom needles, performing bloodletting at the Xian points on the hands and feet, releasing a bowl of dark purple blood that eventually turned deep red. Very well. Try moving your hands and feet. Hong Xingshan lifted the covers. Limbs that had been paralyzed for days responded once more, enabling him to rise and walk. His previously pallid complexion now flushed with color. The nightingale was left astonished, exclaiming, "What a medical miracle! I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Hong Xingshan said excitedly as he grasped Anna's hand, "Please do not be so hasty in your gratitude. This illness should not have been fatal. Either it was delayed by previous quacks, or someone around you intended to harm you." Hong Xingshan, being no ordinary individual, immediately grasped Anna's implication. "Dr. Anna, can you discern precisely where the issue lies? I am not yet certain. If you trust me, cease taking these medications. I will take them back for further analysis and prescribe a few new herbal formulas for you." Anna replied, "Let us proceed with your suggestion. Dr. Anna, your medical skills are remarkable. Would you be interested in staying to work with my Hongmin?" Anna repeatedly waved her hands, indicating that while it was acceptable for her to treat him, she wanted no part of the rest. "Your family's waters run too deep, and I wish to live a few more days." "Very well." Hong Xingshan returned to his bed, requesting, "May I ask for your assistance once more? Please do not inform them of my recovery just yet. The nightingale is the only person I trust. You may contact him directly when you return." Anna remarked, as expected of a big shot, already strategizing against internal threats. Of course, this time it was the third young lady who requested my presence. "Your son-in-law should no longer trouble our brothers, correct?" "Humph, that fool Huo Lianxing." Hong Xingshan frowned slightly, pondering that whether they wish me alive or dead, it all ultimately served their interests. The nightingale escorted Anna out of the villa, telling the gathering of people below that the elderly gentleman's condition had improved. Though he could not yet leave his bed, Dr. Anna would be frequently visiting for consultations, and no one was permitted to cause her any trouble. "This is the consultation fee for this time. The elder assured that you will not be treated poorly in the future." Anna accepted the red envelope without hesitation. It had been a long time since her clinic opened, and she had been financially supporting her patients, so it was finally nice to break even. Upon returning to the clinic, Li Gu, Xian, and the others were still awake, waiting for her. "How did it go, sister? What else could it be?" "Naturally, I leveraged my exceptional medical skills to prolong the elder's life. Rest assured, the whole family will no longer trouble you in the future." "Wow, you truly are impressive. Does this mean we can all join Hongmin now?" George inquired, still thinking about joining a gang. Anna playfully smacked his forehead, urging him to hone his acting skills to secure a role with lines. Laughter erupted among them, having successfully navigated yet another crisis. Back in her bedroom, Anna finally turned her attention to the red envelope she had received, curious about the monetary value of this operation. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find it empty. Shaking it, 2 dazzling diamonds fell out. A figure clad in a black hood and mask entered the clinic. Anna hung the out sign and lowered the security gate. Yin Zheng removed his hood, questioning, "What brings you here in person? Let us discuss upstairs." Anna guided him to her room, where Yin Zheng produced a revolver and a dozen bullets. "What do you need a gun for? Are you anticipating danger?" Anna took the gun with a chuckle, thinking, "Do you not know better than I about the level of danger here?" She secured the weapon and revealed the red envelope. "Is this what you sought?" Yin Zheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the diamonds. "Where did you find these?" Anna briefly recounted her experience treating Hong Xingshan. "How's his health now? How long can he survive?" "He is partially paralyzed and bedridden, but with me here, he will not die anytime soon." Anna agreed to help Hong Xingshan conceal his condition, being vague with Yin Zheng as well. "He will not die? You have saved him?" Yin Zheng abruptly stood up. "Yes." Anna looked at the suddenly agitated Yin Zheng in confusion. "Is that not a good thing? Did you not say that if he were to die now, it would lead to a bloody storm? I want to see rivers of blood." Yin Zheng realized his outburst and sat back down. "If he dies, the Hong family's 3rd branch will vie for power, and the 4 major gangs will descend into chaos, presenting the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once." Anna did not anticipate Yin Zheng's vast ambitions and feared he might assign her the dangerously treacherous task of poisoning Hong Xingshan under the pretext of opportunity, quickly saying, "He cannot die now. How would we recover the diamonds if he does?" Yin Zheng nodded silently. "How is the investigation into the factory explosion incident progressing on your end? I have heard there may be some underlying issues." Anna shifted the topic. "That does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Security Bureau. The fire department plans to conclude it as an accident, finding the whole family and moving on. It is quite common for safety inspections to be inadequate, resulting in such tragedies. So many lives lost, and that is all? If it is true that someone tampered with the safety valve, then that is murder. Will you not investigate?" This time, it was Anna who became animated. "Evidence? Do you have any? Who told you the safety valve had been interfered with?" "Huo Yinqing." Yin Zheng burst into laughter and irritation. "Do you believe he would willingly report himself for help? Or should I beg him to cooperate in investigating whether the fire department's safety checks were merely a formality?" Anna fell silent. "You are doing well. Find a way to remain by Hong Xingshan's side and gain his trust. I will take the diamonds back for appraisal. If it can be verified that it was the Hong men involved, we can justifiably request the mobile force to eliminate them. Keep me updated on any new developments." Watching Yin Zheng depart with an air of satisfaction, Anna thought it might have been wiser to show him only one of the diamonds. Now, she felt she had work for nothing. After Yin Zheng left, Anna messaged the Nightingale, stating, "The medicine is ready. Come pick me up." The Nightingale quickly replied, "Just a moment." She still did not wish to join Hongmen. Both the Federation and gangs were untrustworthy, and she had no reason to serve them. While waiting for the Nightingale, Anna opened her wristband to browse short videos. The short video, a medium that was immensely popular in her previous life, is equally favored here, becoming nearly the sole form of online expression due to widespread illiteracy. News, film, shopping, education, and election campaigning all adopt this format. Each day, Anna spends several hours scrolling through short videos, attempting to grasp the true essence of this world. However, she is acutely aware that the content available online is strictly regulated by the Federation. On the surface, this world maintains a one-person, one-vote democratic election system. It is fundamentally a feudal dynasty monopolized by familial tycoons, initially puzzled by the prevalence of robots. Anna questions why such perilous jobs in chemical factories are still performed by inexperienced individuals. Is this merely a means of addressing unemployment? In reality, employing these diligent surface dwellers in the underground city is far less costly than manufacturing a high-end bionic robot. There are no legal protections for these individuals who lack citizenship, and the costs of machine maintenance often exceed the expense of hiring a new workforce. Dissatisfied with their wages? They can always leave, as there are plenty willing to take their place. No one in the underground city aspires to return to the surface, which remains a legend where dishwashers and garbage collectors can reside in villas. Anna surmises that the societal contradictions in this world have reached a critical point, on the brink of eruption, yet the exact catalyst remains uncertain. The recent unrest was merely a minor disturbance, insignificant under the suppression of the Federation's military. One video she encounters, boasting millions of views and trending, features a report from a marginally located Bronze City account. Recently, Mr. Zhang discovered his wife behaving unusually, claiming to be a time traveler from another realm. Disturbed by her behavior, Mr. Zhang first consults a psychologist and, upon the doctor's advice, admits her to a mental institution. Remarkably, after examining Mrs. Zhang, a team of experts uncovers that she can recognize characters. Anna replays the brief video multiple times. A new time traveler has emerged. She turns off her device and paces her room, pondering its implications. A time traveler has made the news. How will the Federation respond? Could this traveler be from Donghuagua like herself? Does she possess a space? How will Anna navigate her own existence moving forward? A flurry of questions fills her mind, abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Assuming it is Ying, she grabs her medical kit and steps outside. Upon lifting the shutter, she's confronted by several burly men wielding clubs. "So you're Anna." One of them threatens, pointing a baseball bat at her. "Who are you? And what do you want?" She retorts, "We've heard you have quite the medical skills. You've been selling your medicine so cheaply. How are we supposed to do business?" Without engaging in further argument, Anna steps back, her hands discreetly brushing against her storage ring, contemplating the irony of having just acquired a weapon only to be threatened. If things escalate to violence, would it be prudent to cause a fatal incident here? Now you understand fear, huh? Today, we're here to teach you a lesson. Brothers, let us smash her clinic. Just then, Ying arrives, kicking the leader several meters away, crashing him against a concrete wall across the street. The remaining men scatter in fear. "Lord Ying, what brings you here?" The leader groans, clutching his chest and spitting blood. Ying coldly replies, "If you wish to avoid death, you'd best leave immediately." Anna quietly follows Ying out of Shanghai, boarding the flying vehicle. "Dr. Anna, after offending your rivals, your business may suffer," Ying remarks. Anna turns to him. "Can you not see? Those men were not rivals seeking trouble. Isn't that so? There are only a handful of doctors in Shanghai, and the city's hospitals wouldn't bother competing with me. While I may have sold a few bottles of cheap medicine, it's hardly enough to incite such hatred. Their true aim was to test you. Your presence is the answer they seek." "Me?" Ying gestures to himself, incredulous. "An ordinary Shanghai resident could easily recognize you. Who has been in the shadows of Lord Hong?" Although merely a bodyguard, Ying has witnessed much during his time with Lord Hong, and he nods, deep in thought. Anna realizes that from the moment she entered Jiulong City, she had become entangled in this web. The gifts of fate are inescapable as a time traveler. She has encountered the most advanced ideologies of human civilization, transcending the limitations of any social class in this world. It is certain that their arrival signifies the last straw that could break the camel's back. The innate gift of every Donghuagua citizen is to resist injustice and oppression. Choosing this path entails immense risk and challenge. Had she been the type to seek mere survival, she would not have perished for acting on her conscience. A grand and intricate plan begins to take shape in Anna's mind. Upon entering the Hong family villa, an unusual tranquility envelopes the atmosphere, aside from the butler and maid. Only Hong Jin is present. "Dr. Anna, you're here." She greets warmly. "Miss San," Anna replies politely with a slight bow. "Father is feeling much better today. You truly are remarkable." Hong Jin carries a fruit platter upstairs alongside Anna. Dressed in a cozy jumpsuit, she exudes an air of elegance befitting a wealthy lady from Baiyin City, making it hard to believe she hails from Shanghai. "There's an event tonight. Once we finish, let us go have some fun." Hong Jin invites Anna. "May I?" Anna inquires. "Of course. Bring your entourage. I'll have someone pick them up later." Hong Jin places the fruit platter on Hong Xingshan's bedside before departing. Anna retrieves the traditional medicine she prepared, instructing Ying on the dosage and precautions. "How are you feeling today?" Anna asks, checking Hong Xingshan's pulse. "I feel wonderful. Nothing is more delightful than regaining sensation in my limbs." Anna produces the medicine bottle she had previously taken, stating, "If I'm not mistaken, these medicines have been tampered with. Who accompanied you to Huangjin City for treatment?" "It was Hong Jing and his wife. I don't believe they did it. The child is somewhat naive, but not malicious." Anna chuckles internally at the ironic description of a drug lord as not malicious. "You were behind the sensational diamond heist, weren't you?" she inquires. Although Hong Xingshan maintains composure, Ying's expression betrays him. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. If Dr. Anna finds it inconvenient to accept diamonds, I can offer cash instead." "You misunderstand. I am merely a doctor seeking to clarify the patient's condition. I noticed the timing of the diamond heist coincided closely with a sudden exacerbation of your illness, which seems too coincidental." Hong Xingshan pauses his beating, urging her to continue. "Your ailment likely stems from having offended a significant figure in Huangjin City, and with the aid of an insider. The rest is beyond my purview." Hong Xingshan rises from the bed, inviting Anna to sit across from him at the tea table, with Yi Ying standing nearby. "Miss Anna, I formally invite you to join Hongmen. Your acknowledgement would be my honor." Anna refrains from declining again, allowing him to think her motivations are purely financial. Seeking protection is not inherently wrong. "If you favor that clinic, I'll purchase it for you as a welcoming gift," Hong Xingshan signals Yi Ying. "Thank you for your kindness. Since I'm joining the Hongmen, I do not wish to be merely a private physician," Anna replies with a confident smile. "My Hongmen is quite ailing. Let us see if you possess the skill to heal it." Hong Xingshan laughs heartily. "Miss Sen just mentioned taking me to some event tonight. It can't just be a simple party, can it?" Anna inquires. Hong Xingshan was quite pleased with her keen insight. The banquet organized by the Chamber of Commerce was attended by prominent figures, and it was essential to familiarize oneself with those who would be dealt with in the future. One should pay particular attention to the members of the Qihuang family, who had recently become quite audacious and needed to be put in their place. The Qihuang family, being one of the four major factions, differed from others in the Shanghai. Most of their members hailed from deeper underground cities and had only recently ventured into Qihuang City over the past few decades. These individuals were not particularly rule-abiding and were heavily armed, making their disturbances quite notorious. The City Defense Battalion was at a loss against them, and the other three factions in Shanghai disdained the Qihuang family for encroaching on their business, but were wary of their strength and thus avoided direct conflict. However, not long ago, the Hua family had a clash with them over shipment. As Anna exited Hong Xingshan's room, she reflected on how thrilling it was to have just engaged in light-hearted conversation with the leader of a ruthless faction. Hong Jin had already changed into an elegant sea blue evening gown in the living room, the mermaid style train trailing gracefully on the floor, the subtle reflective patterns on the fabric exuding understated luxury. Her wine-red hair was styled into a high ponytail, the wisps carefully managed with hair wax, while a pearl necklace adorned her fair neck, and a striking diamond ring gleamed on her hand. "Anna, come here and see the attire I've prepared for you." "Thank you." Anna accepted the dress and found an empty room to change. It was a backless gown reminiscent of a qipao, exquisitely crafted with fine embroidery. Anna's physique, that of a seasoned military doctor honed by rigorous training, accentuated her muscular thighs, rendering her appearance so striking that one might mistake her for a maid standing beside Hong Jin. Anna was unconcerned, allowing the stylist to apply foundation to her face and intricately braid her short hair. Lacking ear piercings, Hong Jin rummaged through drawers until she found a pair of pure silver ear clips. As Anna awkwardly made her way out in high heels, she suspected Hong Jin had deliberately chosen such towering footwear. "My goodness, are you trying to send me to the heavens with these heels?" "Never mind, after all. It is your family's reputation that will be at stake if I embarrass myself," Anna retorted. The aircraft landed at the entrance of the Tianhua High-Class Club in the heart of Qihuang City, where countless handsome men and beautiful women, including influential figures and affluent ladies, strolled in pairs, adorned in luxurious brands that Anna could not name. "Sister." Anna turned to see Li Gu Xian and his two brothers rushing towards her, all dressed in sharp suits with ties, likely arranged by Hong Jin. "You look stunning today," Li Gu Xian stammered, his gaze fixed on Anna's backless gown. "Does that imply I don't usually look good?" Anna teased him. "No, that's not what I meant. George and Owen quickly mocked Li Gu Xian for his failed flattery. Shoo. Anna raised her finger to her lips, cautioning them not to speak out of turn once they entered. Understood, they replied in unison, with George even mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth. Ongjin, arm in arm with Huo Lianqing, led the way, while Anna adjusted her high heels and walked proudly with her companions towards the banquet hall. At the entrance, security conducted routine checks, prohibiting weapons from being brought inside. Anna displayed her empty storage ring, understanding that such public events were not the place for guests to keep their accessories. According to Hong Jin, this was merely an ordinary private gathering without strict rules. If dancing were involved, she would rather not attend. In Jiulong City, the elite took turns hosting these monthly gatherings to foster connections. Playing cards and drinking wine would often lead to business deals, albeit with occasional disagreements. The banquet hall was divided into inner and outer sections, where all the bodyguards and attendants had to remain in the outer area, enjoying food and drink to their heart's content. The inner section offered a more relaxed atmosphere conducive to conversations among the hosts. People mingled in small groups, engaging in karaoke, pool, or mahjong. Anna picked up a glass of champagne from a tray held by a robotic waiter. Huo Lianqing was pulled away by Mike, the son of the Minister of Transportation, and Shui, from the Harbor Entertainment Club, while Hong Jin chatted with several familiar ladies over desserts. Allow me to introduce, this is Miss Anna, my father's newly appointed family doctor, Hong Jin said. The ladies initially expressed skepticism about a family doctor attending such a soiree. But upon learning that Anna hailed from Bayan City, they begrudgingly shook her hand. Xiao Jinjia, how long are you planning to stay this time? It's been ages since we last saw each other, inquired Catherine, the daughter of the Central Federal Bank's Jiulong branch president. I should be home for a few more days. What's wrong? Even if I return to Bayan City, you can always come and visit, Hong Jin replied. Don't even get me started. My father has been insisting I go on blind dates, Catherine lamented. You're at the marrying age now. Have you found anyone you like? Not at all. They're all ordinary and self-assured, only interested in my father's reputation, not in me. Catherine's words elicited laughter from a group. Xiao Jinjie is so fortunate. How well Hua Xiao treats you, another girl remarked. Just look at what she does, keeping a harem of seductresses to lure men, a more mature lady interjected with a snide tone. If you can't hold on to your husband, don't envy those who are successful in business, Catherine defended Hong Jin. Anna remained silent, finding the discussions among these women, comparing their fathers and husbands, discussing clothing and jewelry, rather dull. She was far more intrigued by what the male guests were conversing about, especially regarding the Qihuang family. On the other side, Huo Lianqing was one player short for a card game when a blonde, blue-eyed man sat down before them. Don Qihuang, the young master of the Qihuang family, just starting to manage the family's affairs here in Jiulong. Quite the youthful hotshot, he introduced himself. Upon recognizing Don, Huo Lianqing stood to leave. But Don called out from behind, What's wrong, Hua Xiao? Are you afraid of me? Mike tugged at Huo Lianqing's sleeve, whispering, We're here in numbers. How would you lose? Are you in for 100? Huo Lianqing sat back down, expressing his impatience. Is Hua Xiao only betting 100? Shouldn't it be a minimum of 1,000? Can't afford to play? Don retorted. What can't I afford? Are you brave enough to wager your life? Huo Lianqing shot back, tossing bills onto the table. Hey. Shui quickly interjected. Let us not be like that. I'm just a poor guy here. How about we set the stakes at 500? No one objected, tacitly agreeing. Don lit a cigar, shuffling the cards as he remarked, My people scouted around Shanghai today. That place, TSK. No wonder some people are so disgusting. They truly are like rats crawling out of the sewers. What about the rats? They feast on your cheese. Huo Lianqing replied, collecting Don's cards. My people managed to acquire the goods I lost earlier. Was it your doing? Do you think there are only 100 or so pill dealers in Jiulong City? With dozens of supply channels, what makes you think it was me? Huo Lianqing responded with sarcasm. You always say, we Qihuang family don't play by the rules, but isn't it your custom to stab us in the back? Huh? Do you still have the gall to accuse me? Wasn't it you who blew up my factory? Don arrogantly tilted his chin, asking for a guess. Enough, Mike interjected, breaking the tension between the two. The Federation is pushing for the legalization of pills. They want a share of that pie too. Business is bound to become more challenging. It's dangerous with all the fighting. Why not invest in stocks instead? Shui, playfully draping an arm over both Don and Hua Lianxing's shoulders, chimed in. Let us keep things friendly. Harmony brings wealth. Anna, claiming she couldn't handle her liquor, stepped outside for some fresh air and found Xian. Where are those two? Busy indulging in delicious food. They went to the restroom, he replied. Anna sighed. I told you to keep an eye on the Qihuang family members. Any updates? Well, so far, only Don Qihuang has arrived, Xian whispered, pointing discreetly at a few black-clad bodyguards in the distance. I sense they are deliberately watching us. Stay sharp. If anything happens, come get me. Anna returned to the banquet hall, continuing her idle chatter with the ladies. The mousse cake here is truly delectable, but alas, I am on a diet. In truth, there is no need to fear sugar and carbohydrates so much. Maintaining a joyful disposition is far more beneficial for the body. Nutrition and wellness were the only common topics shared between Anna and her companions. Before long, Xian hurriedly entered, seeking to converse with Anna. Oh dear, where did this handsome young man come from? A slightly tipsy Catherine approached with her wine glass raised. Xian, with his striking features and today's style by Hong Jin's designer, stood out even more with his silver hair. This is my bodyguard. At that moment, Anna was at a loss for how to introduce Xian. Anna, dear sister, this is where you are mistaken. Do not hide away good things. Let us share together. Catherine, accompanied by several young ladies, urged Xian to drink, insisting that if he refused, Anna would have to drink in his stead. Since everyone had just met today and would become good sisters henceforth, they should not show any reluctance. Xian, unaccustomed to such situations, dared not refuse and drank cup after cup, choking and coughing as he imbibed too hastily. The young ladies erupted in peals of laughter, relishing the amusement of teasing the unsuspecting. Meanwhile, one of Dawen's subordinates approached him and whispered something, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Dawen left the card table, stepping into the center of the banquet hall, clapping his hands to draw attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for interrupting your merriment, but I regret to inform you that we have a thief among us. Upon hearing this, everyone set aside their activities and gathered around, while an ominous premonition rose within Anna. Dawen's men dragged in two individuals, An and George. These two fellows were brought in by Xiao Ho. My men just discovered them stealing from the kitchen and found my missing goods on them. The onlookers murmured among themselves, uncertain of Dawen's intentions. Upon recognizing the two unfortunate souls, Xiao Ho quickly interjected, insisting, don't talk nonsense, they aren't mine. Realizing his words could embarrass his wife, he quickly amended, no. Dawen, what are you implying? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Dawen wore a look of satisfaction, clearly relishing the opportunity to embarrass Xiao Ho. We did not steal anything. We do not even know Lord Clorin. How could we dare to take his belongings? The two unfortunate souls trembled on the ground in fear. Hong Jin stepped beside Xiao Ho. Mr. Clorin, we did not witness them stealing. Is it appropriate to take people so casually? No thief would admit to being a thief. If you do not believe me, check the surveillance. It is all recorded clearly. What exactly do you want? Xiao Ho demanded. You must give me an explanation regarding the stolen goods. I do not take your goods. I do not even know what these two are about. Dawen, do not overstep your bounds. Dawen turned to the crowd, suggesting, since everyone is not in high spirits tonight, why not add some entertainment? Earlier, wasn't Xiao Ho eager to wager his life against me? How about we wager on these two? Dawen, do not act recklessly. I will truly call the police. Protested Wang, the owner of the jewelry company hosting the event. Dawen projected the surveillance footage onto a screen, declaring, the police are welcome. They can apprehend the thieves. The bodyguards outside rushed in to stand by their masters, while the ladies retreated, sensing the situation was turning dire. Were these two starving souls rummaging through the kitchen trash? How disgusting. How could Xiao Ho bring such people to a banquet? Is the Ho family so fallen that they need to rob others? Xiao Ho found himself bewildered and speechless, turning to search for Anna in the crowd. Watching the footage released by Dawen, Anna grew increasingly suspicious. As Xian had pointed out, they had been targeted by Dawen's men the moment they entered. It was true that the two unfortunate souls had gone to the kitchen in search of food, but if they were caught alone, who had slipped the drug into them? And when The most likely suspect was Hong Jin's stylist, as they were all wearing clothes provided by her today. But what motive would she have to betray her own husband? Dawen insisted that Xiao Ho had taken his goods, suggesting there must be additional intelligence backing his claim. If Dawen merely intended to assert his authority by embarrassing Xiao Ho, he could easily frame Xiao Ho's subordinates instead. It could not be a personal attack. Calling the police now would only invite trouble from the city guards. The only ones who would be taken away would be those two unfortunate souls. Dawen was unaware of An and George's previous entanglements with Xiao Ho. Their lives could not possibly threaten him. Xiao Ho wished to save face, but could not stand up for his subordinates. There must be a third-party force intentionally exacerbating the conflict between the Ho family and the Cloran family, hoping to reap the benefits. In such a situation, resorting to violence would be inappropriate. Anna stepped forward into the crowd, addressing Mr. Cloran. These two are my people and have no relation to Xiao Ho. Regarding your goods, I will investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. All eyes turned to Anna. Dawen appeared puzzled, and his subordinate whispered Anna's background in his ear. My lady, if you wish to demand their release, what will you offer in return? Didn't you just say you wanted to wager your life? What kind of wager do you have in mind? Anna inquired. Dawen clapped his hands, and a tray was brought forth, displaying a pure gold revolver and a single bullet. My lady, you possess great courage to stand and demand. How about we play a game of bravery? Very well. How shall we determine the outcome? We each take a shot at them. Whoever hits wins. If you win, you may take them away. If you lose, you shall come with me. Dawen revealed a lecherous smile. If you admit defeat now, you may become my personal physician. I would not mind sparing their lives. So, at least one of them must die. If you do not concede, that is how it will be. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, entirely unconcerned with the morality of wagering lives, and no one even mentioned calling the police anymore. Dawen had gone too far. How impressive it was to come from Bayin City. That woman also hailed from Bayin City. It seemed an interesting spectacle was about to unfold. It was about time someone curbed his arrogance. Who wins or loses remains to be seen. Why don't we place our own bets? I bet on Dawen to win. I bet on the last round to hit the mark. Hong Jin refrained from invoking her father to extricate Anna, while Catherine, who had just declared they were good sisters, retreated to a safe distance, preparing to take photographs. Anna pushed aside Li Xian, who was blocking her, and declared to Dawen, I accept your challenge. The banquet hall fell silent, with only the sound of the chamber's gears turning audible. Dawen pushed the gun, loaded with a single bullet, toward Anna, saying, ladies first. Anna took the gun and examined it for a long moment. An and George were already in tears, murmuring their refusals, unable to bear witnessing Anna's aim. Anna raised the gun and, pulling the trigger near An's feet, found it empty. So soft-hearted, Dawen took the gun and decisively shot at George's head. But still, it was an empty chamber. The air seemed to freeze, each second stretching out infinitely. Anna picked up the gun again, aiming carefully, yet ultimately shot at the floor, producing another empty shot. Hey, that's a foul, Dawen remarked, raising the gun again, this time aiming at An, but again it was empty. The fifth round was the decisive one. If Anna's shot remained empty, it would signify her loss. An and George were nearly fainting, while the onlookers held their breath. Aim at someone. It is imperative, Dawen urged Anna. Reluctantly, Anna raised the gun, her hands trembling slightly, yet she still pulled the trigger. Her third shot was once again empty. The crowd murmured, convinced Anna had lost. How would it end now? Such a brave girl, falling into Dawen's hands. Did he not fear offending Lord Hong? He has little regard for the Ho family and is unafraid of the Hong family. Besides, how many days does that old man Hong have left? Is he really going to will himself out to seek justice for a family doctor? Miss Anna, you have lost. With a smug grin, Don twirled his gun, believing himself quite charming. If you take the initiative and come with me, I shall spare their lives. A cold smile graced Anna's lips as she kicked off her high heels, lifted her skirt, and charged at Don, executing a flying cross hold that sent him sprawling to the ground. The crowd gasped, and Don's subordinates rushed over. Anna pressed her knee firmly against Don's neck, retrieved the gun from the ground, and pointed it at the approaching bodyguards, who recoiled in fear. What do you plan to do to Master Don? I warn you not to act recklessly. The onlookers, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, quickly intervened. Miss Anna, even if you are unwilling to accept defeat, if you harm Master Dawn, neither you nor your brother will escape this place. Only Wu Yinqing stood by, gleefully exclaiming, Anna, splendid job, take him down. Dawn, firmly pinned down, could only muster a crimson face, unable to utter a word. Observing the crowd's reaction, Anna wore a mischievous smile and pressed the gun to Dawn's temple. Pulling the trigger, a scream erupted, yet there was no anticipated explosion or brain matter splattered across the ground. Rising from Dawn, she discarded the gun, revealing it to be devoid of bullets. How dull. You figured out early on, didn't you? Dawn clutched his throat, half kneeling on the ground. Did they not tell you? I used to be a military doctor. While you were still suckling, I was familiar with firearms. Dawn had tampered with the bullets, concealing them in a storage ring on his hand, intending for Anna to act first and ensuring the final shot remained in his possession. He wagered that Anna would concede early to protect lives, but upon acquiring the gun, Anna discerned his trick by its weight. Apologies for ruining the evening. I shall take my leave. Anna picked up her high heels and walked out, while Xian grabbed the two unfortunate souls and followed, the four departing without anyone daring to obstruct them. In the small clinic, Anna changed out of her long dress and removed her makeup, while the two brothers, having narrowly escaped, regained their composure. Why did you go to the kitchen to steal? Anna asked, her tone not harsh. They wasted too much. They tossed a whole roast chicken after just a few bites, An replied. The leftover food in the kitchen could feed us for several days. There is nothing this good on the surface. My sister starved to death, George lamented. Sister Anna, I'm sorry for always causing you trouble. Do not say that. You have done nothing wrong. Anna sighed, realizing it was she who had brought them into danger. I have an announcement. I am officially joining the Hongmen. It will only get more perilous from here. Are you sure you wish to follow me? Xian paused for a moment, stating, no matter where you go, no matter how dangerous, I will find a way to protect you. Sister, as long as you do not mind us being a burden, I am willing to follow you for life. Without you, we might have already rotted on the roadside, An declared. Sister, can I join the Hongmen as well? I want to achieve something remarkable. On the surface, people are willing to do anything to survive. Here, I want to live with dignity, George expressed. Dignity is something one must forge for oneself, Anna replied, patting their shoulders. Thank you. After severely humiliating Master Clown at the social gathering, Anna's reputation skyrocketed overnight. The clinic continued its daily operations, with patients primarily concerned about the efficacy of treatments rather than the demeanor of the doctor. Anna kept a close watch on the news regarding the travelers, but there were no further updates. The video she had previously viewed had also been deleted, and Yin Zheng continued to press for progress on the diamond case investigation. 3 days after the banquet incident, Hong Xingshan planned to return to Shanghai to honor his ancestors, inviting Anna to accompany him. The terrain in Shanghai was complex, still relying on primitive transportation from the old world. In the small car, Anna sat in the passenger seat beside the driver, while Nightingale assisted the elderly Hong in the back seat. The vehicle moved slowly through the narrow streets, with dozens of henchmen marching behind, as neighbors recognized Hong's return, quickly closing doors and retreating indoors. A few young boys peered from a balcony, their faces wedged between the railings. Look, it's one of the Hongmen's top 10 masters. Wow, so impressive. When I grow up, I want to join the Hongmen too. Anna had yet to enter the central area of Shanghai. The houses here were constructed by the first residents and appeared quite dilapidated compared to the newer buildings around, yet they retained more of the old world's character, with many homes adorned with auspicious decorations from Eastern culture on their doors and windows. Xian, An, and George walked at the end of the line, temporarily assigned to work under one of the top 10 masters. Hunjiang Long was a charismatic speaker, eagerly sharing the illustrious history of the gang with newcomers. Our boss, at 12 years old 50 years ago, wielded a watermelon knife to carve his path. Do you think being the boss is easy? Though the Hongmen boast a long history, it hasn't always been this strong. The previous leader, the boss's father, was assassinated by the Fujiwara family when the boss was 16, and the boss was falsely accused and imprisoned for 10 years, emerging with nothing, almost losing the incense offerings of the ancestral hall. George noticed deep scratches on the wall of a small restaurant. which Hun Jianglong explained were remnants of the battle when Hong Xingshan reclaimed his territory, marking the revival of the Hong family. What happened next? George listened intently. What happened next is what you see now. I meant what happened to the Fujiwara family afterwards. Hun Jianglong burst into laughter. You can ask anyone. There are hardly any Fujiwara family members left now. If you want to survive in this world, you must be ruthless, understand? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed overhead, akin to the sound of a jet engine starting. An looked up in terror, unable to see anything through the dark ceiling of the underground city. That is the ventilation system of the supermarket. If it weren't for the noise, no one would want it. How could this land have been allocated to the refugees? Hun Jianglong clarified. Ahead lay their destination, one of the oldest buildings in Shanghai, the Hong family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was typically maintained by caretakers, only open for significant events like birthdays or the selection of a new leader. The main hall was spacious, featuring a large round table for discussions, with ancient landscape paintings adorning the four walls. The invited guests were already seated, and upon seeing Hong Xingshan enter in a wheelchair, they quickly rose to greet him. The Hong family's third branch and various minor leaders were present. Although Huo Lianqing was a son-in-law, he represented the Hua family today. And seated at the table was also the head of the Zhong family, a seemingly cultured middle-aged woman. Anna, along with Li Gu Xian and the others, stood at the front of the henchmen. Nightingale summoned someone to serve freshly brewed tea to all present. Hong Xingshan lifted his teacup with one hand, taking a delicate sip, maintaining a facade of partial paralysis in front of everyone. Today is not a special occasion, nor is there any major business. Yet I called everyone here. I wonder if it's out of respect for my old man or merely to see if I'm truly on the brink of death. The members of the Hong family kept their heads bowed in silence, while Zhong Lingyun smiled, saying, "Old man, you speak nonsense. With you in Qihuang City, all is peaceful and everyone profits. Who among us has not benefited from your protection? Well said, Head Zhong. We are all businessmen here. No need for false pleasantries." Hong Xingshan trembled as he set down his teacup. Recently, the military and police have been keeping a close watch on us, and I've heard they plan to legalize the pills. Isn't that a good thing? Afterward, selling goods will no longer require stealth. Hong Jing interjected. Brother, you're foolish. Legalizing the pills would mean government oversight, and where would our profits come from? I have also heard about this matter, yet the specifics remain uncertain. Huo Lianqing suggested focusing on the present. The rascals of the Kalan family are poised to exploit the old master's illness and impose their will upon us. Their dealings in Baiyin City are not sufficient. They audaciously seek to encroach upon our Qihuang City. I stand with young Master Hua. We should seize this opportunity to expel the Kalan family from Qihuang City while Dao N's reputation is tarnished. After speaking, Zhong Lingyun cast a meaningful glance at Anna, who was present at the banquet that day. Father, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hong Jin inquired. The Kalan family is not to be feared. Our true adversary is the Federation. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into an immediate silence. After a considerable pause, Zhong Lingyun broke the silence. For years, the Federation has profited from us. Each mayor of Qihuang City has derived benefits from our endeavors. Even their intentions to legalize the pills are merely driven by greed. Aren't you all concerned about my health? I can reveal that someone in Huangjin City wishes for my demise. The Hong siblings exchanged glances, ultimately resting their gaze on Anna. After a lifetime of conflict, I am weary. The path ahead must be traversed by the youth. Hong Xingshan continued. Next month, I shall announce the candidate for the new leader. Hong Xingshan's series of weighty announcements caught everyone off guard. Even Anna was unable to anticipate his intentions. Observing the diverse expressions on everyone's faces, Hong Xingshan concluded, lastly, Dr. Anna will officially join Hongmen. I oppose this. What credentials does she possess to join Hongmen? Hong Jing interjected, rising to his feet. She is not a member of Shanghai and has contributed nothing to the society. Father, I suspect her intentions are ulterior. Do not be deceived by her. Brother, what do you mean by that? Dr. Anna was invited by me, Hong Jin retorted, slamming his hand on the table. Indeed, brother. You took father to Huangjin City for treatment, yet it only exacerbated his condition. Are you feeling guilty fearing that Dr. Anna might uncover something. Hong Tian added with embellishment. I could never harm father, Hong Jing insisted, his face flushed with anger. Hong Xingshan placed his teacup down on the table with a measured force, declaring, Enough. Let us proceed according to the rules and vote. Becoming a subordinate of the Hong men is relatively easy, requiring merely the approval of a lower-ranking leader. However, to formally join the Hong men entails possessing voting rights on significant matters, such as selecting the speaker, which cannot be determined solely by the words of Old Master Hong. Anna approached the assembly with her 3 subordinates, fortunate that her achievements were already well known, thus sparing her the need for an elaborate campaign. Hua Yinxing and Zhong Lingyun refrained from involving themselves in the internal affairs of the Hong family, opting instead to quietly observe. I hereby officially nominate Dr. Anna for membership in the Hongman. Those in favor, please raise your hands, Hong Xingshan stated, lifting his right hand. Subsequently, Yi Ying, Hong Jin, Hong Tian, and Han Jianglong raised their hands in agreement. Among the 23 eligible voters, aside from Hong Jing and his 3 subordinates, the remainder cast their votes in favor, resulting in a decisive 19-4, surpassing the 2/3 majority required. Following this, a formal initiation ceremony was held, marked by solemnity, including bows and the lighting of incense. Almost culminating in a blood oath, Anna knelt on the mat, the flickering candlelight illuminating her face as she gently closed her eyes, listening devoutly to Hong Xingshan reciting the ancient oath. From this day forth, your parents shall be my parents, your siblings shall be my siblings, your wife my sister-in-law, and your children my nephews. Should one violate this, they shall face the wrath of divine retribution. The ceremony continued, with the gravity of the moment underscored by the reverence shown to the ancestral spirits. Later that evening, in a private room at the gambling house, Hong Tian pondered deeply, his brow furrowed. The restless Dao Gu paced around the table, speculating about the old master's intentions, worried that he might have uncovered their schemes regarding the drug. Sit down. Your movements are making me dizzy, Hong Tian admonished, waving his hand in irritation. Dao Gu pulled up a small stool and queried, What's the situation with that woman? How did she manage to save your father's life? Is she perhaps aiming to become your stepmother? Hong Tian struck Dao Gu sharply, admonishing, If you cannot speak wisely, then hold your tongue. Dao Gu rubbed his cheek, glaring at the nearby turkey, who was snickering. The objective of sowing discord between the Hua family and Dao Un had been achieved. The foolish Hong Jing would soon relinquish control of the pill business. What then? Is the old man's purpose in announcing the selection of a new leader? Hong Tian pondered aloud. The position of a new leader should undoubtedly belong to you. Dao Gu interjected. It is not that simple. I cannot ascertain whether the old man is testing us. Until he is gone, I cannot feel at ease. Hong Tian retrieved a communicator from his coat pocket, entered a few commands, and spoke into the microphone. There are new developments. Please inform Lord Ruidar. After others had departed, Hong Xingshan permitted only Yi Ying and Anna to accompany him into the rear hall of the ancestral shrine. The ancient, decaying wooden door creaked open, revealing a grand altar adorned with gold-painted wooden carvings, illuminated by countless eternal lamps, with the scent of incense wafting through the air. Observing Anna's astonished expression, Hong Xingshan remarked, It is indeed impressive. Isn't it? According to our customs, outsiders, especially those of foreign descent, are not permitted entry. Today, I am making an exception for you. Intricate, lifelike figures were carved into the shadow walls flanking the altar, their surfaces gleaming with gold paint. At the center of the altar stood a deity, flanked by several blank spirit tablets. Supporting himself with a cane, Hong Xingshan rose from his wheelchair, lit an incense stick, and bowed thrice before the spirit tablets, placing the incense into the burner. O ancestors, please bless the descendants of the Hong family. Anna reflected on the immense effort required to transport such a magnificent object, recognizing that even if the names of their forebears were forgotten, there remained a desire to understand one's origins and honor the roots of the family. Continuing to sip tea with Hong Xingshan before the altar, Anna noticed Yi Ying remaining silent beside them. I mentioned that the Hong Min is ailing. You have witnessed what needs to be addressed today. What is your diagnosis? Hong Xingshan inquired. Aware that this was not the time for modesty, Anna understood the necessity of showcasing her strengths to secure more resources in future negotiations. It is natural for all to fear confrontation with the Federation. They likely think so. Your achievements in revitalizing the Hongmen would not have been possible without the Federation's tacit approval. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down. Surely, officials from the Federation have expressed such sentiments to you. They seek compliant puppets devoid of independent thought. Hong Xingshan filled his pipe with tobacco, keeping his gaze lowered. Then tell me, what are my thoughts? You do not wish for your descendants to be perpetually at the mercy of the Federation, yet achieving that is no easy feat. You must either abandon the underground realm to develop on the surface, or openly confront the Federation to establish your own dominion, rather than merely speculate. This was Anna's anticipation. Having filled the tobacco, he lit it and inhaled deeply, reflecting, they say that as one ages, the desire for a peaceful life grows. Yet I find myself still as reckless as I was in my youth. Alas, all the brothers who once fought alongside me are gone, leaving me in a state of betrayal and isolation. You possess the capability and audacity to seize diamonds, undoubtedly equipping you for a confrontation. Anna attempted to steer the conversation back to the diamonds. As you have seen, the endeavor nearly cost me my life. I exchanged those diamonds with the Qihuang family for a batch of arms, yet it remains insufficient, with their intentions to legalize the pills. I cannot help but wonder if this is directed at me. What is your perspective on this? Hong Xingshan set down his pipe. Anna pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. My recommendation is to completely abandon the pill market. Everyone is merely short of funds. If I were to propose a project with a higher comprehensive yield and lesser risk than selling pills, would you express interest? Allow me to elaborate. Currently, the primary raw material for these pills is opium cultivated from the surface. If we were to transform all that land into herbal medicine cultivation and subsequently market these herbal remedies, would you not have faith in my medical expertise? I can assist in training more physicians. If I could extend the average lifespan of the underprivileged in Dibiao and Qingtongcheng by 20 years, would not the invisible returns from their service to you surpass those currently rendered by addicts? As Anna reminisced about the tone of health product salesmen on television, she constructed a grand vision. Hong Xingshan listened intently, having never considered such an avenue. Sensing his skepticism, Anna continued, do not underestimate the submerged market. The Zhong family has discovered a vast blue ocean by selling mobile terminal development and short video live streaming, a new path devoid of competitors. Reflect on the Sa-Si family. The foremost figures of the Federation manipulate lives through the medical field, do they not? With your audacity and medical skill, you could easily establish your own practice. Why must you partner with me? Upon hearing Hong Xingshan's inquiry, Anna recognized that he was indeed intrigued by her proposition. I require your strength to realize these ideas, she stated candidly. You are truly exceptional. Hong Xingshan regarded Anna, pondering the gravity of such matters. Hoping he had not misjudged her, Xian and his two companions secured employment as security personnel at a ballroom under Hong Jin's name, arranged by Anna. Their responsibilities entailed escorting inebriated patrons out and assisting the ladies in dealing with troublesome customers, ensuring they would not attract the attention of military or police forces. Unless a major film shoot occurred, their tasks bore little danger. Adorned in new suits, they no longer resembled the destitute refugees who had once arrived by clandestine means. George expressed dissatisfaction with the job, feeling that opportunities for advancement in a ballroom were scant. However, Owen was quite pleased with Anna's support. He began to pursue a romance with Angela openly. One evening, as the trio was heading home after their shift, Huan Jianglong approached them. Cool me. Let me take you to see something fun. Owen hesitated, reminding them that their sister had forbidden them from wandering aimlessly. How old are we? Could Longa harm us? If we do not engage with the brothers, how will we manage in the future? George asserted. Exactly. Following orders does not mean being disobedient, Huan Jianglong replied, insisting that his reputation be upheld. Xian understood that evasion was futile. He messaged Anna and boarded Huan Jianglong's flying vehicle. The vehicle landed at the entrance of the Haigang amusement park, the largest entertainment venue in Zhejiang, significantly larger than the ballroom where they worked. Hu and Jianglong led them to a reserved private room on the second floor, greeted by numerous acquaintances along the way. Longo, it's great to see you here again. Inside the room, several brothers were already enjoying drinks with ladies. Hu and Jianglong introduced Xian and the others to everyone. Gome, take a seat. We are all brothers from now on. Bulzu drink. One notorious little thug, known as Lai Pi, drunkenly declared that the trio should spend more time with Longo, suggesting that associating with women would lead to no success, a notion he dismissed as folly. George slammed his cup down on the table in irritation, questioning the young thug's audacity. Lai Pi, Anna is a person chosen by the elder. Show some respect. Moreover, what is wrong with women? If it weren't for the third miss offering me a meal, where would I be today? I apologize. Allow me to buy a bottle. Brothers, please forgive me. Lai Pi remarked, raising his drink and downing it in one go. Well done. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Owen embellished tales of how Anna had saved them multiple times, earning the respect of the little thugs, who dared not speak lightly again. The wall of the private room, facing the dance floor, was a large panel of one-way glass. Upon drawing the curtains, they could witness an upcoming boxing match below. Underground boxing, a popular entertainment, is devoid of rules and protective gear, with victories determined by incapacitating an opponent. The fighters within the cage seemed less than human, resembling beasts. The brutality and bloodshed, coupled with gambling, stirred the audience's fervor. Typically, leaders of organizations maintain a cadre of formidable fighters as a display of power. Hu and Jianglong had once been an underground boxer but lost a hand to enemies, now equipped with a mechanical prosthetic. According to the rules, mechanical limbs are classified as weapons and are prohibited in the ring, thus ending his boxing career. With the Zhong family introducing online streaming, the underground boxing business has flourished, surpassing offline betting totals. Tonight's contenders were the Iron Monkey, who had won 3 consecutive matches for the Hua family, and the newcomer Bai Hu, sponsored by the Zhong family. Bets were placed, and Hu and Jianglong cleared the cups from the table, using 2 dice to represent the fighters, wagering 500 on Iron Monkey. Others followed suit, predominantly betting on Iron Monkey. When it was Xian and his friend's turn, they awkwardly retrieved a handful of cash. Oh dear. Hu and Jianglong scolded them for their embarrassment, pulling out 100 and asking whom they would bet on. George and Owen considered following the majority by betting on Iron Monkey, but Xian placed his hand over the cash, directing it towards Bai Hu. Once the bet is placed, it cannot be altered. As the match commenced, the spotlight illuminated the circular cage, and all in the private room vacated their seats to observe closely. Both fighters were tentative. Iron Monkey maintained his renowned speed, while Bai Hu displayed quick reflexes. The commentator, perched high above, narrated the unfolding drama. Iron Monkey, more robust than Bai Hu, grappled for position with fierce expressions. Bai Hu lunged forward, entwining his legs around Iron Monkey's waist, destabilizing him, causing Iron Monkey to crash down, retaliating with an elbow strike to Bai Hu's head. Iron Monkey, where's your guillotine? Bai Hu, go for it, finish him. Useless, get up. The audience surrounding the dance floor grew increasingly frenzied as the match intensified. Iron Monkey was dragged to the ground by Bai Hu, a position not advantageous for him. Let us see if Bai Hu's naked choke can be executed. No. It seems Iron Monkey is losing consciousness. A frustrated Hu and Jianglong cursed, reluctantly pushing a large stack of cash towards Xian. Owen and George, elated, reached out to accept it, but Xian stopped them. This money was not ours to begin with. How can we accept it? Hu and Jianglong replied, one must honor their bets. If you do not take this money, rumors will circulate that I am shirking responsibility and taking advantage of newcomers. How about this? Let today's drinks be on us. Xian called for the waiter and ordered several dozen beers, leading to a lively atmosphere where everyone drank freely. Hu and Jianglong clapped Xian on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up, recognizing his social acumen. George, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Xian, you're so impressive. Why not try boxing yourself? Xian shot him a glare, questioning his sanity. Meanwhile, in another, larger private room, Huo Lianxing, Zhong Lingyun, and General Xue were seated together. Huo Lianxing listened as notification alerts chimed incessantly from his wristband. he had just placed a bet on by who as well. Earning money has become increasingly challenging. General Xu lamented. Thank you, young Master Hua, for your support. We look forward to your continued patronage, Zhong Lingyun remarked. You are too kind, Zhong Dongjia. Such opportunities are rare, Hua Lianqing replied. There are indeed significant opportunities, but I wonder if you are bold enough to seize them. Zhong Lingyun smiled mysteriously. What sort of grand opportunity? The big boss indicated that the current boxing matches lack sufficient excitement. The people of Huangjinqing yearn for something more thrilling. Yinzheng, clad in his usual black hooded attire and mask, stealthily infiltrated Anna's clinic. Where are your subordinates? Yinzheng surveyed the surroundings. They went to gain experience with Huan Jianglong. Anna sighed. Upon ascending the stairs, Yinzheng eagerly inquired, Where are the diamonds? They are in Daowen's possession, came the reply. Yinzheng, ever vigilant, pressed. Daowen, are you aiding them in their treachery? Think what you will. You wanted me to investigate the whereabouts of the diamonds. And I have accomplished that. So, do you intend to leave Shanghai? I have officially joined the Hongmen and am now returning to the city defense camp. Is that not tantamount to seeking death? Anna rose and retrieved a stack of cash from the cabinet. According to custom, this is a token of respect from the brothers. Do not dismiss it as insignificant. Yinzheng gazed at Anna in disbelief and rose in anger. What do you take me for? Who needs your ill-gotten gains? Anna, perplexed, replied, Big brother, why the pretense? Which member of the city defense camp does not accept money? Why toil so hard if not for personal gain? I cannot speak for others, but I, Yinzheng, solemnly swear I have never accepted a single cent of dirty money. I am determined to eradicate all criminal organizations and uphold social order. To stand against evil is the oath I took on my first day as a military officer. Even if all forget, I shall not. Yinzheng's reaction took Anna by surprise, yet she sought to temper his fervor. Even if you manage to dismantle the current 4 major organizations, new ones will inevitably arise. It's futile. Will you simply stand by and watch? Are you blind to the violence stemming from drugs, the gambling that devastates innocent families, and the human trafficking behind the seedy industries? Yinzheng passionately retorted. Establishing casinos and dance halls is permitted by the Federation, and soon, drugs will be legalized. Who defines crime? If you are so capable, why not run for office? Of course, Yinzheng could never consider such a path. Born in Baiyin City with great potential, he had been relegated to Jiulong City simply for adhering to his sense of justice and refusing to corrupt himself alongside others. His unyielding character had spared him from demise, as his prowess in solving cases rendered him valuable to the underworld. Anna admired this principled federal official and felt regret for having previously categorized him with the rest. Yet, it was evident that he failed to grasp the fundamental issues at hand, or perhaps he recognized them but chose to avoid confrontation. Frustrated by Anna's rebuttal, Yinzheng shouted, All I know is that some matters must be addressed by us, the police. Anna, gathering her hair, replied nonchalantly, If you are willing, I have a way to help you eliminate all organizations. Yinzheng resumed his seat and poured himself a cup of cool tea from the electric kettle. You intend to exploit the conflicts among the organizations to incite their mutual destruction, do you not? Was that not your original thought? Anna queried, Are you not concerned about the dangers of being an undercover agent? Can you be moved by the fervor of Officer A's righteous indignation? Anna shrugged helplessly. Do you have a concrete plan? First, locate the diamonds and stabilize the situation with the Golden City people. Give me time to fully gain Hong Xingshan's trust. All right. Yinzheng chuckled. When I forced you into this risky venture, I was left with no choice. Upon hearing that you dared to oppose the Garcia family in order to protect ordinary soldiers, I knew we were allies. How did you take advantage of the situation and then begin to act coy? Anna replied, I dare not marry or have children without relatives or friends. They have little leverage against me. But you're different. Your father can protect you. Angering the Garcia family would only lead to a demotion for you. The long-buried memories resurfaced. Anna had always believed her arrival in Jiulong City was due to her efforts to redeem herself from the second surface operation, not realizing that it was her unseen father, the legal officer, who had been orchestrating events behind the scenes. What is the true nature of drug legalization? Is the Federation truly in such dire financial straits? Anna shifted the topic, contemplating how a singular economy, like the Federation, could experience an economic crisis. Did they truly need to rely on the drug trade to offset their fiscal deficit? The push for drug legalization stems from the Scientific Alliance, the only political faction not bound by blood ties. They have long sought additional research funding, but the short-sighted tycoons resist investing in projects that do not yield immediate returns. Hence the emergence of such desperate measures. The SAS family appears to wield true authority within the Federation, yet they have been on a downward trajectory in recent years. The recent unrest orchestrated by the opposition party has significantly undermined the Republican Party's support, and with the upcoming elections in just a few southern bronze cities, drug users account for 30%. They require this wave of votes. Understanding now, Anna pondered deeply after dismissing Yin Zheng, resting her chin on her hand. Edwin von Richter. What manner of man is her father in this world? A legal officer utilizing his connections to shield his daughter from the tyranny of superiors sounds quite rational. Anna opened her communicator and located the contact labeled father. Their chat history was empty. She searched her mind for remnants of the original owner's memories. The vague silhouettes of her father were warm and tender, while her mother was conspicuously absent. After entering military school, the father and daughter had seldom met. Since her arrival in this world, Anna had yet to experience a peaceful day. The legal officer had never sent a single message inquiring about her well-being, yet he had covertly assisted her. What could possibly be the reason behind this? The chat history seemed deliberately purged. Anna hesitated to reach out to legal officer Richter, as such a probe carried significant risk. For now, being a traveler was her greatest secret, and the consequences of exposure could be dire. Ligu Xian returned to the small clinic, dragging two inebriated individuals with him. Upon seeing Anna lost in thought, they failed to notice his arrival. He snapped his fingers before her, and she awakened from a reverie. What's happened now? Nothing, just a bit too much to drink. Oh, how much did you consume? You should rest. Anna observed that, despite Li Gu Xian's own intoxication, he remained remarkably lucid. She ascended the stairs, while he gazed at her retreating figure, unable to divert his gaze. In the following days, Anna prepared for what she termed the Shinon Plan, an alternative cultivation initiative. That day, although she had spoken freely, executing the plan would involve numerous details that required meticulous planning. She carefully assessed the resources available in her space. The medicinal plants in the school's herb garden were of excellent quality. Ultimately, she would have to venture to the surface herself. Otherwise, transporting over 100 saplings from the shadowy underbelly would be inexplicable. While the medical field was her expertise, she was utterly ignorant of agriculture and cultivation. Anna delved into the library within her space, seeking relevant literature to catch up. Her previous 2 excursions to the surface had been in contaminated zones, leaving her utterly uninformed about the agricultural standards and climatic conditions within the oasis. She located a publication from a surface development bureau entitled Surface Agriculture Report. In this era, what they called books resembled richly illustrated documentaries. Just as she reached a crucial section, the system abruptly prompted a payment request. The trial reading had concluded, and the full book was priced at 1,988 yuan. What the heck? Anna exclaimed, cursing. After checking her balance, she resigned herself to the purchase. What other choice did she have? The book's content was indeed comprehensive. The interior of the oasis was unaffected by radiation, greenhouse technology was highly advanced, and the plant varieties were remarkably similar to those of the Old World. The 103 oasis above her head fell entirely under a subtropical monsoon climate. Anna realized that the Federation could not possibly lack the inherited knowledge of the Old World. They merely monopolized advanced productivity among a select few, rendering the uneducated populace effectively illiterate. Without formidable weapons of critique like the humanoid machines, effective resistance against tyranny would forever remain an impossibility. Anna's desire for Hong Xingshan to abandon the drug trade aligned with his aspirations for internal reform within the Hongmen. The first to gain from the pie would be Hong Jing, who had vehemently opposed her joining the Hongmen. If Hong Xingshan intended to take the lead in reform, he would undoubtedly earn Hong Jing's enmity. Reflecting on the fates of historical reformers, Anna lamented the arduous journey ahead. The intricate web of internal interests among various factions is far from simple. It is easy to suggest that they might turn against each other. Yet who among those emerging from the blood-soaked chaos is not cunning? One misstep could lead to one's own demise. A few days later, Anna received a communication from Yi, indicating that someone had been sent to pick her up at Lihua Grand Hotel. As Anna gathered her belongings and stepped outside, she was finally on her way. She had begun to think that the old man had forgotten about her. On the way, she received another message from Xian, informing her of a major shoot planned for that night on Lihua Street. In the underworld, shooting a big film was a euphemism for large-scale brawls. Guided by a servant, Anna entered a spacious private room on the third floor, where Hong Xingshan and Yi Ying had already arrived. "Dr. Anna, come, take a seat," Hong invited, positioning her close to him. The attendees were all prominent figures from both official and business circles. Among them were Deputy Mayor Benjamin Luashi, Colonel Muhammad, the head of the City Defense Corps, Minister of Transportation Hayef, and Minister of Commerce Simoni, who took their seats in succession. "Old Master Hong, you look well," someone remarked. "I told them there was no way you could retire. With your condition, you could still work for another 20 years. They exchanged pleasantries, all appearing to hold a deep respect for Hong Xingshan. Delicately plated dishes were served, representing the finest cuisine Anna had encountered since her arrival in this world. She had not expected to find seafood in the underbelly of the city. Hong Xingshan did not introduce Anna, and the guests did not inquire further. She quietly focused on her meal while discreetly observing everyone's behavior. After several rounds of drinks, Hong Xingshan raised his empty glass and declared, "I have summoned you all today to announce that Hong Min will henceforth withdraw from the pill market." A brief silence ensued, followed by enthusiastic applause. "As expected of Master Hong, you truly understand the greater good. This is what we call vision." With the Federation promoting the legalization of pills, it was clear that he would not complicate matters for them. Half of the officials in Kowloon City relied on the factions for their livelihoods. This was no exaggeration, as there were few rigid minds like Yin Zhang's. Even the mayoral elections were manipulated by the factions, with open vote buying. In the past, both the mayor of Kowloon and the commander of the City Defense Corps had been promoted to Silver City, where they wielded greater power, necessitating the concealment of their former disgraceful actions. A proposal had once been made to grant citizenship to transient residents in the underground city after a certain period, as this represented a vast hidden voting bloc. Unfortunately, the Department of Civil Affairs, which profited from selling citizenship at high prices, thwarted this. Decades ago, when a faction's power peaked, it had a significant impact on the decision-making and elections in Golden City, leading to a brutal crackdown. The death of Hong Xingshan's father was also linked to this. As a byproduct of the Federation's malfeasance, the faction had experienced a resurgence. While Hong Xingshan contemplated his reforms, he took the opportunity to project weakness to the Federation, providing a favor to the officials of Kowloon, a clever maneuver. In the world of gangs, loyalty and honor are paramount. Once the statement is made, the entire Kowloon City and even the underground world would know, leaving no room for retreat. Anna savored the taste of political maneuvering, cautiously toasting a few drinks. As the meal concluded, Hong Xingshan finished his last drink and said, "Please take your leave, everyone. My health does not permit me to see you off." Anna remained seated, fully aware that the night's performance was just beginning. After everyone else departed, Hong Xingshan adeptly rose from his wheelchair. "Dr. Anna, I am quite intrigued by the traditional medicine business you mentioned last time. Thank you for your trust. I wish to know how much authority and resources I can mobilize at the operational level. The agricultural land on the surface belongs entirely to the Surface Development Bureau, and our private land is in the harvest season. By next month, I expect to see a detailed and feasible plan, with all manpower and resources previously allocated to the pill industry under your command. Will the eldest son listen to me?" Anna chuckled softly in disbelief. "I will do my best to persuade him, but it also depends on your capabilities. Nothing I have aimed to accomplish since childhood has been simple. If problems cannot be resolved, one must first address the people involved." Just as Hong Xingshan finished speaking, a cacophony of shouts and clashes erupted outside. Anna approached the balcony and looked down through the glass. witnessing a chaotic melee between two groups on the street, totaling nearly 100 individuals, all wielding sharp blades and locked in fierce combat. Among the group attacking from the left, she recognized Xian and his companions. Xian was using the back of his blade to strike, moving swiftly, incapacitating opponents without lethal force. Owen appeared timid as usual, seemingly wanting to hide behind Xian. George charged at the forefront, eyes blazing, his body splattered with blood. Whether his own or that of others was unclear. The Crow Gang, a burgeoning faction, had brazenly seized Hong's territory and injured people while Hong Xingshan was unwell. He needed to reassert his authority, and they were foolishly walking into the fray. The commander of the City Defense Corps had just exited the private room, and the military police would not intervene before dawn. Hong Xingshan elegantly swirled his wine glass and approached Anna. "Do not fret too much. You have been protecting them precisely for moments like this." Anna scoffed, feigning indifference as she remarked, "Humph, I am merely curious. Why expend so much effort in a fight when a single bullet could take down their leader more efficiently? As long as no firearms were used, the City Defense Corps could turn a blind eye. This was our unspoken agreement." Hong Xingshan drank the crimson liquid in his glass. If a gangster can only fight and kill, they will never become a true leader. Of course, such a life is simpler. A leader merely points the way, and subordinates follow without needing to think. The Crow Gang was annihilated overnight, and this news hardly stirred any significant commotion. Only Anna was left to deal with countless patients with external injuries. The valiant performances of Xian and George were evident, earning them their own followers. The following day, Aunt Lu, who lived across the street, came to see Anna with a mysterious expression. "Dr. Anna, do you treat mental illnesses?" Anna was momentarily taken aback. "What kind of mental illness?" "It's our Ahua." A week ago, she suddenly started babbling nonsense, claiming she had crossed over. Anna's pupils dilated as she grasped Aunt Lu's hand. "Please elaborate." "Nothing much. She climbed over the wall from home the night before last and was caught. Her father said she was feigning it to avoid working at the dance hall, and locking her up and letting her go hungry for a few meals would suffice. Our Ahua has always been obedient, but the way she is acting seems quite strange, as if possessed by some evil spirit." "Does she not recognize you?" Anna inquired. "She does, but her gaze seems unfamiliar." "Is Ahua your biological daughter?" Anna's mind raced. "No, we adopted her from the orphanage. There is no shortage of orphans in Shanghai. We have raised her this long. Is it wrong for her to earn her keep? I have encountered similar cases when I was in Silver City. I could take a look at her." Anna fabricated a plausible excuse. All right. After Aunt Lu left, Anna could hardly contain her excitement. Finally, she had encountered a fellow countryman in this desolate world. Before long, Aunt Lu and Uncle Ming escorted a young girl into the room. "You talk too much. There's no illness. Just give her a good beating," Uncle Ming complained. "Dr. Anna wouldn't deceive us." The girl appeared disheveled, her clothes torn and filthy, her eyes filled with terror. Anna gently pulled her to sit in front of her and asked softly, "What is your name? How old are you?" "Song Shiyao, 17, the girl replied quietly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ming kicked the chair from behind, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Anna quickly intervened. Her condition is sensitive and cannot withstand any provocation. "Please step outside. I need to speak with her privately." "How pretentious," Uncle Ming grumbled, but Aunt Lu pulled him out. "You claim to have crossed over. Can you tell me how that happened?" Anna offered her a drink. The girl took a sip and asked, "Doctor, do you believe what I'm saying?" "Of course." Gaining some courage, the girl continued, "I had a fight with my parents and ran away from home. As soon as I stepped outside, I was hit by a car, and then I ended up in this hellish place." "Where did you previously reside?" "In Donghuagua, Handong Sheng, Jinghai Shi." Anna has already confirmed that Song Shiyao, like herself, is a time traveler, but she does not intend to reveal her identity just yet. Previously, the Federation had apprehended individuals claiming to be time travelers, and they are now confined in psychiatric hospitals undergoing lobotomies. If you wish to avoid such a fate, it is prudent to remain discreet and heed my advice. Currently, I am your only ally. Song Shiyao trembled in fear, nearly dropping her cup. "What should I do?" she stammered. "From now on, you will assist me and refrain from wandering about. This place is perilous." Song Shuyao obediently nodded. Anna opened the door and called in Aunt Lu and Uncle Ming. In medical terms, her condition is referred to as dissociative identity disorder. Believing oneself to be another person is not particularly alarming unless it manifests. I happen to need assistance, so I will have a Herbal work with me. Uncle Ming eagerly accepted the money from Anna, counting it several times. As long as it earns money. It matters not where one is. Please try not to provoke her, Anna advised. Aunt Lu beamed, taking her daughter's hand, proclaiming, meeting Dr. Anna is truly a stroke of luck. Anna shook her head as she observed the family depart. She had yet to grasp the mechanics of time travel. Song Shuyao, being young and naive, could not disguise herself in front of her familiar family. She had been interacting with newly acquainted individuals, thus arousing no suspicion. However, this made Prosecutor Richter even more suspect. Anna thought to herself how fortunate she was to have prepared in advance. As a member of the Hongmen, her words carried weight among ordinary people in Shanghai. If only her house were larger, she could have a young girl reside with her. As for housing, it would only become increasingly dangerous. A wise rabbit has multiple burrows, so she should prepare alternative safe houses. The funds remained tight, and she must promptly seek operational funds from Hong Xingshan. The following morning, Song Shuyao arrived punctually at Anna's clinic, her face freshly washed, hair neatly combed, and attired in new clothing. Just in time, Xian and the others returned from their night shift. To better integrate himself into the gang, George had adorned himself with tattoos, startling Song Shuyao, who quickly hid behind Anna. Isn't that Ahua from Uncle Ming's family? What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Xian inquired. George looked at his tattooed arm and, with a foolish grin, remarked, Am I that frightening? An elbowed him, saying, What's there to boast about? Anna interjected. The number of patients is increasing. I cannot manage alone. An, if Angela is willing, please invite her to work here. That would be splendid, An thought, hoping Angela would leave the dance hall soon. Additionally, please keep an eye out for any suitable vacant rooms. I wish to rent a few more. No problem, sister. Once inside, Anna introduced Song Shuyao to their names and explained why they resided there. She also outlined the general situation in Shanghai to assist her in concealing her identity as a time traveler. Song Shuyao, lacking any sense of wariness, began to confide in Anna once she felt genuine kindness from her. Perhaps it was also the fear of the unfamiliar environment that made her cling desperately to the first semblance of familiarity she found. Having drifted alone in this foreign world for so long, living in constant fear, she finally encountered a fellow countryman, and Anna was willing to engage in casual conversation. Sister Anna, you are amazing. Everyone listens to you. Is this what they call a gang queen? Anna chuckled. Interpret it however you wish. I really want to go home. Song Shuyao sighed, resting her chin on her hand. I wish to return home as well. Who would willingly associate with a gang if they could be law-abiding citizens? Then why did you run away from home? I didn't want to attend school or take the college entrance examination. Were you bullied at school? Not exactly. It was mainly the immense pressure of academics. Constant exams, endless papers. Ugh, you wouldn't understand. How could I not? When I was preparing for the college entrance exam, you were still in elementary school. Here, there are no exams. After all, everyone is illiterate. Song Shuyao continued. I used to think my parents were always saying they wanted what was best for me, yet they forced me to do things I disliked, which was so frustrating. Now that I think about it, they truly loved me. In the afternoon, Anna was to meet Hong Xingshan. Before leaving, she told Song Shuyao soon. Aunt Susan will come to collect her medication. The medicine is ready in the kitchen. If I have not returned by dinner, you may go home by yourself. Just close the door without needing to lock it. All right, Sister Anna. Anna informed Hong Xingshan that she intended to conduct an on-site investigation at the surface and requested his assistance in contacting a smuggler and arranging a reliable local guide. The next day, after settling matters at home, Anna set off with Xian. The Jiulong Bronze City is located approximately 1 kilometer beneath the surface, with several routes leading to the surface. To evade the Federation's inspections during smuggling, one must first enter the ventilation passageway located above Shanghai. The smuggler had informed them of the timing, and they needed to enter the ventilation passageway at the designated time, where a makeshift cable car awaited them, which would not wait for tardy arrivals, as delays could lead to complications. The cable car would transport them to an abandoned coal mine from the old world, where coal had long been extracted, making this underground space a natural transit point for smugglers. After a brief rest here, they could easily reach the surface via the mine's shaft, following a similar procedure. Without the smuggler's assistance, it would be impossible for surface dwellers to successfully smuggle. The bodies that splattered upon impact at the bottom of the shaft served as grim evidence. The smuggler was originally from the Hong family, charging exorbitant transportation fees far exceeding costs, mainly to control the population of Shanghai. Along the way, Anna asked Xian, "Did you not grow up on the surface? Would you like to show me your home?" "I am an orphan, with no home or family," Xian replied expressionlessly. "I apologize. It's fine." Upon reaching the surface, Anna was greeted by the long-lost sunlight and blue sky, as if she had stepped into another world. The person sent to meet them was Axie, the head of the Hongmen's opium plantation. He was robust, wearing a sun hat, and bore a fierce countenance. Though he had been informed in advance, he still appeared slightly surprised and disdainful upon seeing such a young girl in Anna. "Hello." Anna extended her hand. Axie grasped Anna's hand, taking the opportunity to feel her up, but Anna maintained her smile and applied pressure, firmly squeezing back. Axie recoiled his reddened hand, forcing a smile as he said, "Let me take you both to your accommodation." "I would like to go directly to the plantation," Anna declared. Axie ceased further conversation, silently driving the tractor along the field ridges. This was Anna's first visit to the oasis. There were no towering modern structures. Instead, as far as the eye could see, there were endless fields, a sight unlike anything she had witnessed in her previous life. The vibrant autumn resembled a peacock flaunting its tail feathers, and the rivers exuded a tranquil calm after the clamor. The rainy season had concluded, and the fields were piled high with crops and tools that Anna could not name. The sky was vast and profound, and the morning chill invigorated the spirit. At last, Anna beheld the sinister and enchanting flowers, densely planted with poppies on a small hillside. Hundreds of farmers toiled away, comprising men, women, and children from the nearby slums. They pierced the dark green oval pods with coarse needles or triangular knives, collecting the viscous, milky sap that oozed from the punctures. In the small workshop beside the flower field, several iron pots were boiling the sap, releasing a strange, aromatic fragrance that wafted through the hillside. The laborers, catching a whiff of that scent, inhaled deeply, instantly forgetting their fatigue and reviving their spirits. Anna stepped back, covering her nose with her hand. Poppies, which could indeed be medicinal, were exploited by the greedy to create addictive pills for profit. The Hongmen had 12 such plantations, widely dispersed. Anna meticulously noted the terrain and topography, measuring temperature, humidity, and coordinates. The journey led us past numerous plantations belonging to others, where coffee, grapes, and bananas serve as the primary economic crops. Absent of advanced mechanized equipment, cultivation relies predominantly on manual labor, with the farmers exhibiting a numbed expression akin to serfdom. In stark contrast to the meager wages barely sufficient for sustenance at the federal plantations. Engaging in the cultivation of opium poppies for the syndicate offers a slightly better financial return. Perhaps the stagnation of fundamental research has hindered the invention of more efficient machinery. Or perhaps it is simply the perception that labor costs are sufficiently low. Witnessing the denizens of the underground city languish in the opulence of ancestral legacies creates an unsettling disparity. The underground city boasts synthetic starch technology, negating the need for diverse agricultural produce on the surface, as coffee, wine, fresh-cut flowers, and fruits are their desires. Those who toil on the surface produce goods they will never enjoy. What troubles Anna more than these considerations is her own inexperience in agricultural production. She is a novice, unfamiliar with the intricacies of planting medicinal herbs, and her opportunities for trial and error are limited. The pharmaceutical business constitutes 1/3 of the Hongmen's economic income. Should the traditional medicine industry fail to yield immediate results, those who already harbor disdain for her will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create turmoil. Ultimately, her relationship with Hongxing Xian is one of mutual exploitation, and there is little reason to trust that he would suppress his son of decades to support her. In the evening, Axie invited them to a feast of roasted lamb, where they sat by the campfire, gazing up at the starlit sky. You have inspected all 12 plantations. What shall we do tomorrow? Axie inquired. I wish to meet someone experienced in cultivation here, Anna replied. That would be Lao Huang, but he has been acting strangely of late. How so? Lao Huang is not one of the temporary workers you met today. He is one of the managers responsible for the syndicate's plantations. He was already here when I took over. At some point, he began to drink alone, and when others asked him what was troubling him, he remained silent. This past few days, when we are in need of hands, he has feigned illness to avoid working. When news of the shift to cultivating traditional medicine reached us, most people felt indifferent, although the eldest son was quite displeased for us subordinates. As long as our pay remained steady, the type of crop mattered little. However, Lao Huang appeared particularly pleased. Anna's interest piqued. This behavior was reminiscent of a time traveler. When can I meet him? Do not rush. It is late today. We shall discuss it in the morning. That night, they stayed in a modest yet tidy villa by the forest, with a gentle stream babbling beneath the window, reminiscent of an old-world tourist lodge. Nearby, a luxurious villa area catered to the elite of Golden City, seeking a change of scenery. The following morning, as Anna enjoyed fried bread prepared by the cook Mia in the dining room, Axie arrived with Lao Huang. With graying hair and wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and forehead, Lao Huang's calloused hands bore testament to years of toil, yet he appeared quite spirited. Upon learning that Anna was the new head of cultivation, he greeted her warmly. Anna posed several inquiries regarding cultivation, receiving highly professional responses. Unless one were a time traveler, it would be impossible to explain the sudden transformation of a man who had cultivated opium for decades. Lao Huang assured Anna, with a pat on his chest, that transitioning entirely to traditional medicine would undoubtedly succeed. Anna expressed a desire to explore the adjacent forest, and Axie hesitated but ultimately retrieved a hunting rifle from the wall. He explained that the forest harbored large wild beasts that they occasionally hunted, but venturing deep into the woods was prohibited due to the presence of cannibalistic tribes. Becoming lost would be exceedingly perilous. The subtropical forest, though not as towering as those in colder regions, allowed dappled sunlight to filter through the gaps in the canopy, casting glimmers of gold upon the ground. The air was fragrant with the scent of grass and trees, alive with the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects, occasionally interrupted by a monkey swinging overhead. Axie refrained from firing his weapon, aware that killing a monkey would incite relentless retribution from its troop. As they treaded over low shrubs, everyone wore rubber shoes and secured their pant legs to avoid surprise attacks from centipedes or leeches. Anna quickly identified medicinal plants such as huangqi, tianma, and dafen, teaching Lao Huang how to recognize them. The day proceeded smoothly without incident, and Axie managed to hunt a few wild rabbits, leading to another evening of barbecue delights. On the third day on the surface, Anna declined Axie's company and accompanied Xian to a nearby slum. They were tasked by George to visit his family, a personal matter to be concluded before returning to the underground city. Axie repeatedly cautioned Anna about the chaos there, where daily fatalities occurred. Curiosity piqued. Anna wondered what kind of place could be deemed chaotic by a gang member. Xian calmly reassured her, stating, "It's nothing to worry about. I'm familiar with that area." Despite having mentally prepared herself, Anna was nonetheless taken aback by the deplorable conditions of the surface slum upon entering. Life in Shanghai seemed almost idyllic in comparison. It was no wonder that many would prefer to toil in the underground city rather than return to their surface homes. As two well-dressed individuals stepped into the slum, countless gaunt children surrounded them, extending their hands for money. Xian distributed the spare change he had prepared, and the children scattered with their newfound coins. Anna continued her search following the address provided by George when suddenly, Xian forcefully shoved her aside, warning, "Be careful." Stumbling slightly, Anna steadied herself against the utility pole to avoid falling. Turning back, she saw Xian subduing a knife-wielding boy. The boy was slender, fitting all of Anna's preconceived notions about African refugees. Anna shook her aching arm, signaling Xian to escort the boy to a nearby alley. Xian understood, disarming the boy and effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Anna observed the boy's bright eyes, devoid of fear, yet filled with confusion. You can understand us, can't you? Claiming you intended to rob us aligns with the conditions here. But if an enemy sent you to kill me, that would be rather hasty. The boy remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. Exchanging glances with Xian, Anna produced a loaf of bread from her storage ring. I have matters to attend to and no time to play. Your knife is confiscated, but you can have this. Xian released the boy, who eagerly snatched the bread, tearing open the packaging and devouring it in a few bites. As Anna turned to leave, the boy rushed after her, exclaiming, "I was sent by Hong Jing to kill you." Anna chuckled softly, intrigued by the boy. "Who told you to say that?" The boy froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected response. "You must be in dire need of money to accept such a task. Is someone in your family ill?" Anna shifted her approach. "I am a doctor. Perhaps I can assist you." Though merely a guess, as every family here likely struggled financially, her words sparked a glimmer of hope in the boy's large eyes. His name was Wei, age 17, working 3 jobs to support his family and care for his sick mother. Anna and her companions followed Wei into a filthy shantytown, encountering numerous idle individuals who cast unfriendly looks at Anna, only to be silenced by Wei's few sharp words. After trudging through the muck for what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at Wei's home. A 4 or 5-year-old girl dashed out, joyfully tugging at Wei's arm. She was his sister. Inside, a young woman was nursing a baby, identified as Wei's sister. The ground was cluttered with colorful pots and bowls, filled with poor-quality pickled vegetables and murky rainwater. The wooden structure lacked both light and windows, pervaded by the stench of excrement and a faint moldy odor, where a woman lay gasping for breath amidst a pile of blankets. Anna activated the light on her wristband, illuminating the woman's face, which appeared pale and emaciated, lacking any hint of blood, and was far younger than Anna had anticipated. "What happened to her?" Anna inquired. "A month ago, she complained of abdominal pain, and despite taking Dr. Yesenen's medication, her condition did not improve," replied Wei. Anna placed one hand on the woman's pulse while gently massaging her abdomen with the other. The woman seemed to sense the pain and stirred from her stupor. Anna instructed Xian and Wei to step outside, calling for Wei's sister to come in and assist. Wei's mother had a deceased fetus lodged in her womb, causing severe internal bleeding. Anna performed a puncture through the posterior fornix to release the stagnant blood, alleviating the pressure in the abdominal cavity, and then utilized acupuncture to stimulate several acupoints related to obstructed labor. Wei's mother emitted increasingly agonized groans, prompting Anna to instruct Wei's sister to hold her down while she continued the acupuncture, repeatedly urging in her ear, "Push, push." Wei's mother was far too weak to expel the deceased fetus on her own, compelling Anna to resort to manual extraction. After an arduous struggle, she finally succeeded in pulling out the now dark purple fetus along with the placenta. Once everything was taken care of, Anna rinsed the blood from her hands with saline, while Wei's sister helped to cover their mother with a blanket anew. Wei peeked in and Anna grasped his arm, saying, "Your mother's life has been temporarily saved, but she remains very weak. Would you be willing to donate some blood to her?" Wei nodded vigorously and rolled up his sleeve. However, Anna froze, noticing numerous needle marks on Wei's elbow vein. "Do you use drugs?" Anna asked, frowning. "No, these are from selling blood," Wei stated nonchalantly, as if selling blood was as ordinary as selling tea eggs. Anna released Wei's arm and called for Xian, but their blood types did not match, leaving them with no choice but to use Wei's sister's blood. As Anna prepared to leave, Wei confided, "Someone from the plantation sought me out, showing me your photo and instructing me to harm you. They claimed I would undoubtedly be defeated by that older brother beside you, advising me to remain silent until you began to coerce and entice me, at which point I would learn it was someone from Hong Jing who sent me." Anna chuckled, ruffling Wei's hair and leaving him the last of her spare change. They encountered no further complications before reaching George's home, only to discover that his mother had passed away, a casualty of a stray bullet during last week's gang shootout. George's house was bare, devoid of any inheritance, and the dilapidated dwelling was soon claimed by vagrants. A neighbor handed them a necklace, a mere red string threaded through a pebble. They had intended to assure George's mother, I am doing well down here, and I will bring you up soon. The gang in the slums was a far cry from the order established in Kowloon City. The oasis was essentially lawless. Aside from landowners organizing mercenaries to protect their residential areas and plantations, there was no authority to maintain order in the slums. Gangs proliferated like weeds, with many organizations resembling children's games, and the conflicts between gangs often stemmed from absurd reasons. The average age of gang members was under 16, and it was rare to find elders in the slums, as most inhabitants did not live to old age. In comparison, the Hong men resembled a well-organized and disciplined military force. While Kowloon City had the highest crime rate simply because the crime rate on the surface was virtually unquantifiable, attempts had been made to establish order, directing the blame for people's hardships towards the Surface Development Bureau, which exploited surface interests to supply the underground city like a comprador. Those who dared to resist were met with ruthless suppression, and all who had opposed were deceased, leaving no memory of rebellion. On their way back to Shanghai, Xian noticed Anna's heavy mood and attempted to strike up a conversation. Who could be manipulating away? He pondered. It's not just Axie who knows we will be going there. Besides, Axie is associated with the young master. If he intended to harm me regarding the plantation matter, he could have acted where we reside. Why would anyone want to incite a feud between us and the young master? Now everyone is aware of my conflict with the young master. Escalating our discord would only hinder reform. I suspect this person is the same as the one who previously attempted to harm Lord Hong and instigate discord between the Hua family and the Clown family, Anna deduced. Is this aversion to our well-being due to conservative forces within the door or external individuals? Xian inquired further. If it's an external force intent on undermining or even absorbing the Hong men, would they need to be so clandestine? It must be someone internal who cannot yet confront us openly, seeking to eliminate rivals to ascend. It's neither Hong Jing nor Hong Jin. It must be Hong Tian. The number of surface bases was pitifully low, and even with Anna wearing the exclusive wristband for underground citizens, she remained in a state of disconnection. Upon returning to Shanghai, she was relieved to find Owen, George, and Song Shuyao all well, but another significant event had transpired. Oasis number 77 has changed hands, and the young master of Harland has made a strong comeback. This news summary sounded like something out of a subpar fantasy novel, and indeed it was. The Harland family was once among the 10 prominent families at the inception of the Federation, but due to mismanagement, they had gradually declined, being undermined by the rising Xian family. Recently, an illegitimate son of the Harland family, Weishi, had been brought back to participate in family affairs. Utilizing undisclosed means, he managed to repurchase the originally Harland-owned Oasis number 77 from the Xian family at an exceptionally low price. Anna promptly sought out Hong Xingshan, providing a detailed report on the plan she and Lao Huang had devised. Hong Xingshan nodded, urging her to proceed. However, Anna did not leave immediately. She settled down to discuss matters at hand. Have you heard of the transmigrators? She asked. Yes, some peculiar individuals who have recently appeared, Hong Xingshan replied. His Hongmen disciples were spread across 36 bronze cities. In addition to short videos on internet platforms, he had numerous channels for information. Are you aware of the Federation's stance on transmigrators? Anna could hardly contain her excitement. Hong Xingshan shook his head, stating, the Federation seems to avoid this subject, insisting that they are merely insane. What if I told you that prior to arriving here, I participated in a covert military operation on the surface for the Federation, and they were already aware that transmigrators would be arriving? Anna gazed at Hong Xingshan with eager anticipation. The Federation fears transmigrators? Indeed, we have one right here. She can read. What use is a literate person to me? Hong Xingshan countered. Anna realized that explaining the complexities of productivity and production relations to this gang leader was beyond her, so she endeavored to simplify the matter. The arrival of transmigrators will disrupt the Federation's existing order. They will introduce new technologies, and soon various factions will begin vying for the transmigrators. We must act swiftly. However, Hong Xingshan quickly doused Anna's enthusiasm, advising, you should focus on the matters at hand for now. Anna had just encountered Song Shuyao and wished to incite Hong Xingshan to gather information on transmigrators, but it was still difficult to ascertain the total number of transmigrators. Lao Huang's emergence and the increasingly tumultuous situation made her realize that the number and density of transmigrators were far greater than she had anticipated. Anna rose to take her leave, confident that Hong Xingshan would agree after consideration, just as he had with the Shinon plan. Before departing, she inquired about the address of the Hong Jing family. After a quick visit to the clinic, she hurried to the Hong Jing residence, which was not far from Hong Xingshan's villa. Upon her unexpected visit, Hong Jing, who was sulking at home, did not greet her warmly. "Is your sister-in-law not at home?" Anna asked. "She went for a beauty treatment with her friend. All she does is spend money," Hong Jing complained, though he maintained basic politeness by allowing Anna into the living room. "What a coincidence. I came to deliver skincare products for your sister-in-law." Anna placed 2 exquisitely packaged gift boxes on the coffee table. "I will convey your good intentions." Hong Jing's demeanor softened slightly. Anna sat down opposite Hong Jing. Today she was uncharacteristically different, having exchanged the typical cold demeanor of a soldier for the unique gentleness of a woman, resembling a block of hard ice melting into water. Anna briefly recounted her experiences on the surface to Hong Jing, then lifted the corner of her shirt to reveal a gruesome scar on her left abdomen, which was merely an effect created with tissue paper, glue, and colored pens. "The person who stabbed me said he was sent by the eldest son. Do you believe everything people say?" Hong Jing retorted in exasperation. "Of course I do not believe it. I haven't even mentioned this to the old man. All those on the plantation are my people. They would never betray me." "It's not so simple. There are issues with some around the third young lady," Anna remarked, sharing her suspicions from the banquet. "Dr. Anna, what is your true purpose for coming to the Hong family?" "I am merely a doctor, wishing to plant more medicine and save more lives. Being an outsider, I cannot understand the Hong men better than you do. For the future of Hong men, now is not the time for internal strife," Anna replied sincerely. "Then, Dr. Anna, focus on your recovery. I will thoroughly investigate the plantation matters." Hong Jing's expression conveyed a sense of mercy, as if he had decided to let her off the hook due to her earnest plea. In Hong Jing's eyes, Anna's sudden appearance beside his father, who appointed her to join Hong men and announced his withdrawal from the pill market, while granting her the land for growing traditional medicine instead of opium, painted her as a quintessential villain. Hong Jing understood that this was all his father's intention. As an adopted son, he held little ambition, yet as the heir of the Hong family, he needed to navigate many steps to maintain his dignity. Anna was aware that Hong Jing preferred a gentle approach, by proactively offering gifts and demonstrating her desire to earn money without risking her life. She struck a chord with him. This alleviated the tension in their relationship, ensuring that the Shinon plan could proceed smoothly for the time being. That evening, while Anna was gathering more information regarding the independence of Medical Station Number 77, she suddenly received a communication from Hong Xingshan. "Is it true that the time traveler can read?" "Yes. Bring her to see me." The call ended abruptly. Anna hurried to the neighboring house to summon Song Shiyao. Upon hearing that they were to meet a leader of the Hong men, Song Shiyao felt a mix of fear and anticipation. As this was her first venture outside of Shanghai since her arrival, finding everything on the flying vehicle to be novel, Anna confidently led the way into the Hong family villa, guided by a robotic vacuum to the study. "Is this the time traveler you mentioned?" Hong Xingshan scrutinized the timid Song Shiyao beside Anna. "Yes." The nightingale invited them to sit and poured 2 cups of tea. Hong Xingshan retrieved an old photograph from a compartment in the bookshelf and handed it over. The paper had severely yellowed, making it unclear which era it belonged to. The photograph featured the shrine Anna had seen in the Hong family ancestral hall, now significantly damaged with signs of having been scorched by fire, standing amidst ruins. Upon flipping the photo over, Anna was pleasantly surprised to find a series of ink blue pen strokes on the back. Hong Xingshan smiled kindly at Song Shiyao. "Can you tell me what it says?" Song Shiyao took the photo from Anna, reading aloud, "The Donghua Kingdom shall never perish. May 26, 1942. Suddenly, Hong Xingshan became intrigued by the time traveler, as he had received a call from the Su family of the Surface Development Bureau while Anna was visiting Hong Jing. At that moment, he had been standing on the balcony, smoking, and quickly returned to his wheelchair. The virtual screen displayed the image of Director Su. "Mr. Hong, how have you been?" Su joked, despite Xian's ambitions to oppose the Federation. He dared not be too arrogant in front of such a powerful figure who controlled vast global resources. I heard you withdrew from the pill market to cultivate medicinal herbs. Indeed, at my age, I wish to accumulate some good karma. Director Su, not wishing to engage in idle chit-chat, got straight to the point. Have you heard about Oasis number 77? According to reliable sources, the reason Wei Shi succeeded is due to the formidable time traveler by his side. Hong Xingshan was taken aback, recalling Anna's words. To my knowledge, these time travelers can read. Some even possess their own spaces. Their arrival will bring about greater upheaval in the already turbulent Federation, and now various families are covertly collecting time travelers behind the Federation's back. Realizing that Anna had indeed spoken the truth, and that she had discovered the time travelers before going to the surface without informing him, Hong Xingshan felt a twinge of apprehension. Is there anything you need me to do? The time travelers represented a dangerous variable. They seem to look down upon those of us who are illiterate. Your disciples are widespread and can secretly gather intel on them to see if they truly are as legendary as they say. The Su family's main power lies on the surface. Attempting to snatch people from the underground city can only be done through Hongmen. This amounts to direct confrontation with the Federation. What benefit do I gain from this? Hong Xingshan feigned reluctance. I will acquire all your previous opium plantations and grant you double the land for growing medicinal herbs. How'd that sound? Deal. Anna was unaware of the details of Hong Xingshan's transaction with the Su family. Suddenly, the land available for the Shinon plan had doubled, and she had to focus on revising her plans. Song Shiyao was left alone in the Hong family's villa, and Anna was worried but powerless to intervene. Hong Xingshan informed Song Shiyao that there were many time travelers like her and inquired how she could identify them among the masses. Song Shiyao replied that it was simple. She could write a letter. Hong Xingshan managed to find some pens and paints for her to use and even dismantled the cardboard box for her. What are you bringing them here for? Song Shiyao asked with a pen in her mouth. Of course, to showcase your unique talents. You can set a high salary. Let's negotiate the salary. Otherwise, it sounds like a scam. After some thought, Song Shiyao crafted a recruitment notice titled Donghua Time Traveler Mutual Aid Association, recalling various groups from the novel she had read, aiming to connect with as many compatriots as possible. The letter's content was straightforward, expressing hope for unity and assistance in finding a way back home. She cleverly included an acrostic hinting that the Federation was dangerous. After writing, she intended to show the letter to Hong Xingshan. He looked at the densely packed text and waved his hand. Forget it. I can't comprehend it anyway. If you deceive me, I wouldn't be able to find out. Hong Xingshan photographed the letter and sent it to his subordinates scattered across various locations, instructing them to pay special attention to anyone displaying unusual behaviors recently. The disciples of Hong Men, holding Song Shiyao's letter, gradually recruited a dozen time travelers, although most of them held citizenship. Hong Xingshan still required them to reside in Shanghai to evade the watchful eyes of the city defense camp. Song Shiyao was then called to verify whether the recruits were genuine time travelers. In a vacant room, she interviewed each time traveler individually, enjoying the power of being an examiner by posing questions to them. Each time traveler was required to write down a passage recited by Song Shiyao and recite the lines of an ancient poem. For true time travelers, this was as simple as a first-grade language exam, and unexpectedly, one imposter seeking free meals was filtered out. After the assessments, Song Shiyao also needed to gather information about their circumstances before their time travel, including their professions and specialties. The backgrounds of these time travelers varied widely. Some were street vendors selling pancakes, taxi drivers, college dropouts, bankrupt small business owners, retired sanitation workers, office clerks, homemakers, and so on. Song Shiyao was delighted to gather with her fellow compatriots, passionately discussing the causes of their past lives' deaths, the various adventures after their time travel, and ways to return home. Hong Xingshan had yet to decide what to do with these time travelers. They did not seem particularly formidable. While they could read, he lacked ancient tomes needing deciphering. Thus, he opted to provide them with good food and drink, instructing them to remain low-key and avoid wandering about. Meanwhile, what was Anna doing? She quietly rented 2 vacant houses in Shanghai and Jiulong urban area, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Anna had heard the general situation regarding the recruitment of travelers from Songshuyao. Throughout the entire process, Hong Xingshan had not consulted her opinion. Anna suspected that Hong Xingshan had learned the value of the travelers through other channels, and that her previous haste had aroused the old man's wariness. Now, she dared not exhibit a keen interest in the travelers. The Shinong project was about to commence, and she might have to remain on the surface for a while, laying low to achieve some results and regain the old man's trust. One morning, Anna, still drowsy, was washing up in the bathroom when she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and was taken aback. Her once delicate face was suddenly covered in red rashes, with scattered patches on her shoulders, back, and chest. The rashes were the size of millet grains, neither painful nor itchy, and oozed a clear fluid when scratched. Chickenpox? Measles? Or perhaps an allergic reaction? Sticking out her tongue, Anna observed that the tip was slightly red with a thin yellow coating. She then alternated her hands to take her pulse, concocted a herbal remedy for herself, and retrieved a calamine lotion and a fish oil ointment from her spatial storage to apply. Though Anna was not one to fret over her appearance, she felt unfit to meet anyone in such a state, so she decided to close her clinic for a day, considering it a vacation for herself. At mealtime, Xian knocked on her door. "Anna, are you feeling unwell? Come out and eat something. I am a doctor. You need not concern yourself with me." By afternoon, the red rashes on her face had mostly receded, and those on her body had also faded considerably, allowing Anna to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, someone knocked at the clinic door, and though reluctant, Anna went to answer it, finding Song Shuyao at the entrance. She was now living with other travelers. Wearing a mask and hood, Anna almost didn't recognize her. "Anna, it's me," Song Shuyao said as she removed her mask, revealing her face covered in red rashes. Anna was stunned. The distribution of the rashes on Song Shuyao's face was identical to her own earlier that morning. "It's not just me. Everyone is experiencing this today. The travelers have all begun to show up with red rashes. Do not worry. I will take a look." Anna prepared the herbal ingredients she had used for herself that morning and was about to leave when she hesitated. "Does the leader know about this?" "Mr. Hong asked me to bring you," she replied. This was Anna's first visit to the place where the travelers resided, near the famous food street in Shanghai. The travelers' special skills had little application, as the skies were filled with unmanned flying vehicles that required no drivers, and cleaning robots roamed the streets, eliminating the need for sanitation workers. It seemed that cooking was the only endeavor where they could make a contribution. The travelers, feeling guilty about freeloading, had applied to Hong Xingshan to open a small restaurant, which had quickly become a success upon its opening. Following Song Shuyao up to the second floor of the rented apartment, Anna entered a living room filled with people wearing troubled expressions, all bearing red rashes on their faces. "This is Dr. Anna. As I mentioned," Song Shuyao introduced her. Anna wasted no time and began examining each patient. Everyone was cooperative, evidently having heard of her good reputation from Song Shuyao. Their symptoms closely resembled her own. Aside from the rashes, there were no other discomforts present. It appeared to be a contagious ailment. Despite its alarming appearance, it posed little real danger. "You need not be overly anxious. 2 doses of my herbal medicine will suffice," Anna reassured them. "Dr. Anna, do we really not need to go to the hospital?" "The internet says this illness is quite serious," a middle-aged woman said, producing a mobile device to show Anna a short video. With the traveler's intelligence, mastering the use of this world's rudimentary electronic products was a mere trifle. The video described a virus named Xian, which caused sudden rashes and was highly contagious. Failure to seek timely treatment in a major hospital could lead to dire consequences. The video featured terrifying images of patients with severe lesions, concluding with a note that those infected with the Xian virus would receive free treatment. Anna had absolute confidence in her medical skills. Although she had not conducted an epidemiological study in this alternate world, it was a fact that she had recovered after a single dose of her medicine. Initially, she felt this suffocating frustration akin to when patients in her previous life brought her results from Baidu, but she quickly realized the situation was more complex. The video's publisher was not a random marketing account, but an official account representing the Federation, with the video trending at the top of various search lists, garnering immense views and shares. Thus, Anna called the Xian. Are you aware of the Xian virus? Of course it's trending. Why? Have any of the people you've come into contact with recently shown similar symptoms? No. Be vigilant. You might also want to promote that I can treat this illness. Anna formed a bold hypothesis. The Xian virus was designed to identify travelers. She recalled a science fiction novel she had read, Huangjia, the original of the famed horror film Ringu, which featured many bizarre, supernatural phenomena, such as the spreading of misfortune through a shared videotape. This was because they all existed within a virtual world called Huangjia, where both people and videotapes were mere strings of code, akin to a computer virus that replicated uncontrollably. The Qihuang virus posed minimal harm to the human body, but served as a conspicuous mark on travelers, rendering them conspicuous. The viral dangers were sensationalized through short videos, ensuring that even if the travelers did not reveal themselves, they would be exposed by those around them, fearful of infection. Once they entered a major hospital, there would already be those lying in wait. And how could the Federation possibly offer free treatment? If this hypothesis held, how did the virus identify travelers? Was it akin to a biochemical genetic weapon? What distinguished the genes of travelers from those of the natives? Anna did not consider her reasoning to be far-fetched. She recalled how Jingwei had recognized her true identity at the base. Travelers and natives must possess discernible differences, and the creators of the Qihuang virus undoubtedly understood where those differences lay. Was the world she currently inhabited also a virtual computer program, akin to Huangjia? Pulling her thoughts back from the clouds, Anna recognized that regardless of the viral transmission's underlying principles, the fundamental logic of diagnosis and treatment remained unchanged. After much effort, she finally persuaded the travelers to consume her herbal concoction. By evening, only a few hours later, the red rashes on their faces and bodies began to recede. Such immediate efficacy left everyone in awe. Dr. Anna is remarkable, they marveled. She's like a reincarnation of Bianke or Hua Ta. Hearing the names of these legendary figures evoked indescribable feelings within Anna. Only fellow countrymen from Donghua could utter such seemingly simple yet profoundly historical phrases to express their gratitude. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and cooked a lavish feast of traditional Donghua cuisine. As Anna savored the familiar flavors, she fought to hold back her tears. She longed to reveal her true identity to them, yet the path ahead was fraught with countless unknown dangers, necessitating vigilance. In January 2023, Yao Guang, a brilliant scientist from Donghua, announced the successful revival of a small dog in the form of digital life. The dog had died in a car accident, its brain preserved intact, and was donated by its owner to the research base. The dog's consciousness data was uploaded to a computer chip, a feat that had consumed the life work of countless computational neuroscientists. The greater challenge lay in determining the medium through which this data could be read. Yao Guang achieved a significant breakthrough in this aspect. The press conference was broadcast live worldwide, and when the chip was implanted into a mechanical dog's brain and activated, the dog came back to life. It could recognize its former owner and make choices regarding its favorite foods and toys from its previous life. This groundbreaking scientific achievement has immediately caused a sensation worldwide. The pursuit of immortality, a timeless dream of humanity, has never felt closer to reality. Major nations and relevant research institutions have begun to invest substantial funds and manpower into this project, seemingly making the realization of cybernetic immortality merely a matter of time. Yao Guang has suddenly become a prominent figure, receiving invitations to speak at prestigious universities both domestically and internationally. During a symposium at the Capital University of Science and Technology, a boy who had just entered his first year of graduate studies appeared unusually excited. During the final Q&A session, he nearly snatched the microphone from the host's hands. "Do you think digital life can get sick?" This question elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. However, Yao Guang responded with utmost seriousness, affirming that indeed, just as computers can be infected by viruses, digital life can also fall ill. In a realm of life and death, the virus affecting time travelers has been cured. and Hong Xingshan has summoned Anna once more. As for matters on the surface, there is no rush. The real estate transaction with the Su family has yet to be completed. Hong Xingshan interrupted Anna, stating, "I called you for another matter. In a few days, the Zhong family will host a fighting competition, a life-and-death match where only the victor survives. This is an opportunity for various factions to showcase their strength. And I recall that your subordinate with the white hair is quite formidable. Let him represent you." Anna quickly waved her hand. "A life-and-death match? That means only one contestant can survive. My family Xian will not participate in such an event. I mentioned that a new candidate list for the spokesperson would be announced, and you were initially included. If you do not seize this opportunity to demonstrate your strength, they will not yield to you. Wasn't it said that you would help me contend against the Federation? How can you lack such resolve?" After finishing his statement, Hong Xingshan observed Anna's reaction while puffing on his pipe. "I'm sorry. Perhaps you misjudged me. I truly lack such prowess. I am merely a physician who wishes to save more lives." She lowered her noble head like a defeated quail. "Very well. Then I shall have Nightingale participate. As long as the victor belongs to the Hong men, it matters not to me." Life within the Shanghai continued as usual. Xian noticed that Anna had been unusually despondent lately and inquired about her well-being, but she refused to divulge anything. Reports from Yinzheng indicated that most of the diamonds had been recovered, and a fierce gunfight had erupted between the Qihuang family and the Federation's regular troops. Yet Don remained elusive. On borrowed some money from Anna, combined with his first month's wages from the dance hall, to rent a dessert shop next to the clinic. He and Angela left the dance hall and successfully established their own business. During her free time, Angela would also visit the clinic to study nursing alongside Song Yao. George was deeply affected by his mother's death, often blaming himself, wishing he had picked her up sooner. His demeanor grew more ruthless while collecting protection fees with a mixed gang. The time travelers seemed to have fully adapted to life here, under the protection of Hong men. No one dared to demand protection fees from them, and Anna often dined there. Once the surface transaction procedures were completed, Anna began packing her belongings in preparation for leaving Shanghai. She gazed at the schools and hospitals within the space, realizing there were still countless secrets left to unravel. In comparison to the invisible hand orchestrating all of this, she felt utterly insignificant, incapable of controlling the course of events. In truth, she had always been an ordinary person, raised under the care of her parents and leading a smooth life. After inexplicably arriving in this world, she had unwittingly become involved with a faction, naively believing that merely knowing a few more words could influence the tides of power. She thought that having lost the tranquility of her previous life, having died once, she would no longer fear losing anything. She had the courage to take risks alone, yet hesitated to gamble with others' lives. Among all the individuals she encountered in this world, Xian was particularly special. However, being adept at brawling and wielding a knife did not imply proficiency in arena fighting or killing, even if it were someone else. She could not compel innocent individuals into a deadly situation. Moreover, how could Hong Xingshan possibly nominate a newly joined outsider as a spokesperson? It was merely an opportunity to test her resolve. At that moment, Anna's wristband beeped, prompting her to exit the space promptly. The communicator revealed that it was Hong Tian calling. "Where are you?" he asked bluntly. "At home. My people said no one answered the door. I'm alone upstairs, tidying things up since we're not working today." "All right, hurry down." The communication ended abruptly. As Anna descended the stairs, her mind raced. If Hong Tian were seeking trouble, he wouldn't have knocked so politely. If Hong Xingshan had business with her, he would have had Nightingale contact her. She was least familiar with Hong Tian, leaving her uncertain about his intentions. Upon opening the door, she found Dao Ge waiting outside. "Are you home? Come with me." "Where to?" "You'll find out when we get there." Dao Ge was accompanied by no extra individuals, and he did not appear to harbor any ill intentions. Thus, she decided to follow him. After all, it could simply be a banquet of the Hong men. Anna attempted to contact Xian, but he did not answer. She had no choice but to inform On next door, asking him to relay the message that she was leaving with Dao Ge until Xian returned. "You certainly act with caution," Dao Ge teased. "One must, for I fear death." Dao Ge led Anna deeper into Shanghai. twisting and turning until they climbed an iron ladder through a concealed door into a building. Although modest in size, it was bright and simple. At the end of the corridor, a large room housed a fighting arena, and Anna immediately comprehended what was about to unfold. Hong Tian waved to Anna, gesturing to an empty seat beside him, and she unceremoniously took her place. "My father is unwell, so I represent him. Then will you need me for medical assurance?" "After all, we will all die," Anna replied acerbically. "This intriguing competition is a rare sight. You should accompany me to enjoy it, as per my father's wishes." Realizing there was no escape for her, Anna silently rolled her eyes. Unlike the arenas in the high-gang entertainment city, this venue lacked a cage or dazzling spotlights. The audience was merely separated from the combat area by a rope, and those seated in the front row could hardly guarantee they wouldn't be splattered with blood once the fighting commenced. The audience was sparse, consisting solely of significant figures from various factions. A mechanical arm equipped with a camera descended from the ceiling. This competition would still be broadcasted and made available for betting, albeit through a specialized dark web. Among the 16 contestants, only one would survive, and to claim the championship, one must eliminate at least 4 opponents. No one would willingly seek death, and those who participated believed they had a chance to emerge victorious. Some were elite assassins from their factions, while others were seasoned veterans of underground fighting, well aware of the blood debts they carried. The competition commenced, with the first match featuring Hong Tian's subordinate, Turkey, against Zhong family's White Tiger. After saving On from Daoge, Xian had taken 3 punches from Turkey. Turkey was leaner than White Tiger, and his speed was remarkable. After testing the waters for 2 rounds, Turkey maneuvered behind White Tiger and landed 2 heavy punches in his shoulder, rendering White Tiger's arms numb. Fear flashed across White Tiger's face as he quickly attempted to distance himself from Turkey with a high kick, trying to regain the upper hand. However, it was too late. Turkey seized White Tiger's ankle, bringing him crashing to the ground before decisively snapping his neck. The referee entered the ring, confirmed White Tiger's death, and declared Turkey the victor. In the second match, Xian, the golden fighter from the Hua family, faced off against Need from the Kalan family, and it was evident that their pairing was intentional. Anna did not see Hua Liancheng present. Instead, his father and sister, Hua Bu Huan and Hua Lian Xiao, were in attendance. Dawn was also there, sitting across the audience, glaring at Anna with predatory intent. This match was a one-sided massacre, with Need being ruthlessly beaten to death by Xian after falling to the ground. His eyes were crushed out of his skull, and blood and brain matter pooled on the floor, forming an abstract watercolor painting. The scene was reminiscent of the legendary Lu Tixia's triumph over Zhang Guanxi. The judges and staff ascended the stage to clear away the remains of the sand exhibition, while Daoen displayed a smirk of triumph. The victor of the third match was yet again a member of the Hongmen, named Hongzhe, one of the 10 foremost masters of the sect. The selection of a new spokesperson for the Hongmen does not necessarily require a blood relation. Merely bowing at the ancestral hall suffices to be considered a member of the Hong family. Hongzhe represented himself in the competition, aspiring for the position of the new spokesperson. Anna, being an experienced physician, was not easily fazed by a few gruesome scenes. Yet witnessing 2 of her kind engage in such brutal combat was quite repulsive. It was difficult to fathom how anyone could derive pleasure from such an ordeal. She felt a tinge of anxiety, questioning the nature of the ruthless individuals she had been associating with. As the 7th round concluded, Anna had yet to see Ying make her entrance. Ying was not listed among the 10 masters of Hongmen, but was instead renowned as the foremost assassin of the sect. Anna found herself anticipating the true prowess Ying might display. The 8th round commenced, featuring contestants De Fei, representing the Jinshan Qingtong City Heitao K Club, and Xian, representing Hongmen alongside Anna. Upon hearing the host announce her name alongside Xian's, Anna was taken aback. The silver-haired man, with a chiseled physique, bearing 8-pack abs, stepping into the center of the arena, was none other than Xian. How could he possibly be here? Anna sprang up, glaring at Hong Tian, her voice sharp with inquiry. Hong Jing merely shook his finger with a smirk, relishing Anna's disarray. Anna glanced around helplessly before sitting back down. Her teeth clenched as she repeated her question. What was going on? With a sigh, Hong Jing donned a look of feigned sympathy, revealing that Li Xian had approached his father, volunteering to represent her in the competition. Impossible. I never mentioned this to him. Has he lost his mind? I assure you, it is the truth. The competition has already begun. De Fei was a skilled Muay Thai fighter, and he and Li Xian exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth. Anna could not observe the match with the same detached perspective as in previous encounters. She caressed the storage ring on her left hand, where Yin Zheng had given her a handgun. If the battle turned against Li Xian, would she possess the courage to draw her weapon in such a setting to save him? Could she bear the consequences of firing a gun? Nevertheless, she was unwilling to witness any harm come to Li Xian. She could not bear the thought of someone dying because of her. After dragging De Fei to the ground, Li Xian struggled to secure a chokehold, and the two rolled about until he finally executed an arm triangle choke, taking an agonizingly long time to subdue his opponent. Pushing De Fei's lifeless body aside, Li Xian stood and gazed at Anna in the audience, his eyes warm yet resolute, as if to convey, "Do not worry, I can handle this." The first round of matches concluded, and the second round would commence in 1 hour. Anna stood to make her way to the contestants' resting area, but was intercepted by Hong Tian, who informed her that once the competition began, participants were not allowed to see outsiders. What if she were to feed him performance-enhancing drugs and cheat? The matchups for the new round had automatically generated, and people fervently discussed the previous matches and odds, eagerly anticipating the trash talk from the next round's main competitors. Meanwhile, Anna remained seated, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains remaining on the stage, her world enveloped in profound silence. Even if Li Xian had indeed volunteered, who had informed him of this? Was it Hong Tian or Hong Xingshan? Should he fall in battle, she would have no opportunity to ask him a final question. She had already shown weakness. Was it still insufficient? If Li Xian were to perish, it would sever one of her arms, making her easier to manipulate in the future. They not only sought to break her arm, but also forced her to witness him being brutally beaten to death. Such cruelty was unimaginable. After exchanging pleasantries with the leaders of the external factions, Hong Tian returned to Anna's side, bearing a tray filled with drinks and delicate pastries. One should feel fortunate when a man is willing to die for you, not wear a frown. Anna remained motionless, as if she had not heard his words. Hong Tian continued, "As the only biological son of my father, I shall inevitably inherit the Hong men. That herbal cultivation plan is rather promising. If you obediently follow my lead, you shall reap substantial rewards. If I agree to your terms, can you spare Li Xian?" Anna had never imagined herself to be this weak, this subservient. It was not that she wished to dictate his actions. This was a life-and-death situation, and once the competition began, no one could withdraw. Indeed, compromise yielded nothing. Anna struggled to suppress the urge to shoot Hong Tian on the spot. The second round of matches was about to commence. As the contestants' abilities drew closer, the battles intensified, making it increasingly difficult for the defeated to perish swiftly. The winners of the first 3 rounds were Turkey, Nide, and Hongzhe. Nide was still the quickest to secure victory, albeit employing the most brutal methods. Li Xian was once again the last to enter the arena, facing a female opponent. Heiman Ba, from the Meiwa faction of Xiang Qingtong City. This woman had previously used her long, slender legs, akin to those of a black mamba, to strangle a man whose arms were thicker than her thighs. Anna focused intently on the unfolding events, forcing herself to think calmly about how to turn the tide. As the match commenced, Heiman Ba twisted her body with the fluidity of a serpent. Li Xian lifted his hands, stepping lightly, probing with a straight punch. Heiman Ba seized the opportunity, wrapping around Li Xian's arm and falling backward. However, Li Xian's lower body remained steadfast, unyielding, and with the hand that was not ensnared, he struck toward Heiman Ba's face. She grasped his shoulder, slipping behind him like an eel, entwining her legs around his waist and her hands around his neck, executing a beautifully lethal embrace reminiscent of a snake. Yet, Li Xian stood firm, leaning slightly forward before delivering a high kick that struck Heiman Ba squarely in the head, causing a momentary daze. He then leaned back, using his full weight to slam Qihuang to the ground, and Anna even heard the sound of her spine cracking. Qihuang completely relinquished her hold on Xian, who stood up and glanced back at Anna, seemingly hesitating for a brief moment before striking down upon Qihuang's chest. The fist he wielded, with the second joint of his middle finger protruding, constituted the chicken heart phoenix eye punch. Legend has it that the founder of Qihuang, a disciple of Shaolin, was slain in his later years by a girl using the phoenix eye punch. Qihuang coughed up blood, rolling her eyes back, motionless. Anna let out a sigh of relief, while Hong Tian beside her snorted, remarking that encountering a woman was fortunate for him. The next round would be against Turkey. Anna's heart, which had just settled, surged with anxiety once more during the excruciating intermission. She attempted to secretly infiltrate the resting area to find Xian, but it was tightly guarded by the organizers. With no choice, she wandered about, surveying the terrain in search of an escape route, in case she needed to make a hasty exit. Standing in the stairwell, she contemplated the likelihood of descending the drainage pipe without sustaining fatal injuries. "Ah, there you are, Miss Anna." She turned abruptly to find Dawan. "That lad of yours is quite impressive. I hope he can take down Turkey and meet his end at the hands of Nide in the finals." Anna chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Dawan called out after her retreating figure, "I will ensure you understand the price of humiliating the clown family." Finally, the third round commenced, with 3 of the 4 finalists hailing from Hongmen, living up to their reputation as the foremost faction. The leaders of the defeated factions, now thoroughly entertained, relished the prospect of witnessing the internal strife within the Hong family, while eagerly anticipating Nide's captivating performance as the last remaining heir of the clown family. Having observed the styles of the other 3 contestants in their matches, it was evident that Nide's immense strength and ruthless demeanor provided him with a significant advantage. In formal boxing matches, contestants of differing weight classes are typically separated. Currently, he was the most favored to win the championship in online betting. Hong's fighting style resembles that of traditional Thai boxing, and his primary advantage lies in his wealth of experience and exceptional stamina. In contrast, Huiji employs a street brawler's approach. When faced with direct confrontation, he resorts to underhanded tactics, demonstrating a disregard for dignity in the heat of battle. His swiftness and explosive power leave opponents vulnerable, delivering punches with a staggering force of 200 pounds. Once he lands a sneak attack, there is little hope for recovery. Xian, however, lacks distinctive traits. He adapts his strategy entirely against 2 opponents with contrasting styles, skillfully countering their moves. Huiji recalls the incident where Xian withstood 3 of his punches, realizing the latter's resilience as he circles around him. Xian feigns a vulnerability, and when Huiji charges in, he executes a shoulder throw, sending Huiji flying. Upon landing, Huiji springs back to his feet, undeterred. Seizing the moment of Xian's momentary distraction, he leaps into a powerful attack. Unexpectedly, Xian sidesteps effortlessly. After several exchanges, Huiji bears the marks of battle, his left eye bruised. Although Xian has not delivered any remarkable counterattacks, he skillfully evades all of Huiji's assaults. Huiji begins to exhaust his resources, even resorting to desperate techniques, but is met with futility. His rapid movements have drained his energy, and he bends over, gasping for breath while searching for an opening in Xian's defense. Xian stands still, wiping sweat from his brow, and provocatively gestures at Huiji. The latter, incited by anger, charges again, feigning an attack to Xian's face, but swiftly maneuvers behind him to deliver a crushing blow to his shoulder. Striking true, Xian pivots and unleashes a fierce combination targeting Huiji's temples. How is this possible? Huiji's head is caught between Xian's fists. His expression one of disbelief, his eyes wide and bloodshot. As Xian releases his grip, Huiji collapses lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around him. A fatal injury imminent. Hong Tian, unable to contain his fury, glares at Anna, speechless with rage, while Anna responds with a smirk of schadenfreude. Hong Tian scans the surroundings as if searching for something and then rises to leave the audience section. The upcoming match promises a showdown with Xian in the finals. Given the current state, with Xian sustaining minimal injuries, Anna contemplates the possibility of him winning by strategic means. Ideally, Hongzhi and De would engage in a fierce battle, leaving the victor battered, preferably with Connie emerging triumphant. Otherwise, consecutive internal conflicts would breed resentment upon their return. Though Hongzhi sustained an injury to his left leg in the previous match, it is not severe. As the match commences, De seizes the opportunity to target Hongzhi's injury. Hongzhi defends himself with his elbow, meeting De's powerful blows with a grim determination. De, wincing from the pain, remarks on the hardness of Hongzhi's bones. Hongzhi knows that offense is the best defense, having witnessed Connie's brutality in earlier matches. He launches a series of impressive strikes, landing a significant percentage, forcing De to retreat, yet failing to inflict substantial damage on his imposing frame. It must end now. Hongzhi, struggling to withstand De's relentless counterattack, ultimately suffers 2 successive hits to his injury, rendering his left leg immobile. He kneels, face contorted with frustration, hands shielding his head. De approaches unhurriedly, seizing Hongzhi's hair and blinding him. Hongzhi's anguish cries resonate throughout the arena, pleading for a swift end. What a fantasy! De taunts as he methodically breaks Hongzhi's limbs, then mercilessly slams his head against the ground. His laughter, a cacophony of madness, echoes like a demon from the depths of hell. Blood splatters into his gaping mouth, and he savors the moment. Hongzhi lies defeated, and the referee hesitates to intervene until De completes a gruesome masterpiece on the canvas. Monstrous, Anna thinks, her heart racing for Xian, while the audience, detached from the brutality, grows increasingly excited, placing more bets. Dawn's gaze cuts through the chaos, landing on Anna, as if to convey that this time, she has no opportunity to concede. In response to the online audience's demands, the intermission between the 3rd and 4th rounds is reduced to 5 minutes, and the finals are imminent. Confronted with Connie's terrifying prowess from the previous 3 rounds, Xian displays little extraneous emotion, occasionally glancing back at Anna, mouthing words of reassurance. Anna wonders why he keeps looking at her instead of focusing on the match. Now Xian finds himself encircled, deliberately maintaining distance from De. De, relishing the cat-and-mouse game, remains calm and collected. After circling twice, Xian halts, and in an instant, De lunges forward with astonishing speed, launching a punch that sends Xian hurtling against the ropes, nearly toppling him from the ring. Approaching leisurely, the audience anticipates another ruthless display. Yet Xian remains undeterred, executing a roll to the side and swiftly rising, spitting out blood. Anna lowers her hands from her face, realizing that had that punch connected fully, his jaw would have shattered. The situation is dire. Unless Xian can find a decisive opportunity, even the slightest lapse could lead to his demise. Defending seems nearly impossible, while attacking is fraught with challenges. Suddenly, Xian alters his stance and employs an unusual footwork technique, rapidly closing the distance to De. Without hesitation, De throws a punch, which Xian deftly catches with his left hand, channeling energy through his waist and back to break De's wrist. Not releasing his grip, Xian pulls De closer, locking his right hand in a dragon claw formation around De's shoulder joint. With a howl of agony, De's right arm becomes utterly incapacitated. Gasps of astonishment erupt from the audience, including Anna, who is astounded not only by Xian's reversal of fortune, but also by his formidable grappling skills, reminiscent of the Black Dragon 18 hands, a secret martial art of the Donghuan military. Memories of her grandfather, demonstrating the technique, flood her mind. Even in his 60s, he could strip bark from trees with his bare hands. Many past events converge, showcasing Xian's remarkable attributes. Yet why does De, in a fit of desperation, manage to strike Xian with a knee, sending him flying once more? Enraged, he bellows and charges with his remaining functional left arm. Xian rises unhurriedly, repeating his previous move to fracture De's left arm. De stumbles back, a flicker of fear crossing the face of the once-feared predator. Xian mirrors Da's earlier demeanor, gradually approaching from behind, crouching low and encircling Connie's girth with his arms, before executing a powerful German suplex. Da's body arcs through the air, his weight causing his neck to snap upon impact. Da is dead, and Xian emerges victorious. Anna, on the verge of tears from elation, wishes to rush onto the stage and embrace Xian. But it is not over yet. Hong Tian's voice interrupts. What? Anna, having been engrossed in the match, had not noticed when Hong Tian returned. As the final victor, Xian stands on the stage, acknowledging the audience with a wave. Let us congratulate tonight's champion, Xian, representing Hong Min and Anna. The host's voice resonates through the speakers. Is this your doing? Anna turns to Hong Tian, her suspicion palpable. Sister, please do not lay all the blame on me. He has defeated the frontrunner for the championship, causing many to lose their fortunes. The boss surely desires to prolong the game. From the backstage emerged an individual, his right arm a robust mechanical limb. This was Xian's new adversary, the Iron Arm Mantis. This is unjust. How can one with a mechanical prosthetic participate in a contest meant for ordinary individuals? In a life-and-death match, there are no strict rules. As long as the odds are fair, would it be considered a foul if I were to throw a gun into the ring? Firearms are undoubtedly prohibited. Hong Tian took pleasure in witnessing Anna's exasperation. The tiebreaker commenced. Xian was evidently unprepared to face such a foe, watching as the fearsome mechanical arm circled around him. The Iron Arm Mantis, relying on the advantage of his prosthetic, executed wide, sweeping movements, the blade at the end gleaming like the scythe of a mantis. Xian cautiously evaded the opponent's strikes, the iron limb crashing onto the ground, leaving deep gashes in the concrete floor. After careful observation, Xian finally discerned a weakness in the Iron Arm's design. It could only swing forward and could not defend against attacks from behind. Feigning an attack like a turkey, the Iron Arm Mantis, caught off guard by Xian's sudden counterattack, raised his iron arm to block. Xian ducked beneath his armpit and maneuvered to his rear, entwining himself around the opponent's body like a black mamba. The Iron Arm Mantis swung his limb but could not reach the now behind Xian. Without granting him further time, Xian swiftly crushed his throat with a single hand. Upon releasing the Iron Arm Mantis, Xian observed him painfully kneeling on the ground, clutching his neck, struggling to speak but unable to utter a sound, before he soon collapsed lifelessly. Xian had triumphed once again, in response to the audience's demands. The next round was announced, 3 against 1. Damn it, when will this end? Anna leaped up, pointing at the camera mounted on the ceiling, cursing vehemently. The audience fell silent. Each individual in attendance was a noteworthy figure in their own right, gathered here to wager on the lives of the finest fighters, seeking a taste of renown for themselves. On the other side of the camera, the residents of Huangjin viewed their contest as akin to watching two beasts engage in combat. They did not regard Xian's victory in the main event as the mark of a formidable expert, but instead sought to prolong the overtime until he was utterly vanquished. From behind the stage emerged 3 burly men, none of whom were recognized, as they did not belong to any known faction present. Xian, we are not continuing this fight. We are leaving. Anna, disregarding everything, rushed to the side of the arena, shaking the ropes. The host, ignoring Anna's actions, declared the match to begin, and the 3 competitors lunged at Xian. Retreat. It's dangerous, Xian cautioned Anna before turning to face his opponents. He wished to employ grappling techniques, but his strength and speed had waned. The 3 adversaries coordinated seamlessly, one seizing Xian's arm while a third unleashed a barrage of heavy punches to his chest and abdomen, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood onto the face of the one nearest him. Xian, Anna, grasping the ropes, attempted to rush into the ring but was pulled back by 2 staff members. Xian's vision darkened, his consciousness becoming hazy when a voice echoed in his mind. Your body is experiencing intense impact. Would you like to activate battle mode? Awakened by this voice, Xian mentally replied, No, Di Jiang. Activating it here would expose us. Activating it will enhance your defensive and self-repair capabilities to the highest level. According to base settings, if you lose autonomous consciousness and are still attacked, battle mode will activate automatically, Qihuang stated. Understood. Thank you, Qihuang. Xian's pupils constricted sharply, his body suddenly brimming with strength, and he kicked his opponent fiercely in the abdomen, sending him flying. With renewed vigor, Xian twisted to free his restrained arm and struck at the gaps between his captor's ribs with both hands. The two who had grasped him felt their bodies go numb, allowing Xian to break free. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, incapacitating both foes temporarily. Careful! Someone from the audience shouted, having spotted the individual Xian had kicked away, who was pulling a glimmering dagger from his pants. Hearing this, Xian turned just in time as the cold blade pierced his abdomen. 023 The past and future. Xian seized the opponent's hands, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The adversary stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether this man was a monster. The two wrestled over the blade, Xian's veins bulging, his knuckles raw from prior strikes. As the knife was slowly pulled from his body, blood gushed forth. Swiftly, Xian wrested the knife from his opponent's grasp and plunged it into the area near the heart. Just as he intended to withdraw the blade to finish off the two fallen foes, his body began to sway, his footing unsteady, reaching his limit. Anna broke free from the staff member restraining her, without hesitation drawing her firearm and rushing onto the stage to support the faltering Xian. She raised her weapon and shot out a camera broadcasting the event, scanning the crowd and declaring, "I am taking him with me, and I dare any of you to stop me." The arena fell into stunned silence. Without further ado, Anna hoisted Xian onto her back and departed the inferno, following the prearranged escape route, with no one daring to impede them. The hour was long past midnight as Anna sprinted through the desolate streets of Shanghai. Xian still clinging to consciousness, his head resting heavily on her shoulder as he gasped for breath. Anna felt the fabric of her clothing soaked through with his blood. "Fool, why did you risk everything for me?" Xian, unfazed by her concern, whispered in her ear, "Before the girl I cherish, how could I possibly lose a fight?" "Fool," she retorted. Instead of returning Xian to the clinic, Anna opted for a closer safe house. Finally arriving at a place of absolute safety, she held the now unconscious Xian and closed her eyes. Unsure of the outcome, she counted down 3, 2, 1. Anna returned to the space and successfully brought Xian along with her. Wonderful, there is hope. She transported him to the sterile operating room of the affiliated hospital, where the equipment was fully operational and the surgical lights illuminated above them. Anna began to disinfect Xian's wounds, rapidly administering local anesthesia before commencing suturing. Xian felt an unusual sensation in his abdomen and wished to open his eyes to glance at Anna, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. His muddled thoughts drifted back to an afternoon many years prior. In the summer of 2024, a flood disaster struck a certain area in the Qinzhou province of Donghua. The station military units received orders from higher authorities to swiftly deploy to the disaster zone for rescue operations. The affected populace was relocated to temporary shelters, and medical teams from major hospitals in the province were dispatched to assist. This wound is quite deep. It requires suturing. A female doctor in a white coat stated after examining a young soldier's injury in a makeshift activity room. "Then let us stitch it up." The young soldier responded with a brave demeanor. "However, we have no anesthetics." "No matter, I can endure it." The wound was on his forehead. The female doctor handed him a clean piece of gauze to bite down on and then opened the suturing kit, meticulously sewing the wound stitch by stitch. Even now, Xian could vividly recall that painful and protracted 10 minutes. Once the suturing was finished, the doctor took a photo of the wound with her phone. "I apologize. I am not a surgeon, so the stitching might look a bit rough." Xian observed the photo and remarked that it appeared as if a centipede was crawling across his forehead. Spitting out the gauze in his mouth, he replied, "It's all right, it looks quite good." The doctor smiled, and her smile was truly captivating. "Let me bandage it for you. Be careful to avoid water for the next few days." A month later, Xian sat on the grass, lost in thought, holding a newspaper when a basketball came hurtling toward him. He instinctively ducked, allowing someone to snatch the newspaper from his grasp. "Were you so intently reading? I called out to you, and you didn't respond." Several comrades had just finished playing basketball, their bodies drenched in sweat, resembling individuals just pulled from a river. Xian, undeterred by the theft of his newspaper, took a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and drank. The newspaper featured a report on their battalion's efforts in flood relief. That day had been perilously close. I almost got swept away, carrying that child who cried incessantly, clinging to my neck in fear, nearly choking me. Thankfully, the rescue arrived in time, and the losses were minimal. The villagers were incredibly hospitable. As I was leaving, I was seated at the edge, vigorously waving my hands to signal them not to send anything more, but an elderly man tossed a massive watermelon my way, nearly giving me a concussion. The comrades passed around the newspaper, reminiscing about the events. "Isn't this a Xian? Quite photogenic," they remarked. As the newspaper was flipped to the back, there appeared a colored photograph of a young soldier in a life jacket, carrying a female doctor in a white coat across a floating bridge. The doctor, her hair wet and clinging to her face, had one arm around the young soldier's neck while applying a piece of gauze to his bleeding forehead. I wondered why a Xian seemed so distracted, only to realize it was because of the angel in white. "Who is this girl?" I asked. "I don't know. She didn't say." Xian finally spoke, not denying the earlier comment. "Are you thick-headed? Didn't you ask for her WeChat?" With the internet so advanced now, one could easily buy trending topics to match with this image, and in no time, netizens would help locate her. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to get in trouble? She might not even be interested in me. It would be inappropriate to intrude," Xian retorted, retracting the newspaper. "Coward. Love is a pursuit for the brave. You can't shy away from charging forward out of fear," said the eldest among them. "Our Xian has consistently secured first place in competitions, with several third-class merits to his name. How is he not deserving?" "Let me see it again," one comrade requested, taking the newspaper back. "This looks like Anna." "Anna? Which Anna? Why are we suddenly using foreign names?" Someone quipped. "I'm referring to our captain and S daughter. She is studying medicine. I met her in person at the regimental headquarters during a meeting. There is no mistaking it." An exclamation of surprise rippled through the group. The hospital room was eerily quiet, the monitoring equipment silent, with life signs displayed as flat lines. Xian stared blankly at the girl on the hospital bed, her body covered in tubes, her once vibrant smile now hidden beneath an oxygen mask, pallid and devoid of color. "She is very brave, just like me." Colonel Ji Ming sat by the bed, holding his daughter's cold hand. The usually imposing commander now appeared merely as a sorrowful father, his hair noticeably grayer overnight. "Is she in a vegetative state?" Xian boldly inquired. "No, the doctors have declared her brain dead. Is there no other way? The Research Institute is recruiting volunteers for a digital life experiment. I plan to send Anna there." "What? Digital life?" Xian covered his mouth, realizing he had overstepped. "I cannot disclose more. It's classified. Thank you for coming to see her." In 2025, as the world was engulfed in the shadow of nuclear war, an even more terrifying phenomenon emerged. Humanity succumbed to a condition known as illiteracy syndrome. This malady affected children born after a certain point, rendering them entirely incapable of recognizing written language. Through extensive investigation, scientists pinpointed this moment to August 2024. Children afflicted with illiteracy syndrome could still learn to speak and engage in normal communication and acquire various practical skills, yet they could not discern written words, let alone write or type. Initially, research focused on finding a cure, but it soon became evident that such an endeavor was futile. The illiteracy virus was a genetic affliction, first invading adults without any symptoms. Once both parents were infected, their offspring would be born illiterate. Thus, the virus had likely spread much earlier, and how it originated or disseminated was beyond investigation. Speculation arose that this was an experiment conducted by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization on humans. In any case, not a single uninfected human could be found on the entire planet. The illiteracy gene had been inscribed into humanity's DNA. Frustrated scientists had no choice but to shift their focus towards developing technology that would allow the illiterate to lead normal lives. Donghuagua was the first to introduce advanced AI caretakers, the Jingwei system. The tumultuous international landscape did not pause in light of the illiteracy syndrome. In January 2027, the coastal regions of Donghuagua experienced a series of bizarre attacks on fishing boats. Xian's unit was dispatched to investigate, suspecting enemy submarines were involved. However, upon reaching the affected waters, they were assaulted by a colossal marine creature. It resembled a mythical dragon, with a serpentine body covered in scales impervious to torpedoes, and a lion's tail that churned the sea into towering waves. Subsequently, regions around the world that had suffered nuclear strikes began to witness the emergence of monsters. In areas with historical nuclear incidents, cancer rates among residents and birth defect rates among newborns surged significantly. The principles of the mutated monsters were similar. Heads with two or more, multiple limbs, and other deformities were common manifestations, with characteristics from different species appearing simultaneously in a single creature. Mutated species could grow to dozens or even hundreds of times their original size in a short period, exhibiting increased aggression, enhanced reproductive capabilities, and heightened intelligence. Yet their natural lifespan shortened. Donghuagua scientists proposed at a United Nations assembly that the surface of the Earth was no longer suitable for human habitation, urging nations to set aside conflicts and concentrate resources on constructing underground cities. In the face of apocalyptic disasters, localized conflicts were swiftly mediated, and scientists worldwide endeavored to find a path for the survival of humanity. The planet entered an era of technological explosion, but this did not signify that humanity had formed a community of shared destiny. Rather, it was the onset of another arms race. In June 2028, within the capital's military district, Xian, have you made up your mind? This fantastical project does not necessarily require your involvement. The previous 3 experiments have all failed. You are exceptionally talented and could contribute to the nation elsewhere. And Ji Ming said, fervently striking the table. I have studied the theoretical validations of humanoid weaponry. This is not mere fantasy. With illiteracy syndrome causing widespread panic, the construction of underground cities has drained vast national resources, and the backlash from re-establishing a planned economy has yet to dissipate. Without breakthroughs in technological innovation, it is difficult to envision our odds in future warfare. Xian replied, and Ji Ming understood he could not sway him and sighed deeply. Xian gazed out at the bright sunlight, touching the scar on his forehead that had long since healed. In 2033, the once-renowned computational neuroscience scientist Yao Guang was found dead by suicide in her home. Years prior, she had been expelled from the Chinese Academy of Sciences for violating ethical codes by conducting unauthorized human experiments, later being employed by a foreign research institute. Evidence suggested that the illiteracy virus might have originated from her work. That same year, a coup occurred in the Free Lighthouse, with a group of terrorists seizing control of the state apparatus, madmen willing to drop nuclear bombs on their own densely populated cities. As natural disasters escalated, the Earth's surface became increasingly inhospitable for human life, but only Donghua and the Iron Blood dynasty constructed sufficient underground cities to accommodate their populations. The new regime in the Free Lighthouse allied with the old nobility of the Setting Sun Kingdom and the North Sea Pact to establish the new Free Federation, all while neglecting to reduce their nuclear arsenals as previously announced. The new Free Alliance launched a surprise attack on Donghuagua's vital ports, demanding that Donghuagua open its underground cities. Xian entered the office of the commanding general, saluting the seemingly younger major general. Comrade Xian, I would like to hear your thoughts on the current battlefield situation, when Hanyu invited him to sit. To be honest, I am quite pessimistic. The enemy is nothing but a pack of lunatics, armed with enough nuclear weapons to annihilate all humanity, threatening the lives of ordinary citizens. I truly do not know how we can continue fighting such a war. Indeed, our sole technological advantages lie in digital life and humanoid weaponry. The nation has formulated the ARC project, sending thousands of collected life data into the future. Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Does this include me? Yes, but for now, you must first demonstrate the power of the humanoid weapon. On that fateful day at the coastal battlefield, the new Free Alliance's forces were engulfed in profound terror. witnessing for the first time the might of an individual standing against a million-strong army. The man in white hovered in the air, enveloped in a golden radiance, resembling a deity descending to protect the nation. Rockets were launched skyward, akin to a reverse meteor shower. A section of the energy shield before Dejiang was shattered, and the ground troops erupted in excitement, for even deities have moments when their divine power wanes. Calling Dejiang, "Your mission is complete. You may retreat now." When Han Hai observed the battlefield through the large screen, issuing commands into the microphone. Another rocket shattered the protective shield, and Dejiang burst forth with dazzling light. Yet his form plummeted rapidly. Li Guqian felt his body descending. "Chief, do you know? Dejiang had many flaws at the beginning of his design. Releasing maximum energy would also lead to his own demise. You are insane. You too will perish." "I am not insane. It is simply not enough as it stands." Li Guqian's voice was remarkably calm, not resonating from the battlefield, but rather from the depths of the cosmos. "I wholeheartedly support the nation's resolution and volunteer to embark on the Ark's journey. I have uploaded all life data. My consciousness can be resurrected indefinitely in the cyber realm. So why would I fear death? As the first generation of Dejiang's complete form, I shall embrace death alongside him, reborn to secure more space for the forthcoming negotiations and to strive for ultimate victory in the future." Xian, when Han Hai's voice trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Farewell. Farewell. Until we meet again in the future." Li Guqian was still clad in the athletic shorts from the arena, his upper body draped in a blue and white striped hospital gown. He lay closely with Anna on the net behind the soccer goal on the playground, gazing together at the dark sky devoid of stars and moon, illuminated only by the street lamp casting a long shadow. In the past, the university campus was filled with couples sharing their innermost feelings on the grassy field each night. Every time Anna passed this spot on her way back to the dormitory from the library, she would mutter a few bitter words, enviously lamenting the unattainable grapes. After hearing Li Guqian's account, Anna fell silent for a long while, suddenly erupting like a volcano, questioning him hysterically. "You clearly recognized me. Why did you not tell me the truth sooner? Was it amusing to see me exhaust myself alone? If I had not realized you were also a traveler and brought you here, would you have continued to keep a secret? I did not mean to. I just could not find the right way to tell you. And, besides, to maintain secrecy, according to protocol, crew members are not allowed to communicate without orders from superiors." Li Guqian seemed like a child caught in wrongdoing, desperately defending himself. "What about the organization? What about the superiors? What about the orders and missions?" Anna remained irate. "I don't know. I flew to save you immediately after awakening. At that time, a higher authority was manipulating Dejiang, and after I fully regained my autonomous consciousness, no one contacted me again. I died rather abruptly back then. I am not very clear on the specific operations of the art project." Anna rubbed her forehead. Nothing is more exhilarating than realizing one is not fighting alone when on the brink of mental collapse. Yet with the unraveling of one mystery, more enigmas emerged. Seeing that she was no longer so angry, Li Guqian attempted to lighten the mood, lifting his hospital gown to point at the scar on his abdomen. "Not bad. The technology has improved." Anna huffed in response, rejecting the compliment, and pushed Li Guqian forcefully. "Hey, I'm a patient. Could you be a bit gentler?" Mentioning this only angered Anna more. "Aren't you a robot? Why the fuss? You just made me worry so much. Do robots not feel pain? Robots can be injured too. Besides, I am not a robot. I am a nanobionic humanoid weapon, a legitimate silicon-based life form, possessing human senses. Excessive blood loss can lead to a shutdown. No wonder you don't get infected by the flower virus. Show me your transformation." Anna reached out to tug at Li Guqian's white hair. "Why is it white?" Li Guqian winced from the tug, attempting to catch her hand. "Stop it. This is a type of nano-optical fiber. It consumes too much energy to change." "How boring. Weren't you quite impressive when fighting monsters?" "That last big move is still on cooldown. One doesn't simply unleash it at will. Or else I would have directly flattened the Golden City instead of discussing this here." Anna looked down at her body. Her new form should be a carbon-based bionic entity. "What shall we do next?" "You should return to meet your father. He named you the same as your previous life, so he must be aware of your true identity." The notion of a previous life felt peculiar, yet they had indeed perished once. A glimmer of hope ignited within Anna. As a high-ranking officer, her father should have also been involved in the ARC project, and perhaps she would meet him soon. Following the life and death game, Qihuang gained considerable fame among the various factions. Hongzhi met a tragic end at the hands of Kong and to some extent, Qihuang avenged him. Thus, he succeeded Hongzhi as one of the new top 10 experts in the Hongmen, naturally taking over Hongzhi's former subordinates. I watched the live broadcast of the match. He truly is formidable. I would like to spar with him if given the opportunity. Nightingale felt a strange, competitive spirit arise. Anna chuckled. Indeed, in the eyes of these adherents of the law of the jungle, powerful martial prowess can conquer all. Now, speaking before Hong Xingshan, she felt a newfound confidence. Here is 2 million. Hong Xingshan produced a magnetic card and several stacks of cash. According to Qihuang, he learned about the boxing match from an ordinary thug. The match was not a grand secret within the faction, making it hard to determine who might have intentionally drawn Qihuang into the fray. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters with Hong Xingshan. Qihuang proactively approached Hong Xingshan, requesting to represent Anna in the match, even borrowing money from him to place a bet on himself to win, agreeing to a 70-30 split of the winnings. You two are truly daring. One fights while the other wagers. The bookmaker must despise you both, Anna said as she stowed the money into her ring. The underground betting is indeed our Hongmen. This time we dealt a hefty blow to those city dwellers. Hong Xingshan, reclining in his wheelchair, exhaled a smoke ring with the poise of a victor. Preparations on the surface are already underway. You may ascend at any time. All right, but I must return to Bai Yincheng first, Anna replied. Feel free. Just remember to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new leader. Hong Xingshan wore a mysterious smile. Given Anna's current status, a trip back to Bai Yincheng does not require any special procedures. Before leaving, she sought out George alone, stating, You know I only trust the 3 of you here. There is something only you can help me with. George, wearing the stone necklace left by his mother, replied, Sister, regardless of your identity or what you intend to do, I will always stand by your side. Anna smiled. You know about the life and death game, right? Of course. I watched the replay. Brother Xian was magnificent. I need you to investigate who wished to see him dead, who exactly were the last Iron Arm Mantis, and those 3 boys, and where they came from. No problem. Anna boarded the vehicle back to Bai Yincheng alone. Qihuang, lacking citizenship, faced complications and stayed behind to recuperate in Shanghai, not accompanying her. She also considered that should there be a trap at legal officer Li Kuti's location, they would not be caught together. So she would send Qihuang a message every 2 hours to ensure his safety. After much contemplation, Anna sent a voice message to her father and her contacts. Dad, are you home tonight? I would like to come back for dinner. Just as Anna felt the phrasing was inappropriate and prepared to retract it, she received a reply. All right. My child. In those few short words, the excitement in the elderly man's voice was palpable, accompanied by a sticker of a small dog wagging its tail joyfully. Upon exiting the dispatch station, Anna, relying upon the memories of her predecessor, arrived at the residential community of the esteemed Richter, the legal officer. This upscale neighborhood featured exclusive, standalone villas, though it still paled in comparison to the opulence of Hong Xingshan's estate. She pressed the doorbell, and the gate opened automatically, revealing a robotic housekeeper who ushered her into the living room. Emerging from the kitchen, adorned in an apron, was the very man from Anna's memories, her father, Richter, the legal officer. Overwhelmed by a longing for her father, or perhaps by the remnants of her predecessor's emotions, Anna yearned to rush into his embrace, yet she restrained herself. Why are you standing there? Come and sit, he beckoned. Anna settled onto the sofa and accepted the teacup he offered. Qihuang, a tea from Donghua, specially prepared for you. Thank you, Anna replied, feeling somewhat awkward, especially as he had mentioned Donghua, leaving her at a loss for words. While this is our first formal meeting, for me, you are my daughter whom I have watched grow up, Richter said, taking a seat beside her. Anna's fantasies were swiftly dashed. He was not her father from her past life. Though I am still trying to comprehend the situation, I must first apologize for occupying your daughter's body, she stated. Richter chuckled, You need not apologize, my dear. She was destined to become you from the very beginning. You are Anna. The former identity was merely one of the myriad AI personas of Jingwei. I understand you must have myriad questions, but let us dine first. Richter emerged from the kitchen with a dish of braised pork, embodying the eager father longing for his daughter's approval of his culinary skills. Do not be deceived by my appearance. My ancestors were genuine Donghua people. As Anna savored the pork, she mused on the authenticity of the flavor, contemplating the decades that had passed. Yet, she had resolved that Richter was indeed one of her own. Could you enlighten me about the art project? She inquired. The art project was conceived by the Donghua regime to preserve the capacity for resistance, utilizing thousands of digital life memories to support future endeavors. The personnel involved in this initiative comprised 3 categories. Ordinary individuals like Song Shuyao, who met untimely deaths and were passengers. Military personnel like Xian, who served as crew, and individuals like Richter, who, under the guise of obeying the federal authority, acted as the boatmen safeguarding the Ark's voyage, inheriting their roles through family lineage. Passengers and crew could read and write, yet the boatmen were entirely illiterate. After the last literate individual passed away, the calendar transitioned from the Common Era to the New Era. 200 years had elapsed since Anna's former life. The Ark's command center operated a covert supercomputer named Tianhe, which preserved the memory data of all passengers and crew. Tianhe's calculations indicated that the societal conflicts within the Federation had reached an irreconcilable magnitude, marking the present as the most opportune moment to overthrow the federal regime. Thus, the Ark commenced its landing, with boatmen creating bionic beings capable of housing digital life memories, assigning them corresponding social identities and awakening times. The number of boatmen was limited, and to minimize exposure risks, most new identities for the time travelers were akin to orphans like Song Shuyao, who required no birth certificates, making the surface world the primary location for their deployment. Only a select few, like Anna, who bore the identity of a boatman family member, had bodies cloned from the genes of Richter, the legal officer. Just as the Ark was landing and the crew and passengers began to awaken, betrayal struck. What? Betrayal? Anna put down her chopsticks. Indeed, betrayal. One family of boatmen defected to the SAS family. Our wristbands were equipped with counter-surveillance systems. Upon the emergence of a traitor, the higher-ups activated isolation protocols, severing communications among all Ark personnel and erasing previous chat records. This minimized the damage inflicted by the traitor, but left you, who had just awakened, in profound confusion. According to prior agreements, in such circumstances, all personnel must maintain silence, which is why I have refrained from contacting you. The existence of traitors was not surprising. Over the long years, not everyone could steadfastly uphold their beliefs for the sake of an elusive goal. The SAS family firmly believed that remnants of the Donghua regime were secretly plotting a restoration movement, referring to their organization as the Leviathan Society. The boatman families engaged in various industries, rarely communicating directly, and over the past 2 centuries, they had secretly amassed societal resources while developing their technology, biding their time for the right moment. Anna briefly shared her experiences since her arrival, lamenting that she should have sought him out before heading to Jilong City. Do you have any leads on the other members of the organization? Anna inquired. According to party affiliations, I belong to the SAS Family's People's Alliance. In recent years, conflicts among the major families have intensified, with the SAS family regarding us as their primary adversary, while others do not believe in our existence. Recently, individuals from Golden City requested I sign an arrest warrant for a mechanical software dealer named Rue O. While this seemed unremarkable, the timing coincided suspiciously with the appearance of the traitor. I took particular note of the outcome of the punishment, as the charges appeared fabricated, and the individual was transferred from an underground prison to the surface, which is highly unusual. I suspect he may be one of our comrades. You mentioned you would soon be going to the surface. Perhaps you could inquire and test your luck. Anna nodded in agreement. Our organization's ultimate goal is to overthrow the federal regime and establish a new people's government, correct? Indeed, Richter replied, a vigorous smile illuminating his aged countenance. To victory. Let's toast. Richter downed his glass of spirits, becoming more talkative. My father, Old Richter was also a legal officer. He told me that the Federation's textbooks are lies. Everything in the underground city was constructed by the Donghua, which is our true homeland. The Federation, like their ancestors, are thieves who became the masters of this land as invaders, causing people to forget the true history. The laws here favor the wealthy, and the offspring of the 10 great families can take lives without facing consequences, a fact my colleagues have grown accustomed to. Richter gazed at Anna, speaking with palpable fervor. Yet I know this is wrong. I felt powerless to change anything, forced to collude with them, which caused me immense spiritual anguish. Until the organization informed me that the Ark was about to land. When I beheld a child, sharing my blood, yet harboring the soul of an ancient, it was an indescribably wondrous feeling. I have awaited this day, knowing I am far more fortunate than my father, privileged to partake in the forthcoming struggle and witness the resurgence of that great era. I wish to hear from you, a voice from the past, what Donghua was like in those days. Anna, moved by Richter's emotions, took another sip of her drink, her expression solemn. In the land where I once lived, there was neither war nor oppression. The people held the reins of power. As the second surface operation descended into illusion beneath the ghostly trees, Colonel Boyce, also a humanoid weapon, discerned Xian's disguise. Being among the lowest tier of humanoid weapons, Boyce was no match for Xian, who dismantled him into components, subsequently eliminating the giant spider to fabricate the scene. Richter informed Anna that humanoid weapons were a technology explicitly prohibited by the Federation. Boyce belonged to the Rydar family, and this incident had stirred considerable turmoil among the Federation's upper echelons, exacerbating the rift between the two factions. Anna briefly acquainted herself with the historical party disputes within the Federation and resolved to observe the situation while continuing her current tasks. Before parting, they established a coded communication system, promising to stay in touch with any new developments. Upon returning to Shanghai, Yanzheng sought her out immediately. Recently, a novel type of pill has emerged in the market, exhibiting a potency surpassing that of traditional tablets. The raw materials differ significantly, and the production efficiency is remarkably high. One cannot help but speculate whether Hongmen has covertly developed new technologies while appearing to withdraw from the pill market. Upon examining the samples brought by Yanzheng, Anna immediately grasped the situation. Over 300 years ago, in the city of Leverkusen during the Iron Blood dynasty, Bayer's chemist Hoffmann synthesized aspirin to treat his father's rheumatism. Aspirin subsequently gained widespread clinical application, saving countless lives. However, Hoffmann is also infamously recognized for creating heroin. All narcotics were initially conceived as medicinal substances, twisted by the avarice of humanity, akin to the duality of angels and demons. Given the current biopharmaceutical technologies of the Federation, synthesizing chemical narcotics would be a trivial endeavor. Since they have successfully advocated for the legalization of pills, why would they resort to such measures? Moreover, in a locale like Qihuang City, the synthesis and measurement of pharmaceuticals are computed by computers, leaving illiterates incapable of comprehending chemical formulas. The most plausible explanation is that a time traveler familiar with chemical engineering is causing a ruckus. The space Anna possesses is referred to as the Ark's cargo hold. According to Richter, the Donghua Kingdom utilized a large-scale spatial cutting device to secretly relocate a number of high-level research institutions and military factories before demolishing the original sites to deceive their enemies. In truth, these locations have been allocated to support the crew's future endeavors. Aside from the last batch of crew members who voluntarily relinquished their physical lives, some deceased senior officers, as well as individuals like Anna with heightened awareness, were selected to join the crew. Only crew members have the authority to manage the cargo hold, but not all crew members possess such a hold. For instance, Xian, as a humanoid weapon, is unable to accommodate portable spaces. The research on digital life has consumed the efforts of several generations, and the emergence of illiteracy syndrome was once regarded as a byproduct of digital life research. Following the onset of illiteracy syndrome, all resources were redirected toward related studies, causing the Digital Life Project to stagnate for a period. Large-scale data collection commenced after the achievements of the Yaowang team were disclosed, which is why Anna and the majority of ARC passengers awoke without knowledge of the illiteracy syndrome that had transpired. The passengers came from diverse professional backgrounds, including individuals with criminal records. Time travelers possess intrinsic theoretical advantages. For instance, a simple chemical equation could incite a tempest of chaos. Could be a time traveler, Anna blurted out, realizing too late that she had misspoken. You know about time travelers? Yin Zheng inquired. Indeed, wasn't it reported in the news? Moreover, Xian mentioned to me that he is quite interested in time travelers. Anna hastily attempted to deflect. Has he found a time traveler? No, not yet, Anna vehemently denied. Be vigilant. The Federation has issued secret orders to all city defense camps to apprehend any individual suspected of being time travelers immediately. A chill ran down Anna's spine, yet her expression remained unchanged as she continued. Have you captured any time travelers? Not here in Julong City, but there have been reports from other locations. What happens to time travelers once captured? It's hard to say. These individuals are hot potatoes for the city defense camps. Various families are vying for them, and no matter who they are given to, someone will be offended. It will be better not to capture them at all. Anna immediately recalled the person Richter mentioned who had been secretly relocated to the surface. After Yin Zheng departed, Anna visited the restaurant operated by the time travelers, reiterating the importance of concealing their identities while discreetly observing if anyone engaged in the new pill production was present. Sister Anna, I heard you were going to the surface? Song Shiyao, who had not seen Anna for several days, clung to her. Yes, I'm going to cultivate medicinal herbs. Please take me with you. It is always dark here, and I long to see the blue sky, white clouds, and green mountains, she pleaded, tugging at Anna's arm. But the conditions on the surface are quite harsh, unlike here where there is no wind or sun exposure. It is very hot up there, and there is no air conditioning. I am not that delicate. I can manage. Dr. Anna, can you take me along as well? Before entering the city, I was a fruit farmer, and I am sure I can assist you. Another time traveler named Wang Qing, who was a former taxi driver, chimed in. The remaining individuals preferred to stay in the underground city. Anna understood that Song Shiyao wished to escape her adoptive parents, and having someone like Wang Qing to help cultivate the herbs would be advantageous. Whether she took one or two, it made little difference. She informed Xian and made arrangements with the smuggler to depart the following day. Upon returning from work, George stopped by Owen's shop to order a bowl of red bean white jelly, still without any leads on the matter Anna had asked him to investigate. Don't you think that Xian and not Jia have been acting a bit strange lately? Owen inquired, sitting beside George with the jelly in hand and leaning in to whisper. What do you mean? Sister never allowed us into her room before, but now. Xian goes upstairs and doesn't come down for hours. Do you think they? Owen gestured animatedly. So what if they do? To be honest, they're a perfect match. Just because you have a wife, does that mean others cannot? No, I'm just concerned for you, brother. George waved his hand impatiently. Go on. Stop worrying about trivial matters. Out of caution, Anna always discussed matters with Xian in the cargo hold to ensure absolute privacy, allowing them to converse freely in Chinese without fear of eavesdropping. As for rumors, with their situation already precarious, she was not afraid of shadows. At that moment, they were seated in the library's reading room, surrounded by rows of shelves brimming with books, creating a magnificent sight, a rarity in this era. Why don't you take me with you? Xian asked. If we go together with two time travelers, Xian will grow suspicious. You stay behind to recuperate and investigate the new pills. I can handle the surface conditions. Lao Huang is likely a crew member. Xian hesitated before resolutely nodding, feeling that he should trust Anna. I am leaving tomorrow. Is there anything else you wish to say? Anna inquired, leaning closer to Xian. In truth, when their gazes met, he realized she had already deduced that this was not some alternate world, but rather the future. Yes, Anna affirmed. Recalling the statue of Guan Yu, they worshipped at the Hong family ancestral hall. In fact, there was an even earlier moment. In the photo Isabella showed me, some tanks had not yet been rebranded with the new Federation insignia and still bore the markings of the Northern Sea Treaty. I have considered every possible scenario, yet I avoided the most rational explanation for I cannot accept the reality that we may never return to the past, unwilling to believe that we have lost." Anna lowered her head, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her face as Xian reached out, intending to pat her shoulder, but his hand hovered in the air, ultimately unfalling. "We have not lost, but indeed we have not won. Did you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms as child?" Anna suddenly asked, posing what seemed to be an unrelated question. The library walls were adorned with various calligraphic decorations, one of which read, "Jade may shatter, but cannot alter its whiteness. Bamboo may burn, but cannot destroy its integrity." "Of course, I like one you the most," Xian replied enthusiastically. "Did you not feel sad when you finished it? How could a good person, who once commanded respect across Huaxia, end up fleeing into the city of Mache? Indeed, for a primary school student, that was a tremendous blow. I secretly read it during math class, still in phonetic notation, and cried bitterly. When the teacher asked what was wrong, I said I was concerned for the ancient people. That was when I first realized that good people do not always triumph over evil." Anna's profound gaze traversed the rows of bookshelves, as if she could glimpse centuries of rise and fall in an instant. From Yu Wumu to Yu Xiaobao, every page of history is filled with regret. Yet all struggles are meaningful. Just as Guan Yu may have lost in battle, his steadfast commitment to righteousness has made him a vital cultural totem of our nation. Their stories will inspire generations to come. When all of this is eradicated by invaders, at least we will remember not only the history of our nation, but this reading room also contains the entirety of human history. I believe that is the essence of the Ark's voyage. Indeed, moral righteousness cannot be extinguished. Much like us digital phantoms who linger beyond the cycles of time, awaiting the day we shall awaken once more to shatter this inequity. The triumph of justice over tyranny is a collective aspiration of all humanity, a dream destined to be realized, regardless of how many times we falter. There will always be souls willing to sacrifice everything for it. The past is irretrievable, yet the future holds the promise of transformation through our efforts. The world we desire must be crafted by our own hands. The barriers of nations and ethnicities have crumbled. We shall not fight solely for Donghuagua, but for the liberation of all humankind. As these sentiments were shared, both individuals felt a surge of emotion, embracing one another in tears. For the sake of victory, we shall spare no effort. By the following day, dusk had descended upon the surface, the sun sinking in the west as night approached. Wang Qing and Song Shuyao gazed at the golden twilight on the horizon, their expressions reflecting a long-awaited relief as they inhaled the sweet, fragrant air. Their escort, Axi, awaited them. Upon witnessing the tractors that required manual operation, Wang Qing felt an overwhelming fondness, unbeknownst to Axi, who regarded him with a look of bewilderment. They were traversers from another realm. The accommodations arranged for them remained the same small building as before. After an exhausting day, they dined and retreated to their respective rooms, deciding to address any matters the following day. Anna entered her room, the simple and unadorned decor unchanged from before. She picked up the kettle on the table, discovering a note concealed beneath it. In this era, paper was a rare commodity, especially on the surface. Overcome with excitement, she extracted the note, which bore a hastily scrawled message in Chinese, at 3 a.m. by the riverside boulder. Anna's breath momentarily caught in her throat as she instinctively glanced around. The room was empty save for herself. In a fit of anxiety, she tore the note to shreds and flushed it down the toilet. Who could this person be? Could it be Lao Huang? Or perhaps Wang Qing had uncovered her true identity. She felt an urgent compulsion to go. Anna loaded her handgun and concealed it within a portable ring. Tossing and turning in her bed, sleep eluded her until nearly 3 o'clock. Stealthily, she slipped out of her room, guided by the moonlight as she followed the stream, soon arriving at the boulder. A tall figure stood beside it. Before Anna could discern his face, he spoke in Chinese. The moon today is unseen by those of ancient times. His voice flowed like a gentle breeze across a field of wheat, reminiscent of a celestial being contemplating the world. Recognizing it was Lao Huang, Anna replied, "The moon of today once illuminated the ancients." Emerging from the shadows, Lao Huang extended his hand to Anna. "Greetings, comrade. We may consider ourselves ancient, For the only unchanging element over the centuries has been this bright moon above us. Hello, I am Anna, crew member 28. What may I call you? Just call me Lao Huang. This place is not suitable for conversation. Let us proceed to my space. Lao Huang's domain was a textile factory coupled with a light industry market, similar in nature to Anna's space. They selected a vacant office to sit down. Anna's awakening experience was rather intricate. She briefly recounted the circumstances underground, revealing to Lao Huang the identities of passengers Song Shiyao and Wang Qing, along with the intelligence provided by legal officer Richter. It turned out there was a traitor among them. Lao Huang was among the last crew members, previously affiliated with the General Equipment Department. He was a materials science expert who had developed a new type of bulletproof vest and had participated in preliminary preparations for a humanoid weapon project. None of these laborers can be trusted. They know I was once involved in drug interdiction, yet I was cast here to cultivate opium for decades. What a farce. Lao Huang possessed the unique demeanor of a soldier from that era, evoking memories of Anna's father. I heard you advocated for alternative crops to cultivate traditional medicine. I knew you must be a good child from our time. Anna felt a twinge of bashfulness, offering a shy smile. Lao Huang produced paper and pen, illustrating the land acquisition from the Su family. The new plantation was twice the size of the previous one, with the land level and contiguous for easier management. He intended to retain a portion of economic crops while attempting to plant grains to address the severe hunger afflicting the slums. We are not agricultural professionals. Even if there are skilled farmers among us, we cannot precisely control temperature and humidity, Anna expressed her concerns. Do not worry, my dear. Warfare and agriculture are intertwined. I have my methods. If your concept of a medicinal market can truly be realized, it will significantly enhance the living conditions of the impoverished here. Hopefully, that will be the case. George unlocked the shutter door of the clinic with his key. Anna had left, On had moved next door, and the elusive Xian, now a master of the Hongmen, remained a phantom presence. In the months since arriving in Kowloon City, the experiences he had encountered surpassed the excitement of his entire previous life. George touched the cool stone against his chest, feeling a profound sense of solitude. Thus far, he had not found a true companion on his journey. In fact, he had yet to discover his own path. He felt restless amid On's mundane comfort, disdainful of his subordinates who indulged in fleeting pleasures, and acutely aware that he could not match the ruthlessness of the fugitives deeper within the walled city. Grateful for the assistance Anna had provided and admiring her courage and intelligence, he noted how she dismissed the allure of the coveted Silver City, tirelessly engaging in unprofitable endeavors, pursuing something he could not comprehend. Yet Xian understood that very pursuit. They were kindred spirits. Recalling the tasks Anna had entrusted him with, George found himself unable to rest. Rising, he replayed the footage of Xian's matches, mimicking the lethal moves with his hands. When he reached the match where Xian faced 3 opponents, George abruptly paused the video, enlarging the screenshot. Following Anna's forceful removal of Xian, the 2 opponents he had knocked out had miraculously survived. He suddenly recognized one of them from somewhere. George rewound the footage, scrutinizing the final minutes of the match where 4 individuals were present. As the camera zoomed in, it captured Xian's face, while the other individual remained obscured. Immersed in the video, George remained oblivious to Xian's return, who stood directly behind him. Since taking over from Hongzhe, Xian had been tirelessly occupied. The Enclave had no military or police. Order was maintained solely by the gangs. The so-called 10 Masters of the Hongmen could not solely rely on their fighting prowess. After several days, the previously taciturn Xian had developed a few skills reminiscent of a neighborhood committee matron. How much do you despise me? Watching me get stabbed repeatedly? Xian bent down to inquire. Startled, George nearly dropped his terminal. Xian, you arrived just in time. I have seen this person before. Xian, noticing George's indication toward the fighter who had restrained his left arm, asked, Where have you seen him? In the factory of the Hua family. Are you certain? Do you know his name? I cannot be entirely sure. He seems to be from the adjacent workshop. I even saw him on the day of the explosion. Upon hearing this, Xian grabbed George and led him outside. They ventured deep into the Enclave to a video store, where a baritone voice sang from an antique record player, the language indecipherable, likely a relic of the old world. If placed in a lavish retro-style mansion in Silver City, it would serve as a perfect embellishment, yet here, it was merely a curious but valueless artifact. The shop was cramped, with shelves lining 3 walls, stacked with a haphazard collection of videotapes and magazines. The covers revealed a myriad of themes. Yet all shared a common trait. They were outdated. Prominently displayed was a poster for a ballet performance, featuring a youthful actress who had long vanished from public view, rumored to have become a mistress to speaker sass. The ceiling, adorned with 2 incandescent light tubes, was festooned with an array of colorful string lights, twinkling incessantly. In the early days of the Enclave's establishment, the surface dwellers still retained the habit of watching videotapes. However, with the rise of mobile terminals, videotapes had become the tears of an era. The proprietor of the shop was presently seated behind the counter, perusing a comic book with sound. It was not difficult to surmise that the true wares of this establishment were far removed from the items displayed on the shelves. "Are you Mr. Edgar?" Xian inquired, tapping gently on the doorframe. The disheartened middle-aged man raised his gaze from the comic, adjusting his thick glasses. Contrary to his initial impression, Edgar was a computer savant. He had once been afforded the opportunity to join the Golden City Scientific Society, but was compelled to seek refuge here after offending powerful figures. It was only after ascending the ranks of the Hongmen that Xian learned of this extraordinary individual. If one wished to investigate a matter without resorting to the society's influence, seeking out Edgar was undoubtedly the right course, although he was not easily placated by mere wealth. Edgar allowed Xian and his companion to enter the room before closing the door behind them. "I would like to request your assistance in locating an individual," Xian stated directly, presenting the match replay from his terminal. After viewing the video, Edgar fixed his gaze upon Xian and remarked, "White-haired ghost. Are you intent on extermination?" Xian covered his face. The moniker White-haired ghost was a nickname bestowed upon him by those in the underworld following the life-and-death match. He did not respond to Edgar's query, but instead retrieved 2 items from his pocket. George observed that they were 2 packets of pills, one of which had been confiscated from him by the Clown family during the banquet. "I also wish to ascertain the source of these 2 batches," Xian continued. Edgar picked up the packets and inhaled their scent, furrowing his brow. "I cannot guarantee anything." "State your price," he replied. Xian was succinct. "Your introducer must have informed you of my regulations. The answer you seek is worth a life." George gasped at this revelation. Glancing at Xian's composed demeanor and recalling that he had already taken 6 lives in the arena that very day, Edgar produced a photograph, revealing a young officer's ID photo. His name was Xian, a captain in the Yong'an City defense camp, who had defected with a firearm a month prior, committing a series of heinous crimes including bank robbery, murder, and rape, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of 13 individuals. Last week, he had fled in fear of justice to Kowloon City, hiding in Shanghai. Xian examined the photograph, gently touching the small black dot on its back, which triggered a voice recording that announced an address. During breakfast, Anna was yawning incessantly, while Lao Huang entered with vitality, stating he would take Anna to the slums to recruit new drug farmers for training. She was unaware that they had already convened the night before. Since they would be handling the subsequent tasks, he did not perceive any issues. Lao Huang drove a tractor, bringing Anna to the slums, where they soon spotted a youth carrying the forepaw of a demonic beast. Anna quickly recognized him as Away. She waved her arms to greet him, and Away hurried over. "Dr. Anna, please wait a moment," he said before dashing off again. Anna had informed Lao Huang about the previous attack, and they were there to find Away, intending to bring him back to identify the mastermind behind it. "Is it a demonic beast? What are they doing?" Anna observed Away and others weighing various parts of the creature. "Indeed, you must have encountered those who specifically hunt demonic beasts in the polluted zone. For the undercity dwellers, it is mere sport. For the locals, it is akin to gathering firewood." "Gathering firewood? For fuel?" "Precisely. The demonic beasts have mutated due to nuclear radiation. Consuming them would certainly be toxic, but as fuel for electricity generation, they are quite practical. The remains of these beasts can fetch a good price, making firewood one of the most lucrative jobs here, albeit with commensurate risks." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wei returned, clutching a handful of coins, his tattered clothing lacking pockets to hold the money. He led Anna and Lao Huang to his home, spending all the freshly acquired coins on food along the way. Upon arriving at Wei's house, it appeared much the same as during their last visit. His mother was alive and able to perform simple household chores, while his sister's child had learned to walk. However, his younger sister was absent, having succumbed to bacterial dysentery. Wei's mother, noticing guests had arrived, hastily cleared a clean space for them to sit. Wei's family structure was quite typical in the slums. Anna expressed her need to hire a new batch of drug farmers and inquired if Wei would be interested. Wei asked how the wages were calculated. After estimating surface market prices, Anna replied that it would be 500 yuan per month. Wei's eyes lit up, asking if he could recommend other acquaintances. Anna affirmed that reliable individuals were welcome, but there would be a probationary assessment. If he was willing, he could wait a few days for notification and then report to the new plantation. Anna politely declined Wei and his mother's invitation to stay for a meal, feeling that even as a synthetic human, she would struggle to adapt to the food hygiene standards of the area. After leaving Wei's home, they did not rush back. As Anna suggested they explore further. Public health in the slums was severely compromised, with dysentery, AIDS, and other diseases claiming lives every moment. The movement of people between the surface and the underground was limited, and the Xian virus did not mark surface travelers. A recreational vehicle passed by, distinctly not belonging to the area, adorned with a pink heart emblem. Anna immediately recalled the mobile blood stations of their era and remembered Wei's remarks about selling blood. I recall that this era has developed synthetic plasma technology, and most blood diseases can be completely cured. Why are people still selling blood? She mused. After all, such advanced technology as synthetic humans had matured, and organ transplants were child's play. That blood is used for skincare and health products. The natural benefits cannot be entirely replicated by synthetic alternatives, Lao Huang replied. Anna had grown accustomed to the darkness of the Federation, but the skincare products triggered a memory. As they walked further, a group suddenly emerged from a side alley, led by a youth of Wei stature, with even smaller children trailing behind, the youngest appearing to be under 10. Robbery! The boy shouted, brandishing a gun. Almost simultaneously, Anna drew her pistol from her storage ring, and both parties unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Anna acted first, and the youth fell lifeless into a pool of blood, causing the other children to scatter. Anna realized that in her past life, she would have been incapable of such an act. It was Captain Richter's decisiveness that had saved her life, for her body was not as impervious as Li Xian's. Anna had considered that her hands would inevitably be stained with blood in the brutal struggles of the future. But she had not anticipated that her first kill would be a child. Lao Huang bent down to close the deceased's eyes and collected the weapon for himself. Anna was not troubled by gloomy emotions for long. How could the gun ownership rate be so high here? Ordinary firearms were relatively simple to manufacture and could be produced on a large scale on the surface. Yet they were far from sufficient to contend with the Federation's laser weaponry. Since they posed no threat to the Federation, they were indifferent, and violent crime helped maintain population levels, Lao Huang explained. After returning to their residence and having lunch, they promptly proceeded to inspect the new plantation. Anna had little concept of land, and the scale of the new plantation exceeded her expectations. So vast, I couldn't even fill it with all the medicine in my space. Vast. It's too small. For planting grain, it wouldn't be enough to feed a few people. Lao Huang gestured with his fingers to frame a rectangle around the freshly turned soil. Is the ownership of this land still with the Su family? If we had the funds, could we rent more? The concepts of ownership and usage rights here are quite nebulous. In the early days, whoever had a gun was king. Whoever seized it claimed it as their own. Later, when the Federation was established, the Surface Development Bureau took over management. There were no stipulations on the usage period for land exchanged for poppy fields. As long as the money is adequate, they would surely be willing to lease us more. We possess 200 acres of rice paddy, the maturation cycle of which has drawn the attention of various parties. We must remain discreet. Anna remarked while calculating on her tablet. How much disposable capital do you have? Old Huang inquired. 2 million. 2 million. Old Huang exclaimed, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a light bulb. How did you acquire such wealth? That fool gambled his life for it, came the reply. Then we can first purchase a base station. The connectivity here is abysmal, making communication with our comrades underground quite cumbersome. We should also lease additional land for crops, and perhaps construct factories, hospitals, and schools. Old Huang envisioned a promising future. Is there anyone overseeing the forest across the river? How splendid it would be if we could cultivate it ourselves. Anna joined in the reverie. That is indeed a commendable idea. The Bureau of Surface Development has yet to act on the forest, mainly due to the low demand for timber, and there are rumors of many cannibals residing there. Anna chuckled. What fear could such an advanced and formidable civilization have of cannibals should they truly wish to exploit the forest? Have you encountered cannibals? I have not. The following day, they crossed the stream and re-entered the primeval forest, with Axie carrying a hunting rifle alongside them. Anna and Old Huang found themselves unable to speak freely. Unlike their previous search for herbal medicines, this time Anna focused on observing the species of trees, contemplating the feasibility of cultivation with existing technologies. Unbeknownst to them, they ventured deeper into the woods. Axie attempted to turn back several times, but Anna and Old Huang insisted on continuing. Thus he had no choice but to yield to the majority. Suddenly, the air was rent with a sharp, piercing sound, and a spear landed at Axie's feet, followed by a group of primitively adorned savages, feathers in their hair and skins draped over their bodies, charging forth with wild cries. Axie raised his rifle, ready to pull the trigger, but felt a sudden numbness at the back of his neck and lost consciousness. Anna had rendered Axie unconscious, laying him gently upon the ground. The savages, taken aback by Anna's action, fell silent and stared at her. Anna raised her hands, indicating her lack of weaponry, and slowly approached the leader, greeting him in Mandarin, "Hello, the 027 Donghua tribe." Anna acted thus because she had discerned Mandarin words among the savages' earlier cries. It was improbable that they were time travelers. The most reasonable explanation was that they were survivors from the surface who had endured the cataclysm, having no contact with the underground dwellers. They would not speak the lingua franca, and lacking access to high-tech products, they had regressed to a primitive state. The leader, encountering an outsider who spoke their language for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. "Could you take us to your tribe?" Anna asked softly and slowly, producing water and food from her storage ring to demonstrate her sincerity. The leader whispered a few words to his subordinates, and Anna realized the situation was not as simple as she had anticipated. Their Mandarin accent was peculiar, mixed with Japanese, Cantonese, and Thai, suggesting that their ancestors were a blend of Southeast Asian peoples. Anna strained to understand their intent, which seemed to imply capturing her first before deciding on her fate later. They were not foolish. They first confiscated the rifle, aware of its potency, and brandished their spears as if to drive away an animal. Old Huang and Anna exchanged glances, comprehending her intentions, and lifted the unconscious Axie to proceed forward. They did not travel far before arriving at the settlement of the primitives, a clearing carved out in the heart of the forest, where most dwellings were tree houses. Women sat beneath the trees, sewing animal skins, while bare-bottomed children peeked from behind their mothers, casting curious glances at the unexpected visitors. The civilization here appeared to be in the Neolithic age, still rooted in matriarchal clans. Anna observed the residents, resembling primitive specimens from a documentary. The sole trace of modern civilization was the presence of plastic bags, which hung from the branches of nearly every household's treehouse, containing preserved meats and dried fruits. This non-biodegradable plastic had become the only legacy from their ancestors, akin to schoolchildren leaving garbage bags in a botanical garden. At the center of the clearing burned a perpetually blazing bonfire, beside which an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles sat on her knees. Her feathered crown was the most resplendent among all. The leader approached the elder and whispered an apology for bringing outsiders into their midst. The elder retrieved a turtle shell from the fire, crackling as she examined its fissures, then looked up with an extraordinarily clear gaze. "Welcome our guests. They're messengers of the gods." The elder's demeanor caused the wary people to lower their spears. Anna approached the elder, kneeling reverently in imitation of her. The locals referred to her as Ijia, which seemed more a title or honorific than a name. Do you come from the underground world? Ijia asked Anna. She nodded. We do not welcome outsiders, especially those from the underground city. Our ancestors spoke of them as invaders, the harbingers of disaster. Yet, the divination results indicate that you may bring good fortune to this land. Hearing that these people still identified as Donghua made Anna quite delighted. She traced the character for Dong in the soil. Can you read? She asked, brimming with anticipation. Ijia shook her head, explaining that the temple housed writings left by their ancestors, but due to human greed, the gods had enacted punishment, rendering them unable to comprehend those texts. In their context, ancestors and gods were synonymous. While this response was superstitious, it corresponded precisely with the history of illiteracy. Just as Anna was about to suggest visiting the temple, several spear-wielding individuals rushed before her, shouting with great agitation. These individuals were evidently not from the group that had brought her. Their attitude towards outsiders was even more aggressive, clamoring for violence. Anna remained composed, awaiting Ijia to clarify the situation. From their heated exchange, she gleaned that a child had fallen ill, and they superstitiously believed it was due to the arrival of outsiders. I am a doctor. Perhaps I can assist you, Anna offered. The agitated individuals were taken aback upon hearing her speak in a language they understood. Ijia rose, signaling Anna to follow her. Entering a treehouse, though confined, the floor was strewn with hay and sand, remaining dry, while a plastic beverage bottle refracted sunlight brilliantly from a gap in the roof. A naked boy of 4 or 5 lay on an animal skin, racked by a high fever, his body convulsing. Ijia felt the child's forehead and placed a bundle of ignited grass leaves upon it. Anna surmised that this might be an ancient version of moxibustion. However, the local shaman had yet to develop a comprehensive theoretical framework, rendering them helpless against more severe ailments. Minutes passed as the grass leaves burned to ash. Yet the child's condition did not improve. His face turned ashen, and his lips turned blue. May I try? Anna asked cautiously. Ijia hesitated, but eventually acquiesced. With little time to brew medicine, Anna retrieved a fine needle and performed bloodletting on the child's fingertip and behind his ear, targeting specific acupoints on the liver and sun meridians, employing techniques from pediatric massage. After exerting herself to a point of perspiration, the child began to sweat, the fever subsided, and the convulsions ceased. Stepping out of the cramped treehouse, the previously hostile tribespeople erupted into jubilant cries, encircling Anna in a celebratory dance, hailing her as a divine messenger. Anna smiled, feeling no aversion to the title. Indeed, she shared a lineage with their ancestors, making her a messenger from the old world. Seizing the opportunity, she expressed her desire to visit the temple and was promptly granted permission. The temple was situated on a hillside not far from the settlement, with old Huang still carrying Axie, who resembled a lifeless pig. From a distance, Anna spotted the corner of a modern structure, its walls weathered by a century of exposure, revealing a patchwork of steel and concrete. As she approached, Anna discerned that this so-called temple was merely a forestry station of the Donghua nation, the only element connected to the divine being a small altar adorned with an image of Mazu. The Lin Station serves merely as a temporary resting place for the forest rangers, devoid of any particular significance. The sole remaining function is the physical lightning protection measures installed on the roof, which offer divine protection to the villagers during thunderstorms, ensuring their safety. They have preserved their ancestors' relics intact, including a whole box of mobile phones and computers, although they are no longer operable. On the wall, a line is inscribed. Should the day come when illiteracy is cured, may those who come here recount our story. In the primeval forest, without written language as a vessel, the fruits of technological and cultural achievements cannot be passed down. Centuries have sufficed to regress productivity level from the fourth industrial revolution back to the rudimentary practices of slash-and-burn agriculture. Absent external disturbances, such a way of life could persist indefinitely. No matter how many turtle shells the elder burns, it will not yield oracle bone script. Anna and Lao Huang each retrieved some practical industrial items from their space, such as plastic water bottles, sheets, and quilts, which fascinated the primitive people. Anna established a code word with them, intending for Song Shuyao to handle matters in this region in the future. Upon returning to their dwelling, Anna finally roused Axie, returning the hunting rifle to him. "What is happening to me?" Axie inquired, rubbing the back of his head. "They use bamboo tubes to blow a type of poisoned arrow, with tips coated in the deadly toxin of tree frogs. Do not worry, I have already neutralized the poison for you," Anna reassured him. Axie harbored no doubts about Anna's words and felt grateful to her. That evening, Anna engaged in a second clandestine conversation with Lao Huang, inviting him to tour her space. They casually found a classroom and began to sketch on the blackboard. Lao Huang drew a map of the 103 Oasis, pacing back and forth behind the podium with his hands clasped behind his back. "I suggest you quickly spend your cash on tangible assets. Should the political situation destabilize and the Federation lose its credibility, that money will swiftly become worthless," Lao Huang advised. "Indeed, establishing a base station is paramount. I also wish to acquire some exoskeleton gear and storage rings. Unlike weapons, these items are not as sensitive and can be purchased through normal channels using civilian identities. The remainder can be allocated for land purchases," Anna replied. "There is no need to buy. Short-term rentals will suffice. Once we gather our forces, their land deeds will be rendered useless, and the land we control can be reclaimed," he countered. The two reached a consensus regarding expenditure. Technological advancement is not the sole determinant of victory in warfare, yet it is an undeniable factor. The once militarily inferior Donghua kingdom managed to achieve miracles in the annals of warfare through ingenious tactics and indomitable will. However, when their technological prowess surpassed that of the world, they were compelled to abandon their positions for various reasons. Today, the disparity between the Traversers and the Federation is exceedingly subtle. On one hand, the Traversers are literate, with crew members boasting diverse expertise. On the other hand, the Federation's high echelons, monopolizing knowledge, have not stagnated during the 2 centuries since the Ark's launch, rapidly advancing in fields beyond basic science. For example, portable spatial technology. The crew's cargo hold was constructed using a device known as a large spatial cutter, one of the Donghua Kingdom's secret weapons, which was entirely destroyed post-use to conceal the Ark project. The Federation has been unable to replicate such sophisticated spatial cutters, but has developed intricate storage rings through ongoing research, which Anna must then procure from them. The outcome of this ongoing conflict remains uncertain. We must prepare for the worst, such as the possibility of losing contact with the organization. Anticipating defeat before considering victory is Anna's habitual mindset. Given the current resources, UI and Dijiang should be sufficient to carve out our own territory. According to the Ark Cruise Code, the period of silence typically spans 3 months. You mentioned that there may be individuals from the surface prison holding us, correct? Upon Lao Huang's reminder, Anna recalled Richter's words. According to the legal officer, Rio is likely a high-ranking figure within the Arkansas Dijiang's wormhole, is set to restart next month, but specific coordinates are necessary. Is there a way to infiltrate the surface prison? The surface prison is designed for high-risk offenders from the underground city. The Federation does not impose the death penalty, and various unspeakable horrors reside there, making proximity exceedingly difficult. If the Sass family is aware of his identity, they will undoubtedly exercise stringent surveillance, potentially setting traps for rescuers. This matter cannot be rushed. Anna nodded. Upon my next return to Jilong City, I will seek further information from Yanzhong. In the dimly lit alley of Shanghai, several rats scurried past, and the last one, glancing furtively, was quickly caught by a military boot that crushed its tail. It instinctively struggled fiercely, ultimately severing its tail in a frantic escape. A man clad in a trench coat, enveloped in a hood and mask, would have donned sunglasses if they were available in the underground city, as the skin surrounding his exposed eyes was riddled with red rashes. Clutching convenience store snacks, he halted, not due to stepping on a rat, but upon spotting an individual standing at the entrance of his rented accommodation. The dim streetlight illuminated the figure's white hair, who stood motionless, seemingly waiting for someone. The man hesitated, but ultimately decided to approach, merely returning home. "Xian, is it?" As the man drew closer, Xian noticed the rashes on his face, confirming him as a traverser. "You have mistaken me for someone else," he said, brushing off the other's hand and continuing into the building. "Indeed, we are more accustomed to calling ourselves by our previous names. What was your occupation in your former life?" Upon hearing this, the man's gait faltered and his body trembled slightly. "Are you also a player?" he inquired excitedly of the white-haired man. The latter did not respond. "I know a doctor who can treat your skin condition, but you must first tell me if the formula for synthetic white powder is what you divulged to them." "White powder? If I had that capability, I would need to rob banks." He realized that the other must have come seeking him due to awareness of his actions, since they were from the same background. There was little to conceal. "Do you know any other traversers?" "No, I thought I was the only player." Xian stroked his chin. "So, you killed those people because you regarded this as a game, merely for amusement? Otherwise, what? What role do you play? Are you the justice enforcer here to apprehend me for trial?" Even through the mask, Xian could discern the disdainful smirk. With a sigh, Xian, unwilling to elaborate further, declared, "I intend to exchange your life for an answer. Since you perceive this as a game, prepare for a reset." The man sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xian and staggered back a few steps, causing the food in his hand to fall to the ground. "Are you a bounty hunter or a cleaner? We could collaborate. What is wrong with seizing resources in this ruthless world? Let us prosper together." He feigned panic while covertly reaching for the gun at his waist. In the narrow corridor, the deafening echoes of gunfire rang out as Xian emptied his magazine at Xian in the briefest span. A golden mask appeared before Xian, and the bullet struck it, losing momentum and clattering harmlessly to the ground. "Are you a monster?" This was Xian's final utterance. Xian leisurely bent down to pick up a heated bullet. It was time to conclude this. At the 028 medical station, Anna's Shinong project commenced methodically. Away brought along several acquaintances to apply for jobs. They were relatively law-abiding individuals from the slums who had not joined gangs and merely sought to earn a living diligently. Anna guided them through the plantation, detailing the specifics of the work, and finally inquired privately of Away whether he had seen the person who ordered him to assassinate her. "Avez confidente de plaive? No." Anna furrowed her brows as she recalled the recent gathering of all the members of the Hong family in the plantation. Had her judgment been flawed? Was her opponent more astute than she had initially perceived? The plantation retained numerous agricultural workers who had previously labored here, all possessing ample experience in farming. Following Anna's directive to remove the prior cash crops, the newly vacant land was swiftly prepared. Together with Lao Huang, Anna led the freshly trained herbalists into the mountains to gather wild medicinal plants. She had discreetly concealed the medicinal plants from her space within a storage ring, and upon returning to the plantation, she retrieved them without raising any suspicions. In merely 3 days, 100 acres of medicinal fields had been established, a vibrant expanse of green flourishing before her. As Away rallied the neighbors to work for Anna, he also extolled her medical skills, resulting in a steady stream of patients seeking her care. Overwhelmed with her burgeoning practice, Anna felt compelled to prioritize the establishment of a training program for apprentices. Even though she could afford to treat patients without accounting for material costs, the intensity of work was becoming quite burdensome. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes addressing the root cause of ailments. If feasible, she wished to re-establish a public health system on the surface to enhance the residents' access to clean water. Naturally, such endeavors could not be accomplished overnight. For the indigenous Donghua, people residing deep within the forest, Anna aspired to first teach them agriculture, which necessitated land clearing. Ironically, both her and Lao Huang spaces served as a hospital and a light industry factory, respectively, and they could not even locate a chainsaw, necessitating a trip back to the underground city for procurement. While organizing items in her space, Anna discovered a batch of homemade, traditional Chinese medicine facial masks in the dermatology ward, which could serve as a pioneering product to unlock the market for proprietary Chinese medicines. Lao Huang had already approached the Su family regarding the continuation of their land lease, and immediate results were unlikely. Items purchased from the Federal Mall were not delivered to the surface, and discussions with the Zhong family concerning the establishment of a base station required a return to the underground city. Just as Anna was preparing to depart, someone sought her out. An advanced RV emblazoned with the insignia of the border military entered the plantation grounds, yet it did not incite panic, for it was an ambulance. Upon stepping outside, Anna could not help but smile at the sight of the ambulance. Wasn't this the very vehicle in which she had performed surgery on the soldier Jack after her arrival? The lieutenant driver, adorned with a tattoo of a sea eagle on his arm, evoked a sense of nostalgic familiarity. Descending from the vehicle was a young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes, who introduced himself as Alexander Yesenin, the station chief of the 103rd Medical Station. Anna responded with a knowing "oh" and extended her hand for a courteous handshake. There was indeed a certain connection between them. It was due to his leave that Anna had been thrust into performing surgery. The last time she had heard his name was through a way, who spoke highly of Yesenin's generosity in treating the impoverished residents of the slums, which had earned him considerable respect. Upon their first meeting, Anna felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu regarding Yesenin. It could not possibly be from her past life, as travelers typically alter their appearances. Perhaps it was a remnant of the original owner's memories, or simply that he bore a resemblance to a foreign film star. Yesenin felt uneasy under Anna's scrutiny. Having recently heard from local residents about a doctor proficient in shamanistic medicine arriving from the underground city, did the station chief believe she was encroaching upon his territory? No, he replied. It is merely that a patient wishes to request your consultation. With time still on her side, Anna agreed. In the entirely privatized medical landscape of the Federation, military doctors were the only medical practitioners who received a fixed salary without earning commissions on pharmaceuticals. Thus, the entry requirements for military medical positions were slightly lower than for ordinary students, mandating at least 10 years of service in the military post-graduation. Almost all military doctors would rapidly transition to other positions upon the completion of their service. To meet the medical needs of the border military, the Federation established medical stations at each oasis. The conditions on the surface were harsh, and only lower-ranking officers with no connections were dispatched here. Yesenin, however, was different. According to regulations, a medical station chief could return to the underground city after 3 years, yet he had remained in this position for nearly 7 years. The residents of the slums did not possess citizenship, and the medical station bore no obligation to provide them with medical services, effectively absolving themselves of responsibility in the event of a patient's demise. Rumors circulated that Yesenin hailed from Gold City, a super-rich second-generation heir, which provided him the means to engage in charitable endeavors here. The ambulance headed towards the border, with the medical station still a considerable distance away. As Anna gazed out the window, she experienced the profound meaning of time as passage, reflecting on how the once familiar North China plain had transformed into a desert. Further along, the desert receded to reveal the vast expanse of the ocean. Anna was taken aback by the sight of the sea, a look of astonishment crossing her face. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yesenin remarked. "For those of us who dwell in the underground city, witnessing such an expansive ocean for the first time is truly breathtaking." Anna nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with his sentiment. Alas, the ocean was also a polluted zone, and they could not approach it. A seawater desalination plant operated autonomously by the shoreline. On the beach stood 2 statues, clearly not erected for display. Half buried in the sand, their upper bodies tilted at awkward angles, seabirds perched upon them, and during high tide, they would be submerged, a monthly occurrence. Using her wristband, Anna captured images of the statues, which had eroded significantly, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. "Whose statues are those?" she inquired casually, not expecting a response. Yet, to her surprise, Yesenin began to recount a story. "I have heard the elders in the slums mention them occasionally. The one in a beret, with his right hand clenched into a fist, once lived near the equator as the leader of a nation. He was a paragon of virtue, defeating colonial oppressors to secure a better life for his people. His integrity and reforms threatened the interests of the old aristocracy. And a trusted friend who fought alongside him was ultimately bought off by an enemy nation. In the end, brother turned against brother, and after his death, his country was left in turmoil until it was obliterated by disaster. The one in military uniform, adorned with medals, formerly resided within the Arctic Circle and was a marshal. He enlisted at 17, driving away invaders amid frigid temperatures of 50 degrees below zero. However, in his later years, he was tasked with orchestrating an invasion of another nation. His beloved homeland was on the brink of collapse, and his beliefs had dissipated. This time, he could save nothing. Ultimately, he chose to take his own life, sacrificing himself for his country. Anna felt a profound silence envelop her. She recognized the historical figures Xian spoke of, both renowned individuals from modern history in her era. The serendipitous encounter of their statues, thrust together by disaster and ocean currents, was astonishing. She pondered how they would perceive the world today. This was the first time she had witnessed the marks of time etched into history. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at their destination, and Anna felt as though she had returned to the Cold War era. The 103rd Medical Station was situated within a mountain, a former military fortress. The medical station was modest in size, comprising 4 floors. The 3rd floor served as a staff dormitory. The 2nd housed the inpatient department and offices. The 1st was open to the public with outpatient services, a pharmacy, and a cafeteria, while the basement contained a parking garage and storage. Though small, it was adequately equipped. The ambulance entered the underground garage, and Anna followed Xian to the 2nd floor, where she encountered a familiar face, Nurse Shakira. There was no time for pleasantries, as Anna insisted they attend to the patient promptly. In the inpatient ward lay a comatose man, his head wrapped in thick bandages, an oxygen mask affixed to his face. He had fallen from a ladder while renovating a villa for a wealthy individual in the underground city. His employer had only provided a meager sum for medical expenses. As the sole breadwinner of his family, if he failed to awaken, Xian elaborated on the patient's condition. Is there truly no other way? Anna inquired. There are certainly ways to address the situation, but funds are insufficient. If it were possible to seek treatment in the underground city, we would have done so long ago. Anna and Xian exchanged a glance. As conscientious physicians, they understood all too well the sorrow of patients succumbing to poverty rather than terminal illnesses. It remains uncertain whether your shamanic skills can conjure miracles. Anna examined the patient's tongue and pulse, recalling a renowned case from her previous life. A female journalist from Donghua who had sustained severe injuries in the train collision at the Wangting, declared brain dead, and ultimately revived by a doctor using shamanic techniques. The current patient's injuries were undoubtedly less severe. The internal organs remained intact, and the skull fracture had been successfully stabilized. The critical issue was sepsis. The patient had been suffering from persistent high fever post-surgery, and despite the combined use of antibiotics, there had been no improvement. Anna had a plan. She retrieved an Ngong Nyo Huang wand from her storage ring, instructing Shakira to dissolve it in warm water for administration via a feeding tube. She then prepared acupuncture needles, selecting points to bolster vitality and awaken consciousness. Behind her, Shakira whispered, "Director, didn't you always doubt shamans? Shoo, let's treat this dead horse as if it were alive." Within an hour of administering the medicine, the patient's temperature began to normalize and consciousness returned. Subsequent treatment no longer required Anna's oversight, and she declined any consultation fee, consenting instead to stay for a meal. The driver, known as Shinchi, remained taciturn throughout. Aside from Nurse Shakira and Director Xian, the medical station was staffed by Richard, an old soldier who doubled as a maintenance technician and cook. During the meal, Anna encountered an adorable little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with golden hair and blue eyes reminiscent of Xian, dressed in a burgundy suspender dress, resembling a porcelain doll. The girl's name was Eva, and she called Xian Daddy. Indeed, handsome men often marry young. Eva, unreserved, accepted the candy Anna offered and pulled her aside to whisper, "Sister Anna, I can understand what little animals say. Do you believe me?" "I do," Anna replied, affectionately ruffling Eva's hair, dismissing it as the playful musings of child. After the meal, Xian personally drove Anna to the dispatch station. With her alone, she could utilize her wristband to return to the underground city through official channels, a safer and more convenient option than smuggling. "I used to disbelieve in shamans, thinking they were mere tricks of ignorance. When Awei told me you healed his mother, I was skeptical at first, yet you truly possess remarkable skills," Xian remarked. Anna understood his perspective. Indeed, Many surface shamans exhibited superstitious behavior. I only learned a few techniques from some exceptional shamans I fortuitously encountered in Qihuang City. Anna began to weave her tale. What was that pill you just took out? Where can I get more? Oh, that isn't Gongyo Huang Wan, a family secret. If you need some, I can bring you a few next time. Anna felt that Yesenin was indeed a commendable partner. I will be returning in a few days. Feel free to seek my assistance for any medical needs. Although the Federation's medical practices were highly advanced, they relied excessively on sophisticated equipment, rendering many medications ineffective. Shamanic techniques, being more cost-efficient, will be immensely beneficial if widely adopted. It must be agonizing to watch patients slowly perish while feeling powerless. I truly admire your perseverance over the years. Indeed, but one must do something. Every life saved counts. Anna recognized that Yesenin and Yin Zheng shared a similar ethos. They could not fundamentally alter the Federation as circumstances. Yet their consciences compelled them to make a difference within their means. Upon returning to Qihuang City, Anna first visited Xian, who remained feigning illness in his wheelchair. She reported on the progress of the newly developed plantation, showcasing visually striking photographs. She also recounted tales of the cannibals in the primeval forest, spinning an adventurous yarn that made the old man laugh heartily. Very well, keep up the good work. Seizing the opportunity, Anna inquired about the schedule for the next monthly banquet in Qihuang City, as Hong Jin had returned to Baiyin City, and she wished to represent the Hong men. Hong Xingshan consented, instructing Nightingale to provide her with an invitation for the following evening. Xian had been assigned a second-hand flying vehicle upon returning to the clinic. He found Anna learning to apply makeup through short videos. Regardless of her past life or this one, Anna had never worn makeup except for the last banquet, so her skills were lacking. The cosmetic tools were scavenged from various places where schools were located, ensuring an abundance of such items in female dormitories. Do I look good? Anna asked Xian, curling her lashes with an eyelash curler. Xian non-committally nodded. The two exchanged stories from recent days. So, who exactly is selling those 2 batches of pills? Anna inquired. The time agreed with Edgar had not yet arrived. If he presented results suddenly, she would be more skeptical. Is it really acceptable to kill Eisen if he's also a transmigrator? I have not received any directives against killing transmigrators. I searched his room and found numerous victims' belongings. He indeed deserves to die. Do you think that Yesenin might be a transmigrator? Unlikely. While his behavior is quite anomalous for the Federation, it has persisted for 7 years. As far as I know, the awakening of crew members and passengers has only occurred in the past month or 2. We should believe that a minority of the Federation's natives possess the truth. You are correct. Xian's expression turned peculiar. Anna tilted her head, scrutinizing him. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? 029 Chinese herbal facial mask. Have a look, Xian protested, ruffling Anna's hair. Although their physical ages were comparable now, he had lived several years longer when considering their past lives. In a little over a month, Anna's short hair had grown past her shoulders, meticulously styled into an updo. Her freshly curled bangs had become disheveled. Anna, unfazed, tidied her hair and retrieved several different colored jackets to drape over Xian. Do you have a chance against Nightingale? Anna asked. Do you have a misunderstanding about the capabilities of human-shaped weapons? He is a proficient assassin, but I am not human, Xian replied playfully. So, do you have a plan? Ultimately, Anna chose a sea blue suit for him to complement her white gown. Though not strictly necessary, it was wise to prepare for the worst. They were destined to confront the Federation, and no one could predict how long their superficial collaboration with the Hong men might last. Anna adjusted Xian's shirt and playfully tugged at his tie. He leaned down, and their noses almost touched. Just then, George returned. The two, who had been so close moments before, quickly separated. Ahem, George, are you joining us for the banquet tonight? No, George frantically waved his hands, resembling a quail fleeing in panic as he darted into the storage room. Over the past month, many events had transpired, both overtly and covertly. As Qihuang City prepared for its grand monthly banquet, Anna had become quite adept at walking in high heels. She linked arms with Xian as they entered the banquet hall, seamlessly blending in among the elegantly dressed attendees. who dared not underestimate the newly minted couple from the Hongmen. Spotting Catherine, Anna approached her. "Sister Anna, I heard you went to the surface. I didn't expect you to return so soon. The surface is quite entertaining. I shall be going back in a few days." What is so entertaining about the surface? "It is filled with corpses and ultraviolet rays," another girl remarked. You simply don't understand," Anna retorted, using her wristband to project numerous photographs she had taken, vividly recounting the wonders and oddities of the surface, akin to a sailor boasting about his adventures in a tavern at the start of an old film. Though these young ladies had received an education, the Federation's schools hardly offered a favorable portrayal of the surface. The scenic documentaries shown to students were mostly from the time before the disaster. Without base stations, network terminals are not widely available on the surface, leaving them with limited channels to understand the true nature of the world above. It turns out that wine is made from grapes. Is it true that some people live in trees? The young ladies were deeply captivated by Anna's words, and a few female guests from other tables curiously gathered around. Anna, much like a teacher in an elementary general knowledge class, was surrounded by eager listeners, patiently answering each question posed by the children. Her tales were a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction. Even if she claimed to have unearthed ancient tombs from the old world in the forest and battled living Zongzi in a 300-round duel, no one would bother to verify her accounts. Anna searched for a product called Vampire Face Mask in the Federal Mall. Was anyone using this product? A few older girls raised their hands. Sighing dramatically, Anna said, "If I were to describe the manufacturing process of this thing, I fear you might lose your appetite." The girls exchanged glances, unconsciously touching their own faces. "Sister Anna, you don't fear the sun on the surface. Do you have some secret formula to share with us?" Catherine's words were perfectly timed. One might think she was a plant arranged by Anna. When it comes to skincare, one must first understand their own needs. Anti-aging? Whitening? Don't let the anxieties manufactured by beauty salons manipulate you. They want you to willingly part with your money, insisting on the daily use of certain products, as if you were suffering from a chronic illness requiring long-term medication. The underground city lacks ultraviolet rays, yet the numerous electronic devices still emit radiation. And I finally got to the point, pulling out a repackaged face mask. "If you're curious about what I use, here's a traditional Chinese medicine mask made from pure natural plant essences." Anna freely gave the masks to the ladies present for a trial, truly surprised by her own promotional skills. Meanwhile, at another table, Xian was seated across from Qihuang, playing mahjong. The clown family did not send anyone to today's banquet. Qihuang was still accompanied by Mr. Shui and Mike. After several rounds, the players experienced mutual victories and defeats. Qihuang felt that Xian, who once worked for him, was now nearly on equal footing with him, which was quite displeasing. Qihuang settled the bill, pushed the tiles away, and declared he was done playing. Mr. Shui and Mike, perceiving his intent, found a casual excuse to leave. Qihuang lit a cigar and exhaled a smoke ring toward Xian, expressing his disdain. "So many days have passed. Has the investigation into the factory explosion been clarified? Who do you think you are, that I must report my work to you? From the very beginning, I have suspected that you were involved." Xian remarked, "No wonder Hong Xingshan called you a fool. He was right. Please don't misunderstand, young Master Hua. Last month, my brother was unjustly treated here, and I merely seek to restore their honor. Don't you think the matter of the pills involves some deliberate mischief? Recently, new types of pills have emerged on the market, and their origins remain unknown. Our goods can't fetch a price and are stuck in our hands, while your Hongmen is wise enough to have withdrawn early." Qiancheng's tone softened as he flicked ash into his teacup. Xian presented a screenshot of his competition to Qiancheng, who had not been present that day. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off?" "No, young Master Hua, look at this person," Xian said, pointing to a fighter on his left in the image. "If George is correct, he worked with us at your chemical plant. If we can find him, many truths will undoubtedly come to light." The atmosphere of the evening banquet was harmonious, and no further incidents occurred. Anna's negotiations with the Zhong family went smoothly. Establishing network base stations on the surface is a mature technology from the old world that can be completed in a matter of minutes, provided the funding is sufficient. Network base stations are classified as civilian projects, so the approval process is not overly stringent. If there are delays, it merely indicates insufficient funds. Upon returning to the underground city, Anna immediately set about shopping with fervor. After deducting the total of 500,000 for building the base station and another 500,000 for renting land for Lao Huang, she was left with 1 million. As she opened the Federal Mall, rubbing her hands together, she pondered how to allocate this 1 million. A portable storage ring, with a cubic space of 10 cubic meters, costs 50,000, while a standard exoskeleton suit is priced at 3,000 per set. Anna then clicked on the pharmaceutical section and discovered that her military doctor status granted her special purchasing privileges. Even so, some high-grade medications were still subject to strict purchasing limits. She selected the most expensive growth factor rapid healing agents to add to her cart, eager to see the extraordinary advancements in the federal medical field. Your total purchase amount is substantial. Please verify your order before confirming payment. You have ordered 10 portable storage rings and 10 complete civilian rapid exoskeleton suits, Athena announced languidly, as if fearing her owner might act impulsively. The total comes to 978,000 yuan. Please confirm payment by saying confirm payment followed by iris verification. Before the money had even warmed in her hands, Anna gritted her teeth and told Athena, confirm payment. Yin Zheng, having received word of Anna's return, promptly requested a meeting, which Anna agreed to. There was no significant progress concerning the new pills, and Anna strategized how to deflect Yin Zheng's inquiries. However, he did not bring up the topic. Yin Zheng appeared in good spirits and shared some good news. Your undercover mission may soon come to an end. Oh, are you certain? Anna asked, taken by surprise. Not entirely, but numerous mobile troops have recently been stationed in the city defense camp. Reliable sources indicate that a commander from Huangjin City will come to take over the city defense of Jiulong. Such a large-scale operation must be related to the time travelers, and we can take this opportunity to dismantle this place. Dismantle? What about the many residents? That is not our concern. We can execute all of them, at least half are not innocent. Anna sighed, realizing it was not the right moment to argue with Yin Zheng about equality among all men. If the people from Huangjin City truly intended to forcibly demolish Shanghai, Hong Xingshan would undoubtedly catch wind of it. Your task now is to help me find someone, Yin Zheng said, producing an officer's photo without a cap. His name is AI Sun, a lieutenant from Yong and Bronze City Defense Camp. He defected with a gun a month ago. You're also searching for him? What do you mean also? Isn't it natural for the military police to capture murderers? Yin Zheng retorted. He is already dead. Anna presented AI Sin's military identification that Li Xian had given her. Yin Zheng took the identification to inspect it. How'd he die? Where's the body? Sir, this is Shanghai. We are not short of dead bodies. Your request is rather difficult to fulfill, and I must soon return to the surface. Back to the surface again? You truly love farming. If not for my medical skills, how could I gain Hong Xingshan's trust? As an undercover, one must play their part well. Otherwise, one might not even know how they died. Yin Zheng pocketed AI Sin's identification without rebutting Anna's words. When will you return next? Next week is Hong Xingshan's 63rd birthday. I must certainly return. Traditionally, birthday banquets are grandly held in Jiulong City. But this year coincides with the election of the new leader, so they may first hold a ceremony in the ancestral hall. A leader's election is likely to be fraught with complications. Who do you think Hong Xingshan will pass his position to? Yin Zheng inquired. Hong Jing is angry over the loss of the pill business, and among the top 10 experts, Hong Zhe has passed away, leaving Hong Tian as the most favored choice. He is indeed the old man's only biological son, yet I have a feeling that the old man has other plans, though he has not shared any with me. Yin Zheng nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do take care. Wait, Anna called after Yin Zheng. I wish to learn more about the surface prisons. Yin Zheng sat back down. Surface prisons? Why do you ask about that? To my knowledge, the upper echelons of Hongmen are quite interested in one particular inmate. Anna recounted the fabricated tale she had prepared. Those involved in gangs often find themselves incarcerated, whether for committing crimes or taking the fall for others. In any case, they are rarely sentenced to death, and some poorly managed prisons are rife with chaos. The large syndicates are indeed colluding with local law enforcement, and bribing legal officials for lenient sentences has become a commonplace affair. The inmates in surface prisons are certainly unique. Yet, to my knowledge, those associated with Homan are typically confined within the underground city. I have faintly heard whispers that this is related to the travelers from other realms. In any case, I intend to venture to the surface. Is there a way to gain access to the surface prison? Anna has introduced the element of the travelers to entice Xian. This could potentially allow for communication with the medical station. As you're a bona fide federal military doctor, the surface prison is heavily guarded, and the only means of entry is through proper channels. And amused. It is fortuitous that I have just established contact with Yi Sai-ning, and it seems that this connection will be of use sooner than anticipated. 2 days later, the items ordered online arrived in their entirety. Anna meticulously counted them and concealed everything within her spatial dimension before heading to the surface with the installation team from the Zhong family base. At the 103 Oasis surface prison, Tony Sauce sat in the control room, surrounded by walls composed entirely of screens of various sizes, monitoring every cell corridor, an exit without any blind spots. The largest screen displayed footage from cell number 76. The hexagonal cell spanned several square meters and could accommodate up to 4 inmates. Yet at this moment, it housed only one man. There were no windows in the room, and the walls emitted a faint blue glow, resembling a space capsule more than a prison cell. The man, in his 40s, bore a disheveled appearance due to his confinement, with unkempt hair and beard. Dressed in loose prison garb, he lounged with his legs crossed, pouring bottled water into a cup lid and sipping it daintily, as if savoring tea. A red light glimmered from a camera in the corner of the ceiling. Upon sensing a new observer, the man glanced up, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Sauce stepped back, directing his gaze toward another screen on the wall, where a woman who had previously appeared in the Federal Assembly was also present. Yao Guangdarin. Is there truly no way to directly access his memory information? Sauce inquired. Their data firewall has been locked down by Jingwei. Any forceful intrusion would result in self-destruction. We can only resort to traditional methods of coercion, can we not? Hell, well, you might want to give it a try yourself. Sauce tapped the microphone. Mr. Rue, oh, can you hear me? The man on the monitor instinctively stood and approached the camera, with the speaker position just beneath it. Since you are here, why not introduce yourself, he said, his voice devoid of any hint of fear, instead sounding like a fan welcoming a visiting team to their home ground. I'm a speaker of the Federation, Tony Sauce. Perhaps you could reveal your true name from your past life, so we may converse more freely. It is indeed an honor for you to make this personal visit, speaker. However, I regret to inform you that we cannot disclose our names, as they are inherently secrets, the man replied nonchalantly. Sauce sneered, that suffices. I suspect you are a high-ranking official from the Donghua military, and it appears I was correct. Rue O's throat moved, indicating he understood that his opponent was exceptionally cunning. Observing the footage, Sauce found it amusing to be engaged in a game of wits with someone from 2 centuries past. Mr. Rue O, if I may address you as such, would you consider collaborating with me? What benefits would there be in collaborating with you? Rue O retorted. You have just arrived in this era, still viewing us through the lens of antiquated perspectives, which is misguided. Perhaps our ancestors had grievances with yours. But what does that have to do with our generation? After all, we are also victims of illiteracy. The woman on the side monitor scoffed at his words. The members of the Scientific Association have long sought a remedy for illiteracy, but as you know, it is an impossible endeavor. The surface environment has recovered considerably. I have always advocated for humanity to emerge from the underground cities and return to surface life, yet I have been misunderstood and ostracized by other families. If we were to join forces with you and your crew, we could surely lead humanity towards a new glory. Does not your Donghua say that those who recognize the times are the true talents? Rue listened patiently, then scoffed. It seems you have taken the time to understand Donghua, so you should know that persuading a Donghua soldier to betray is nearly impossible. There is nothing that is impossible. If no one were to betray, how would you find yourself here? Rue opened his mouth, but made no sound. His lip movements suggested he was cursing. Are you planning to reject a toast only to suffer a penalty drink? Very well. I shall see what progress you have made in these 2 centuries. Truth serums are ineffective against digital beings, and do not even think about coercing confessions. If you anger me, you may find yourself meeting a fatal end. You may anticipate a reopening. Rueo laughed with increasing arrogance. Sas paced back and forth in the control room. Being fearless does not equate to seeking death. He did not believe that he could not handle this prisoner. It appears I must keep you as leverage for negotiation, or set a trap for your people to spring. You had a chance to escape, yet you willingly walked into our net after we pinpointed your base. What is it that holds such importance for you? Or rather, who is it? Sas attempted to bait his opponent, but he could read no useful information from Rueo's face. How do you know that I was not intentionally captured by you? As the storm approached, Xiaqi rose early, feeling quite cheerful as she swept the floor while humming a tune. The frequently malfunctioning, sweeping robot had finally crashed completely, and the station chief promised to buy her a new one. Outside the mountain gate, the sound of engines roared as a military vehicle halted at the entrance of the medical station. SAS plainclothes were far less ostentatious than those he wore in Huangjin City, making his presence here less conspicuous. The uniformed driver opened the car door for him, shielding his head with his hand. Sas waved to his bodyguards behind him, signaling that he wished to enter alone. Xiaqi was taken aback upon seeing the middle-aged man enter. He exuded an extraordinary demeanor, impeccably clean, with a hat shielding his enigmatic gaze. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Xiaqi inquired politely. "I have come to the medical station, of course, to seek treatment." Sas replied with a smile, surveying the cramped space. "Oh," Xiaqi responded, then shouted upstairs, "Station chief, we have a patient." "Coming." Yi Saining's voice echoed from high above. The old wooden stairs creaked as footsteps approached. Upon seeing the visitor's face, Yi Saining froze, one foot suspended in midair, unable to descend the last step. Sas removed his hat. "Good morning, son." Xiaqi covered her mouth, glancing left and right, noting the resemblance between the two men. The station chief had always been evasive about his family background, and she wondered if a melodramatic ethical drama was about to unfold. "Xiaqi, go check if Yuhua is awake." Yi Saining finally regained his composure and instructed. Xiaqi nodded vigorously before abandoning her broom and darting away. "I cannot treat your ailment. You may leave," Yi Saining coldly stated, turning to head upstairs. "If you do not invite me up, I shall call for the people outside to blow this place up." Sas maintained a pleasant smile. Yi Saining wore an expression of restrained anger as he continued his ascent. Sas followed closely, taking a keen interest in the medical station surroundings. Upon entering Yi Saining's quarters, a small room of less than 10 square meters devoid of windows, only a humming ventilation fan remained, with the air thick with damp mildew. Sas covered his nose with one hand while disdainfully waving the other in the air. "Make yourself comfortable," Yi Saining said, approaching his desk and adjusting an electronic photo frame, displaying a beautiful dancer in mid-performance. Sas plopped down on Yi Saining's neatly made bed, instantly wrinkling the pristine white sheets. His gaze swept across a row of decorative paintings on the wall, which included scenic photographs, film stills, and an abundance of children's drawings, characterized by their vibrant scribbles devoid of any artistic technique. "To endure in such a place for 7 years truly earns my admiration. You are indeed my son, possessing perseverance akin to mine. Do not speak in such a manner. It will only anger your mother," Yi Saining retorted with a hint of sarcasm. SAS found himself momentarily speechless. How could the esteemed speaker, with such a busy schedule, find time to visit the surface? "I have come to attend to certain matters and, incidentally, to see you. Come home with me, my son." "You know that is impossible." SAS abruptly rose, pointing at Yi Saining, and exclaimed, "Understand this clearly. Were it not for your lineage, would they permit you to violate regulations and remain here for 7 years? So with so many children, why do you cling to me, a mere illegitimate son, without even a legitimate claim?" He repeated, "Will you leave or not? If not, then have the courage to kill me." Yi Saining defiantly raised his chin. SAS was about to erupt when the dormitory door swung open and Eva peered inside. "Eva, who allowed you to come up? Leave at once." Yi Saining's expression darkened. Eva had never seen her father so stern and was oblivious to her misstep, her face reflecting a sense of grievance. "So, Your name is Eva? SAS crouched down, his face adorned with a loving smile. Do not touch her. Jesaining ruset forward. Sas listet Eva, evating jesainings approach. Eva, I'm your grandfather. Grandfather? Confusion filled Eva's large eyes. You two resemble each other remarkably. SAS remarked, holding Jesaining back with a smirk. Jesaining's outstretched hand hung in the air, his expression shifting from anger to emptiness. So, you were aware all along. I have always known, SAS replied. The SAS family wielded control over the Federation's medical and biopharmaceutical industries. Jesaining, bearing his mother's surname, exhibited an innate talent for medicine, meticulously nurtured by SAS. 7 years prior, having acquired the highest degrees in medicine, biology, and other disciplines, Jesaining participated in a gene engineering experiment named Eden's Forest, led by the Scientific Association, with its base situated in a contaminated zone. Few knew the true nature of this costly endeavor, which was abruptly halted less than a year after its commencement, with all related documents expunged as if they had never existed. Following that, Jesaining resolutely chose to remain on the surface, serving as a modest medical station director, never to return to the underground city. SAS set Eva down. All right, Eva, listen to your father and go play by yourself. Watching SAS wave cheerfully at Eva as she exited the room, Jesaining felt deflated. Your birthday is in a couple of days. I know you won't appreciate other gifts, but this is something your mother once cherished. Jesaining accepted the small box SAS offered and opened it to find a pure silver cross necklace. You are my most exceptional son, and that has never changed, SAS stated, gazing at him. I will grant you some more time. Significant reforms are impending in the Federation, but my patience is limited. Anna returned to the surface with the construction team, and the installation of the base station commenced at a rapid pace, while she sought out Jesaining. How is that patient from last time? Anna inquired. The prognosis is excellent. He has gone home, and just needs a few more days of rest to regain his ability to work, Jesaining replied. Anna notiket Jesaining is distracted de manor. Appearing somewhat absent-minded. Director, you look unwell. Are you feeling all right? Huh, do I? Perhaps I haven't slept well these past few days. Jesaining rubbed his temples. There's another matter I wish to inquire about. Anna hesitated before asking. Will you be making rounds of the surface prison? Prisoners there do not qualify for medical attention. Only those with special backgrounds can apply for parole and return to the underground city for treatment. More often, we're called to issue death certificates for those who perish there. Do many die in prison? That depends on how one defines many. At least 1 or 2 die each month, Jesaining replied. Anna's eyes brightened. Can I accompany you next time you visit the prison? Why would you want to go to such a place? You must provide me with a compelling reason. Jesaining regarded her quizzically. You know I'm a military doctor, yet here I am farming for the guild. Don't you find that odd? Xiachi La had seen Anna emerge from the polluted area of the old city alongside young Master Rydell, and her identity as a military doctor was indisputable. Jesaining had speculated about the reasons behind this, but he did not care enough to inquire further. In truth, I am an undercover agent for the City Defense Corps. The Hongmen is very interested in a prisoner at the surface prison, and I wish to find an opportunity to gather information, Anna said, feigning mystery, as half-truths often prove most effective. Jesaining took a few seconds to digest her words. If you seek to investigate the personnel in prison, why not contact the warden directly? Why risk yourself? This matter pertains to a secret of the Federation, which I cannot disclose in detail. There are Hongmen members among the prison officials and the City Defense Corps. If they learn that the City Defense Corps has begun to monitor this individual, I risk exposure. Jesaining accepted this explanation. Very well. I will contact you in advance next time we visit. 3 days later, the base station was completed and began operation. Anna video called Xian, showcasing the towering iron tower and her meticulously tended medicinal fields. This makes communication so much more convenient. Otherwise, I constantly worry about your safety. Remember to report in daily. Xian said. I will you too. Previously, Oasis 103 only housed the surface development office of the Su family and 2 base stations in the border areas affiliated with the watchtower. The inhabitants of the plantations and slums barely had enough to eat, and few had a demand for mobile terminals. In the short term, Anna was engaging in a losing venture. Just as Anna was about to say something to Xian, Yi Sai-ning's communication suddenly came through. "I will call you back later." Anna ended the call with Xian. Instantly, Yi Sai-ning's image appeared on her wristband. "Dr. Anna, are you free now? We are heading to the prison." Anna was taken aback by how smoothly things were progressing and hurried to the medical station to join Yi Sai-ning on their journey to the prison. Unlike the dilapidated areas of the surface, this prison was far more robust than many buildings in Kowloon City and was equipped with advanced technology. As Anna followed Yi Sai-ning through the winding corridors, the cells were arranged in a hexagonal pattern, orderly and distinct, resembling a beehive or a space capsule. Typically, death certifications were entrusted to Xiaoqi La and Shinqi, but today, to bring Anna inside, Yi Sai-ning personally led the team. Armed with a legitimate federal military doctor certification, Anna faced no scrutiny from the prison guards. She cautiously observed everything within the prison, careful not to appear overly curious. The warden escorted them to the isolation cell, where 3 prisoners lay. 2 were already lifeless, and 1 had a chopstick lodged in his ear, brain matter oozing from his nostrils, mouth frothing, and limbs convulsing. It was reported that yet another routine brawl had occurred in the prison today. The inmates housed here were notorious criminals, many harboring grudges before incarceration. Even when isolated in different cells, opportunities to clash during exercise and meal times were inevitable. The deceased prisoners included one with a crushed skull, his head entirely flattened, while the other met a slightly more dignified demise, drowned in a pot of soup. His severely burned face resembling a steamed eggplant, with excrement hanging from his trousers. Anna cautiously lifted the eyelid of the still-breathing prisoner, as long as there was a pulse. She could not stand idly by. "Is there hope for him?" Yi Sai-ning inquired. "If witchcraft could save him, then perhaps it might work. Otherwise, let us try monetary prowess." Anna had long wished to test the efficacy of advanced biological agents. She retrieved a delicate vial from her ring, a potion developed from the mutations of supernatural beasts, a life cell replenisher that could accelerate cell division and healing at injury sites, as well as clone non-regenerative brain cells, cardiac cells, and neurons. Truly, as long as there was still breath, there remained a chance to save him. Anna slowly extracted the chopsticks, delicately allowing the crystalline potion to drip into the ear canal, murmuring softly, 18,000, consider a bargain. The bleeding quickly ceased, the patient's convulsions halted, and their complexion gradually normalized. Anna was secretly astonished, as if she had filled the mental void within the brain. The warden regarded Anna's unexpected mercy with disdain. He believed that eliminating the inmates altogether would be more convenient. However, out of respect for Yi Sai-ning, he refrained from further comments. Having saved one, he proceeded to issue death certificates for the other 2, providing no justification for their continued stay in the prison. On the way back, Anna felt somewhat disheartened. The situation in the prison was far more complex than she had anticipated. The cramped cells were densely packed, lacking precise coordinates, rendering even the existence of wormholes futile. Even with the knowledge that the target was named Rue, without written information, it would be impossible to locate his cell by merely attempting to discern prominent labels. A prison break? Easier said than done. Upon returning to the plantation, Lao Huang informed her that personnel from the Surface Development Bureau had come for inspection, prompting Anna to rush over to receive them. The Su family showed no interest in Anna's medicinal herbs, as they had already signed a new land lease contract with Lao Huang. However, upon hearing of Anna's newly established base station, they were somewhat taken aback. Anna eloquently elaborated, citing rumors from Bai Yincheng that the underground city was reaching population saturation and that future investments would shift to the surface, necessitating early strategic planning, leaving her interlocutors momentarily speechless. Recalling the expressions of longing from the ladies at the banquet as they listened to her stories, Anna began to paint grand visions for the Su family, asserting that tourism development would undoubtedly yield substantial profits, but emphasized the need to enhance infrastructure to attract a sufficient number of underground city residents to the surface. After much effort, she finally managed to send the group on their way. Standing on the ridge, Anna watched the Su family's convoy depart when she heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, she discovered it was Wei. "Dr. Anna, I just saw the person who ordered my assassination among those who just left. Anna quickly accessed the recent group photo taken under the base station from a wristband. Which one? Away pointed decisively at a man standing in the back row. It's him. Did he see you just now? Anna inquired. No. Then that's good. Xian stood at the entrance of Edgar's thrift store, about to step inside when his communicator buzzed. Initially, he thought it was Anna. Hello. Hello. This is Huo Liancheng. I found the person you were looking for. Hong Tian stood on the balcony of his villa, gazing through the neon lights of Qihuang Medical towards the distant Shanghai. He raised his wristband and spoke to the person on the other end. No firearms allowed in Shanghai. Whose rule is that? Since you're here, you're the rule. To celebrate Hong Xingshan's 63rd birthday, the Hong family ancestral hall was rejuvenated, shedding its ancient and dusty aura, adorned with vibrant decorations. Dressed in the attire of a venerable elder, Hong Xingshan was wheeled to the main seat by Hong Jin, who had rushed back from Baiyicheng. Xiao Jin, how is your business in Baiyicheng? Xing Shan Kuayut. Thanks to father, it's going quite well, Hong Jin replied. Let us allocate a few of the dance halls in Qihuang Cheng to your sister-in-law. I'll cover the price difference since we are family. Hong Xingshan stated with a gentle tone, yet with no room for negotiation. The hall was already small, and the entrance was cluttered with gifts from various guests, ranging from advanced technological products to precious gold and silver items, as well as antiques from the old city, showcasing a plethora of offerings. Anna presented an old mountain ginseng from the school's medicinal herb specimen collection as a gift to the elder, its roots sprawling and of exceptional quality. With Dr. Anna here, my father will surely live to be 100. Hong Jin beamed, though the dynamic of their relationship had grown subtly complicated as Anna's status rose. The attendees of the birthday banquet included the children of the Hong family's third branch, several prominent experts, the siblings Huo Liancheng, Zhong Lingyan from the Zhong family, He Tao Ke from Jin Shan Cheng, and representatives from Mei Hua, Xian Ziang Cheng, and He Sheng Bang and Yong and Cheng, all present to offer their congratulations. Anna's position was close to Hong Xingshan, adjacent to Hong Jin, with the formidable Long Jianjiang nearby. Anna gracefully took her seat, lifting her skirt and surveying the surroundings. What are you looking for? Hong Xingshan inquired. In such an important occasion, why haven't I seen Ying? I sent him on an errand. There are some matters I only trust Ying with, Hong Tian interjected. What about your white-haired ghost? I haven't seen him either, he added. Anna exaggerated her expression, replying, he is now a highly sought-after figure in the Hong men. I have no jurisdiction over his whereabouts. Hong Xingshan cleared his throat a few times. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. The banquet was laid out, with designated personnel serving wine to all guests, who were entitled to raise a toast and offer their blessings. May there be a celebration like this year after year, wishing my father abundant fortune and health. May the birthday star shine brightly and joy abound, the younger generation proclaimed. Elder, I extend my best wishes on your birthday. As the rounds of toasts progressed, Hong Xingshan drank cup after cup, his complexion glowing, clearly enjoying the festive atmosphere. After several rounds of wine and dishes, it was time for the host to speak. With a trembling hand, Hong Xingshan raised his glass and said, "Thank you all for coming to see this old fellow who is half buried in the ground. As you all know the situation of the Hong family, I mentioned I would announce the list of candidates for the new leader today, and I chose this occasion to have you all witness. Hong Lao-Da, you humble yourself. In the entire underground city, I only bow to you," someone said. "Whatever choice you make, we will support you." A few people offered polite remarks, while majority eagerly awaited the unfolding drama of the Hong family. Some had even discreetly placed bets on who the new leader would be. According to the traditions of the Hong men, I will announce the names of 3 candidates, and the voting results will take immediate effect. Our ancestors must not be defied. The first candidate is Hong Tian. Upon hearing his name, Hong Tian smirked with confidence, knowing he was the only biological son of his father, and the position of new leader was virtually assured. The other opponents were merely there to fulfill a formality. The second candidate is Sun Zai. Sun Zai was one of the top 10 experts in Hongmen, previously ranked just below Hong Zhe. He was known for his prudence and adeptness in managing relationships between factions, earning him great respect within Hongmen, so his candidacy was no surprise. The third candidate is Anna. This declaration caused an uproar. Members of Hongmen were aware that Anna had saved Hong Xingshan's life, and with Li Xian's extraordinary prowess. Many questioned whether someone who had only recently joined could be nominated for leadership. Guests from afar, unfamiliar with Anna's contributions, were particularly astonished. Hong Jing and Hong Jin exchanged confused glances with Hong Xingshan, while Anna herself wore a look of surprise. "Is there any dissent among you?" They scanned each other, yet no one spoke. Hong Tian glared menacingly at Anna, his eyes seemingly urging her to forfeit. "If there are no objections, let us begin the voting." The voting would be conducted anonymously, with 13 eligible participants, including the candidates themselves, and Hong Xingshan possessing a vote equivalent to 3. Each participant would receive a terminal displaying 3 colored options representing the candidates, with 3 minutes to select one and cast their vote, the results to be announced immediately. Although it was labeled as anonymous voting, everyone was aware that Hong Xingshan could trace who voted for whom from the back end. In the brief span of 3 minutes, the exchange of glances between candidates and voters felt as though a century of conflict had transpired. The guests, or rather the witnesses of the birthday banquet and election, held their breath in anticipation of the results. The results were announced. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion declared, 5 abstentions, Hong Tian with 1 vote, Sun Zai with 4 votes, and Anna with 5 votes. Anna emerged victorious. The crowd erupted into whispers, Sun Zai maintaining a calm demeanor with a hint of relief, while Anna leaned back in her chair, shaking her head in resignation, and Hong Tian's eyes widened in furious disbelief. "According to the voting results, I hereby announce—" "Wait a moment. Father." Hong Tian, in a state of agitation, interrupted Hong Xingshan, asserting that this woman is utterly unqualified to participate in the Hongmen elections as she is an undercover agent for the Federation. Zhongling Yin discreetly took out her terminal to begin recording. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Beside her, Huo Lianqing observed and followed suit. "Second young master, I can understand your dissatisfaction, but you cannot baselessly accuse someone of being guilty. If you suspect my identity, why did you not raise your concerns earlier, instead of waiting until I emerged victorious?" Anna remarked with poise. "Previously, out of consideration for your assistance in treating my father, I refrained from exposing you before everyone. I never anticipated your ambition to be so grand, coveting the leadership position. Tian, do you have evidence to support your claim that Dr. Anna is an undercover agent?" Hong Xingshan inquired, lacking any intention to defend Anna. "Everyone knows that the city defense camp has long sought to infiltrate our ranks. This woman's full name is Anna von Richter. Her father is the legal officer of Bai Yincheng. She was transferred to the Kowloon City Defense Camp. And on that day, 2 of my brothers witnessed her in the company of the director of the Security Bureau of the City Defense Camp. Hong Tian's subordinates, Dao Ge, brought in 2 younger members who revealed Anna's precise arrival date in Kowloon. Additionally, there was Li Xian. They were apprehended for street fighting on the same day, but were quickly released. How could they become roommates so swiftly when they were not previously acquainted? Hong Tian pressed on, growing increasingly aggressive, questioning Anna's true motives for approaching the Hongmen. Her complexion pale as she cast furtive glances at Hong Xingshan. Her act of bringing Anna to see her father was purely coincidental, and it was indeed her father who made the exception to allow Anna to join the Hongmen. However, if Anna were truly an undercover agent of the city defense camp, what would that mean for her? Anna remained still as she absorbed Hong Tian's accusations. Initially, Yin Zheng's strategy of having her infiltrate under her true identity was indeed clever, yet it left 2 crucial flaws. On her first day reporting to the city defense camp, she had visited the temporary detention area, where she coincidentally encountered Li Xian. Thus, it was entirely normal for other prisoners to see her, including 2 of Hong Tian's subordinates among them. The second flaw lay in her years of service. Having enlisted at 18, she had barely completed a decade. Today, she had caught Hong Tian off guard, but had he been granted a bit more time to ascertain her exact enlistment month, even if Yin Zheng had forged a discharge certificate for her, it would lack credibility. "Second young master, you might be mistaken. I previously served as a military doctor for the Federation. I have never denied that. I offended my superiors and fled to Kowloon City, and I mentioned this on my first day here. Perhaps you are unaware, but I met Xian in the surface contamination zone. Naturally, upon encountering a familiar face in an unfamiliar environment, we sought comfort in each other's company. Anna did not directly address the issue of her presence in the city defense camp, but instead smirked coldly, shifting the offensive. As for why they reside in my clinic and why I came to attend to the old gentleman, that is a question for you, second young master. What question? Just then, loud footsteps echoed from outside, drawing the gaze of all present toward the entrance. A man with white hair, Xian, sauntered in, dragging a bloodied individual behind him. Hey, white-haired ghost, what kind of performance is this? You're ruining my father's birthday celebration, Hong Jing remarked, seemingly reproachful, though his tone betrayed a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. Xian approached Anna, bowing deeply to Hong Xingshan, then gestured toward the bloodied figure behind him. I have come to extend my congratulations on your longevity, though preparing this gift required considerable effort. He then turned to Hong Tian, second young master. Do you still recognize this person? Hong Tian stood, glanced briefly, and, feeling somewhat guilty, retreated to his seat. What recognition can there be at this point? Allow me to remind you. His name is Alu. Huo Liansheng interjected from the guest table. Hong Tian's pupils constricted, but he struggled to maintain composure. I do not know who Alu is. Huo Liansheng continued. Alu has been a long-time employee at my chemical factory. He joined the team the year I married Xiao Jin. Before working here, he was one of your subordinates. After the explosion incident, he dispersed with the others, only to reappear shortly thereafter in the life-and-death arena's overtime match. Xian kicked the unconscious Alu, who had already confessed, stating that it was Hong Tian who had instructed him to tamper with the safety valve at the chemical factory. Furthermore, the maid Xiao Tao by the third Mrs. side was also one of your people during last month's banquet. She was the one who placed the pills from the Dawn family into George and Ah Wen's pockets. Xian produced a terminal projector, illuminating the wall with surveillance footage from the Hong family villa. What does their actions have to do with me? Anyone can resort to torture and coercion. Can that be deemed evidence? Hong Tian stubbornly refused to acknowledge the claims. Anna rose, addressing the guests. I believe you all have many questions. Allow me to share this tale. Indeed, there is a traitor within the Hong men, but the one colluding with the Federation is not me, but him, Hong Tian. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone attentively awaited Anna's next words. I cannot ascertain when the second young master conspired with the Rydell family, for it is quite common for gangs to have dealings with Federation officials. From the moment old master sought treatment in Golden City, his plan commenced. The hospital nurses were bribed, and his medication was swapped. At that time, it was big brother and sister-in-law by his side. An investigation would hardly lead to him. Anna turned her gaze toward Hong Tian. You believe that the old gentleman was on the verge of death, and began planning for the succession of the Hong men. You are aware that the Federation intends to legalize pills, which would soon jeopardize Big Brother's business, and sister-in-law's family lacks sufficient power to be a threat. To weaken the third miss, you sought to instigate conflict between the Hua family and the Clown family, positioning yourself to profit as a bystander. You had already infiltrated your own family, seizing the Clown family's goods under the guise of the Hua family, sabotaging the Hua family's chemical factory, and framing the Clown family. Your scheme was initially flawless, yet I appeared unexpectedly. I saved the old gentleman's life and inexplicably shifted the conflict away from the Clown family. The old gentleman made an exception for me to join the Hong men and entrusted me with the plantation, which unsettled you greatly. You sent assassins from the Su family to eliminate me and framed Big Brother, hoping to incite discord between us and thwart the Chinese herbal planting initiative, yet you failed. You deliberately leaked information regarding the life-and-death arena to Xian, intending for him to perish in the arena, thereby gaining leverage over me. But this, too, was a failure. Second young master, ultimately, I am an outsider. There are some things I'm not entitled to speak on, but have you not been a tad overconfident? Despite having botched numerous schemes, why do you still believe that the leadership position in today's election is destined for you? How much confidence and courage has the Rydell family bestowed upon you? Hong Tian gazed at his immovable father, Hong Xingshan, finally comprehending that the mastermind orchestrating this entire drama was none other than his own father. Everything that transpired today was a meticulously crafted trap designed specifically for him. "Father, do you not believe in me either?" he questioned, his eyes red and voice tinged with desperation. Hong Xingshan offered no reply, instead issuing commands through the communicator. The visage of Yi Ying appeared on the projector screen, visible to all guests. He stood in the center of a street in Shanghai, surrounded by corpses. Yi Ying, panting heavily, bore injuries and appeared disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. All is secured in the West Street, but they still have reinforcements on the way, requesting support from other Hongmen brothers. "I understand. We are on our way," Sun Zai responded, hastily departing with several Hongmen elites. Hong Xingshan's face reflected profound disappointment as a father. "Do you still need to explain? Where did these mobile forces come from? Are you truly willing to abandon Shanghai?" Hong Tian ceased his charade, erupting into a maniacal laughter, for he was separated from Hong Xingshan by only Hong Jing. Seizing the moment before Hong Jing could react, he dashed past, rushing towards Hong Xingshan. "Everyone, stay still." Hong Tian brandished a dark pistol, pressing it against Hong Xingshan's head. 032, I am merely a physician. Hong Xingshan suddenly rose from his wheelchair, brandishing his smoking pipe and striking it against Hong Tian's wrist, causing the gun to fall from his hand. Apart from Anna and Li Xian, no one present was aware that the elder Hong's paralysis was feigned, leaving everyone else in shock with mouths agape. Hong Xingshan seized a nearby leopard-headed cane and struck Hong Tian fiercely, who crumpled to the ground, clutching his head. Infidèle, Ongxing Chanfumed, his beard quivering with rage. Several strong men rushed forward to subdue Hong Tian, binding him as if he were Zongzi. Simultaneously, Li Xian and his men swiftly took down Hong Tian's subordinates, including Dao Ge. The projections on the wall displayed numerous scenes. Yi Ying guarded the West Street while Sun Zai and others arrived at the strongholds in the other three directions. On instructed Angela to retreat to the inner room while he pressed his ear against the door to listen to the commotion outside. Although it was not yet night, everyone in Shanghai had received the Hongmen South notice to close their doors and shutter their windows. The fully armed mobile task force, led by Su Ji, surged through the eerily quiet streets. On produced a communicator and initiated a video call to George, positioning the lens close to the peephole on the door. Countless cameras hidden in the gaps of doors and windows transmitted real-time information about the mobile task force's position back to the Hong family ancestral hall. Hong Xingshan, leaning on his cane, stepped over Hong Tian, declaring, "I shall deal with you later." He approached the guests at the birthday banquet, who instinctively stood up and took a step back. The current situation was evident to all. Firearms had not been fired in Shanghai for many years, and tonight would be a fierce battle. Regardless of what transpired, Hongmen would bear the brunt, having no relation to anyone else present. The leaders of various societies, who had been enjoying the spectacle of the Hong family, finally realized that there was no way to remain uninvolved. At this moment, they were all in the same boat. Once the mobile task force arrived, who would care if you were a guest? "Old master, what nonsense you speak. The Federation dares to invade Shanghai. If they succeed, how will we have a future? I haven't brought many brothers this time. I hope to lend a hand. Indeed, we must unite." The heads of various societies each brought skilled men, totaling more than 20. The batch of weaponry that Hong Xingshan had previously acquired from the Clown family was stored in the ancestral hall and was now put to good use. Boxes upon boxes of black stars were brought out, with everyone receiving their share. Hong Xingshan loaded his pistol. It had been a while since he personally led an assault, yet the murderous aura in his brow remained as fierce as in his youth, reminiscent of the boy who once wielded a large cleaver. The leader taking the lead was a tremendous morale booster, and the members of the society found themselves filled with fervor at the thought of confronting the Federation. Hong Xingshan instructed Anna and Li Xian to guard the ancestral hall and assist the wounded. Anna insisted on bringing Li Xian to engage the enemy, for even if he did not enter combat, he could significantly reduce their casualties. At a critical moment, it was essential to protect Hong Xingshan's life. He could not die yet. Hong Xingshan donned a black trench coat over the celebratory robe of the birthday star and gallantly led his subordinates into battle. Those who remained watched the unfolding events through the projections. The once crowded ancestral hall felt significantly more spacious, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Hong Jin was arguing with Huo Liancheng, questioning why he had not informed him about today's plans. Huo Liancheng could only pitifully explain that it was his father's decision, while Hong Lianxiao covered her mouth, watching her brother's predicament with amusement. Anna pulled up a chair in front of the projection, while Hong Tian lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. "Lord Ruidar will not spare you," she taunted. "What was so great about Ruidar? His young master was saved from the old city by me," Anna retorted from her elevated position. "Who are you, really?" "Me? I am merely a physician." The bloodshed in Shanghai was exceptionally fierce, with the four directions divided into four battlegrounds. Ruidar's mobile task force, comprising over 100 elite members, aimed to seize control of the society leaders gathered in Shanghai, believing that taking them down would allow them to dominate tens of thousands of society members. Thus, regardless of whether Anna won the election, Hong Tian would take action. The mobile task force had not anticipated that their opponents would wield such a plethora of firearms. They had expected to encounter only small-time thugs with cold weapons. Lord Ruidar had ordered that they not damage the main structure of Shanghai, keeping it intact for future use, which is why they had not brought high-powered laser walls or rocket launchers. In the two battlefields guarded by Yi Ying and Li Xian, the mobile task force faced a devastating counterattack, especially from Li Xian, whose combat capabilities soared after acquiring a firearm. In the other two battlegrounds, although the thugs could not match the training of regular troops, they effectively utilized their familiarity with the terrain and numerical advantage to ensure their opponents gained no ground. The battle concluded after an hour, with the entire mobile task force annihilated while the society sustained minimal casualties. Hong Xingshan led his men back to the ancestral hall, their triumphant aura akin to having just won a world war. Ultimately, Hong Xingshan spared Hong Tian's life, instead expelling him from Hongmen forever in front of all witnesses. And his new identity as the spokesperson was acknowledged by all society leaders, and they hastily departed from this place of conflict with their subordinates. A few days prior, when Anna and Li Xian uncovered evidence pointing directly at Hong Tian, they approached Hong Xingshan to lay bare their suspicions. Hong Xingshan, a man of considerable acumen, had feigned illness to wait for the traitor within his family to reveal themselves. He had long been aware of Hong Tian's eagerness to usurp him, yet he had not anticipated the depth of his collusion with the Federation. Hong Xingshan's decision to appoint Anna as the spokesperson also served to facilitate his role as the supreme ruler, as any other candidate with roots within the organization would hinder his continued maneuvering. Anna was indifferent. She had not wished to be thrust into this quagmire and had even voted for Sun Zai during the election. Everyone knew that Hong Xingshan could see who voted for whom from behind the scenes, and some speculated that the old master intended to support Anna. Otherwise, there was no reason to allow her to run. Those uncertain of what to do either abstained or voted for Sun Zai to avoid offending anyone. Anna received 3 votes from Hong Xingshan, with the remaining 2 from Sun Zai and Hunjiang Long Hong Tian, brimming with misplaced confidence, cast his solitary vote for himself. Following this battle, Hongmen had irrevocably severed ties with the Ruidar family and dragged various societies into conflict, which was precisely what Anna had hoped for. The Ruidar family was at odds with the Sass family, and, due to the exposure of their boy's humanoid weaponry, had become targets for other families, thus seeking to exaggerate their influence through the societies. However, they had miscalculated. In the short term, the Ruidar family would not recklessly offer themselves up as sacrifices. The Federation's most formidable central army was under the control of the Kotef family, who were closely aligned with the Sass family. If they learned of Ruidar's setbacks in Shanghai, they would only mock them and would not deploy troops for revenge. Therefore, for the time being, Shanghai would remain safe. Initially, Hong Xingshan had contemplated capturing rather than killing the members of the mobile task force, hoping to leave room for negotiation with the Ruidar family. However, Anna advised him that, regardless of the increased difficulty of capturing alive versus annihilating the enemy. Allowing the adversary to perceive your fear was perilous. They would not relent due to your compromise, but would instead intensify their exploitation. Edgar's intelligence provided to Li Gu Xian indicated that the source of the new pills originated beyond Jiulong City, most likely orchestrated by the Clown family. Although the Clown family had ostensibly withdrawn from Jiulong City, it did not prevent them from introducing new pills to disrupt the market in Jiulong City. But this was beyond Anna's purview. She was eager to return to the surface and bring Li Gu Xian along. This time, leveraging Hong Tian's suspicions, Anna had managed to clear her own name. The identity of the new spokesperson undoubtedly carried genuine authority, alleviating her concerns about the former subordinates of Hong Jing on the plantation disregarding her commands. Da Sao received several dance halls from Hong Jing, while Hong Jing took over Hong Tian's casino. With both of them occupied, they would no longer interfere with Anna. The only dissatisfaction Anna harbored was that Hong Xingshan had released Hong Tian. She had a premonition that Hong Tian would return to cause trouble in the future. However, as they were father and son, she felt uneasy voicing her concerns. Having defeated Hong Tian and been elected as the spokesperson for Hongmen, she considered it a significant victory. Anna and Li Guxian reviewed their recent actions in their space, sketching a chart of interpersonal relationships on the blackboard, where Anna circled Yinjing's name. The mobile task force had clearly underestimated the situation. If they approached with a mindset to forcibly demolish Shanghai next time, it would be problematic. Li Guxian remarked that according to Yinjing's line of thought, Shanghai was a breeding ground for crime, as long as they could eliminate the gang. Whether through radar or Sai, it mattered not. Faced with unsolvable problems, he was keen on resolving human issues, and it was likely they would find themselves on opposing sides next time. Anna replied that if it came to that, there was little that could be done. Future struggles would involve many difficult choices, and one must be decisive. After the battle at Shanghai, Hong Xingshan's communications were inundated with calls, incessantly ringing. He answered only the call from Director Xu of the Surface Development Bureau. "You old rascal are quite the pretender, daring to confront the Roydauer family. Your people have recently leased quite a bit of land for me, so you better come clean about your schemes. As I grow older, I prefer to avoid trouble. But if someone dares to take advantage of me, I will not hold back. You asked me to help find the traversers, risking my neck, only for you to stab me in the back." Having secured a victory, Hong Xingshan's confidence surged, and he refused to play the fool any longer. "That was done by my subordinates. I truly had no knowledge of it. Now, the people in Huangjin City are saying all sorts of things, as if a coup is imminent. At such a critical moment, I cannot afford to be without your capable assistance," Director Xu said with a smile. "Then I hope Director Xu can facilitate more for the Hong family on the surface. We merely wish to grow some herbs for profit. Let us all prosper in harmony." In the few days since Anna's departure, nothing significant had transpired on the surface. Everything remained under Lao Huang's control. The last time Li Guxian met with Lao Huang, they had not yet revealed their identities, but now they were comrades. Lao Huang could not help but pull on Li Guxian's fiber optic hair, reminiscing that he had once participated in the human weapon project, never imagining that technology would advance to this extent. The newly rented land by Lao Huang had already been sown with a new round of cash crops without alteration. With the expansion of the plantation, employee numbers surged, leading to substantial expenditures according to the salary standards set by Anna. She felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had participated in the election for spokesperson and placed a hefty bet. Wang Qing and Song Shiyao, after receiving the tools for land reclamation, began teaching the Donghua tribe how to farm in the primeval forest. They utilized the simplest methods, cutting down trees and burning the land. The timber could be used to build new houses, and the soil could be sown with fast-maturing crops. Anna noticed a peculiar emotion on their faces, likely stemming from the Donghua tribesmen speaking Chinese, prompting them to ponder whether this was indeed a different world. Anna had yet to decide when and under what circumstances to reveal the truth of their crossing to the passengers. In a few days, Li Guxian would be able to open a wormhole. Despite the challenges, Anna was reluctant to abandon the opportunity to rescue Ryoyu. The three convened to assess the feasibility of a prison break. "The surface is clear day and night. We should act at night," Lao Huang suggested. Anna had visited the prison once, sketching a rough layout of its interior and exterior. Xian's wormhole mechanism involved determining a specific coordinate. Once the wormhole was opened, they had to return to the original coordinate within 5 minutes, or the wormhole would fail and would not reopen for 2 months. The most critical information they needed was the specific cell number where Ryu was held. Anna's mind flashed through many thrilling movie scenes. If they could incapacitate a guard and don his uniform to infiltrate the prison, as long as they could determine Ryu's cell, even if they could not extract him from 1,000 miles away, it would suffice to utilize the wormhole as a key to unlock the door. After hearing Anna's concept, Xian stated, "First, we must acquire a vehicle. The noise from a tractor is too loud." This first step posed a challenge for everyone. The border troops had off-road vehicles and drones, but it was a feat to have even a tractor in the plantation. Where could they find a vehicle? Anna suddenly recalled that the last time she went to the prison with Xian, they had taken an ambulance. Ambulance. There are ambulances at the hospital, Anna exclaimed with excitement. The three arrived at the emergency entrance of the hospital within Anna's space, where a neat row of ambulances was parked. Opening the door of the one on the end, they found the keys still in the ignition. Climbing into the driver's seat, Lao Huang quickly started the vehicle. Welcome to the Jingwei Intelligent Driving System. The dashboard display showed the image of Jingwei, reminding them that there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving recklessly can lead to tears for loved ones. How do we drive the car out of the space? Anna inquired. It's just like taking out other supplies. I count to 3, and you activate your intention, he explained. 1, 2, 3. In this manner, a 21st century ambulance appeared on the highway beside the vast plantation. For safety, they drove the vehicle a distance away from the prison before returning to the space. The 3 of them walked for a while, having agreed today merely to probe the nighttime guard situation at the prison. There was a small grove near the prison, just enough for them to conceal themselves. Xian half-activated combat mode, allowing him to utilize Dijiang's infrared detection system. He turned around and noticed 3 individuals hiding in the forest behind them. To avoid exposure, everyone refrained from speaking, dimming the terminal's handwritten screen to the lowest brightness to communicate through writing. There are 3 people behind us, 100 meters away, advancing on their bellies. Upon seeing this message from Xian, Anna felt as if she had seen a ghost emerging from a television screen. A chill running down her spine. Have we been discovered? Lao Huang asked. They are probably not guards. If they knew someone was ahead, they wouldn't recklessly advance. Anna suddenly thought of something and gestured to the 2. Could their intentions be the same as ours? 50 meters away, we should strike first, incapacitate them. They spread out according to Xian's prediction, holding their breath as they could already hear the sound of bodies rustling through the underbrush in the dark forest. At the moment the target appeared, Anna activated her flashlight and lunged forward with her stun gun. In the illuminated brush lay 3 individuals. After a brief moment of terror, they quickly reacted. Anna pinned her target down, ready to stun him, but unexpectedly, he vanished into thin air. Another individual lunged at his companion, but in the next second, both were knocked out by Xian and Lao Huang. Anna awkwardly stood up. They must have been crew members who had retreated into the space. The 2 captives carried little on them, appearing to be individuals living in poverty. What to do next? Even if the previous individual was a crew member, it could not be confirmed that these 2 were allies. After communication with the Ark was severed, the members could only rely on speaking Chinese for identification. The coordinates for entering and exiting the space would not change. They would eventually come out. Let us take these 2 back and leave a note for that person. Anna affixed a noticeable note to the most conspicuous tree, inscribed with the words, "Come to Holman Plantation to find us," signed, crew member number 28. Tonight's reconnaissance was thoroughly interrupted, and the 3 summoned the ambulance once more to return to the plantation. They concealed the 2 captives in the basement previously used for punishing errant laborers, publicly claiming to have captured 2 vegetable thieves. Actually, discerning their identities is rather straightforward. In this world, only the crew and passengers of the Fangzhou possess literacy. The crew members are aware that the Federation is hunting them down and would not easily admit to their reading abilities. There have already been instances of the Xiangfu family betraying their own. Thus, it is plausible that some passengers may have also defected to the Federation. Until the captives' identities are confirmed, Anna and her companions wish to remain incognito. The sole method to break this chain of suspicion is to await the approach of the crew member who has concealed themselves in the space. The following day, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain poured down. Having spent an extended time in the underground city, the sudden onset of heavy rain was somewhat disconcerting. The meteorological satellites of the old world, which could accurately predict the weather, had likely become space debris, and the Federation showed no inclination to assist the surface farmers with forecasts. The plantation must rely on age-old adages like morning glow means no travel. Evening glow travels 1,000 miles for weather predictions. Anna, taking out the food from the old world, intended to gauge the captives' reactions, but found the basement entirely empty upon her arrival. The two individuals had vanished without a trace. Anna noted that there were no surveillance cameras installed, and the door lock was intact. The basement had no other exits or windows, leading to the most plausible explanation. At least one of the captives was a crew member with access to space. They must have been aware of each other's true identities, as entry into one space requires the owner's consent. The space itself was impervious to external observation, and the outside world could not see within. Although communication devices could connect both realms, they had been confiscated by Xian during a search, a misstep that Anna regretted. She summoned 2 guards to monitor the basement closely, instructing them not to act recklessly in the event of any unusual sounds, but to report to her immediately. It was uncertain what the 2 captives had in their space. They might very well produce a fire axe to pry open the door, or even use an RPG. If they chose to remain hidden in their space, consuming resources and refusing to emerge, that would pose a significant dilemma. Amidst her worries, a new question arose in Anna's mind. If crew members could rely on the safety of their spaces during a crisis and create the illusion of an escape after capture, why had Rue not sought refuge in a space? Was it that he wished to keep the secret of the space from the Federation? Or did he, like Xian, lack access to one? Feng Ziyao, the 99th crew member of Fangzhou, carried within his cargo hold an ancient palace, the last imperial palace of the feudal dynasty in Donghua, which was repurposed into a museum after the establishment of the Republic, housing significant cultural relics of the nation. The vast exhibition hall was dimly lit, the ceiling designed to simulate a star map, with exhibits first categorized by era and then by material and purpose. Feng Ziyao sat in the center of the exhibition hall, the green glow of the safety exit illuminating the bronze cauldron's beastly visage. In his past life, he was a senior researcher in cultural heritage, tasked with safeguarding cultural legacies during the voyage of Fangzhou. As a purely administrative figure, he would never have been expected to engage in prison breaks. However, due to the emergence of traitors, Fangzhou severed all communication, leaving him among the few crew members who evacuated with the captain, facing the current predicament with no choice but to press on. Tonight, he had intended merely to scout the sentry situation when he unexpectedly fell into an ambush. But fortunately, he had managed to escape swiftly. Yet, there had been no word from his 2 companions, and he feared the worst. At that moment, his communicator buzzed, and upon answering, he found the virtual screen displaying a library that did not exist in this era. The caller was a boy who appeared to be no older than 12, with short black hair and bright, glistening eyes. "Captain," Feng Ziyao straightened his posture. "Have the 2 of them contacted you yet?" "An hour has passed." "I'm afraid." The boy appeared far calmer than Feng Ziyao, resting his chin on his small hands in contemplation for a few seconds. "This operation was hastily arranged regarding personnel and timing. It is unlikely you can recall who attacked you. The person who captured me was a woman, accompanied by an elderly man and a young man with white hair." The boy's eyes brightened at the mention of the white-haired young man, a smile gracing his lips. "Old Feng, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. You can now exit the space. What if they are waiting just outside? Maintain communication. Trust me." Feng Ziyao hesitated but ultimately decided to follow orders. As he returned to the real world, he was immediately drenched by the downpour. There was indeed no one around. On a tree trunk, a paper soaked by the rain bore the faint words Hongmen Plantation. Anna was discussing their next steps with Xian and Lao Huang when Wei knocked on the door, saying to Xian, "Brother Xian, someone is looking for you." The 3 exchanged glances. Out of caution, Anna refrained from writing any names on the note. If it were someone from Fangzhou, the individual who specifically sought Li Xian must possess considerable significance. When Feng Ziyao was brought in, Anna recognized him at a glance. He approached Li Xian directly. Gumbrada Li Guam Xiang, Gratings. I am Feng Ziyao, the 99th crew member. After a brief introduction, Feng Ziyao inquired, "Are my two companions safe?" They are Wang Yuming, the 54th crew member, and the Xiangfu, Xian. Anna pointed with her finger, saying, "They were subdued by us and have also entered their space, but their communicator was not taken in. That's bad. We must find them quickly." Feng Ziyao appeared flustered. The group hurriedly made their way to the basement. Wang Yuming's space turned out to be an architectural technology university. However, before he could finish speaking, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the basement. Li Xian, quick on his feet, shielded everyone by catching the door panel that had been blasted off by the shockwave with his bare hands. Wang Yuming and Xian emerged from the basement, each wielding a large iron hammer, exuding an intimidating aura. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We are all on the same side." Anna and Feng Ziyao rushed forward, explaining and gesturing to prevent any unnecessary casualties. Anna dismissed all unrelated individuals and produced fine wine from her space to treat her newfound comrades. Feng Ziyao dialed the captain's communicator once again, and the boy's virtual image materialized before them. "Captain, you were right. It is indeed them. We successfully retrieved 3 crew members at once, and there are said to be many passengers here who have already been secured." The boy smiled with satisfaction and addressed Anna. "Dr. Anna, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wenhan Yu, the chief executor of the Fangzhou project." "Greetings, chief." Anna had heard this name in Li Xian's recollections and was astonished to learn he was a child. "Chief, how did you end up as a child?" Lao Huang, even more bewildered than Anna, recognized Wenhan Yu from his past life. Wenhan Yu sighed, "It is a long story. When the Xiangfu prepared new identities and bodies for the crew members, they aimed to integrate them into the current society as seamlessly as possible, avoiding the rudimentary errors of gender reversal. The awakening times for crew members and passengers were predetermined upon Fangzhou's landing. My first bionic body unexpectedly died at the age of 13, so a new one had to be crafted. Later, when unforeseen circumstances arose, I had to be awakened early to take charge, and my new body had only matured to the age of 12. Li Guam Xian Stiflatalo. But his expression betrayed his amusement, as if to say, "Chief, you are rather adorable. I wish to ruffle your hair in person. Thus, you two are here to rescue individuals from the prison, correct?" Anna redirected the conversation. "Indeed, we have only recently learned of Ruo's whereabouts through our informants. But our manpower is limited. It is fortunate to find you. With the wormhole from Dijiang, breaking into the prison should be a piece of cake. However, we are still unaware of which cell he is confined in. In cell number 76, we learned from a recently released inmate that only one person was confined within, who never emerged for meals or exercise, and the timing of his incarceration coincided with Ruo's capture. Xian stated that the Ark was about to end its period of silence, and he had many matters to attend to, entrusting the rescue plan entirely to Comrade Anna. When Han Yu inquired whether Anna was capable of such a task, she pointed to herself and asked, "Am I suitable for this?" It was explained that she was indeed the most suitable for the task, with the 3 others ready to assist her. Anna then asked for additional information regarding Ruo's capture. It was revealed that a traitor had betrayed the location of their secret command center, but a hidden ally within the Federation had warned them in time, allowing for an emergency evacuation. Unfortunately, Ruo had stayed behind and was captured. For the sake of the rescue mission's success, his true identity would remain confidential until his rescue was complete, at which point the truth would be revealed. Anna saluted Wenhan Yu in acceptance of her mission, feeling reassured with the organization backing her. After Wenhan Yu went offline, the 6 individuals exchanged existing intelligence and formulated a new rescue plan. Feng Ziyao and Wang Yuming were raised in different oases, while Xian was a native worker from Oasis 103, and none of them possessed citizenship in the underground city. That evening, they reconnoitered the terrain near the prison, and Wang Yuming took measurements, obtaining the precise coordinates of the structure and mapping out the distribution and patrol patterns of the sentries. The rescue plan was as follows. Plan A involved using Anna's memories of having entered the prison, combined with external measurements, to calculate the precise coordinates of cell number 83. To avoid detection of wormhole usage, the prison's power system needed to be sabotaged first. The anticipated gap from when the circuit was disabled to when the backup power would be activated was only half a minute, during which they had to complete the rescue and ensure everyone's safe evacuation. Lao Huang was responsible for driving, and Wang Yueming for sabotaging the circuit. Plan B, which was the prior plan of Feng Ziyao and his team, would be activated should Plan A fail. Amidst the chaos, they would incapacitate the technician repairing the circuit to acquire uniforms and identification cards, disguising themselves to infiltrate the prison. Explosives would be detonated both inside and outside to create further confusion. Even if Li Xian's wormhole was rendered unusable with his ion saber and Jingwei's electronic interference, there was little concern over any locked doors. As long as they could evacuate the prison before the border military reinforcements arrived, it would be deemed a success, retreating into the spatial dimension if necessary. With all details finalized, the operation commenced 3 nights later. Lao Huang drove, carrying Anna and Li Xian to a location far from the prison. The Feng Ziao trio drove another vehicle to sabotage the circuit. The searchlights atop the prison scanned the area every 10 minutes, casting the shadows of barbed wire across the grass like a massive go-board. Anna focused intently, listening to the crackling sounds from the communicator, while Li Xian examined Ruo Yi's photograph closely. Suddenly, the searchlight extinguished and the great board vanished. Power was successfully cut. Immediate action was required. Wang Yueming's voice resonated clearly in the tranquil night. Inside the vehicle, a dark red rift opened before Li Xian, who stepped inside, leaving the rift intact. Mere seconds later, he returned with another man from the rift, who could only be Ruo Yi from the photograph. We succeeded. Retreat quickly, Anna urged, as Lao Huang pressed the accelerator to the floor. Explosions erupted behind them. Prearranged explosives detonated in various directions to disrupt their pursuers. The prison would soon discover the inmate's disappearance, followed by the blaring of alarms. Ruo Yi, still clad in prison garb, appeared remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this method of escape. He gestured to the electronic collar around his neck and asked Li Xian to help remove it. "Is it a bomb?" Li Xian queried. "No, it's a tracker." Cautiously, Li Xian severed the collar and discarded it out the window. Anna sent a brief message to Wen Hanyu about the successful jailbreak, and upon looking up, she found Ruo Yi smiling at her. Despite it being their first meeting, his smile felt oddly familiar. Anna extended her hand, saying, "Hello. We are the crew sent to rescue you, and we will soon return to safety. My name is Anna. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" The man, still smiling, grasped Anna's hand and replied, "I am your father." The air in the vehicle momentarily froze. Lao Huang maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to drive, subtly leaning back in his seat to listen intently. Anna seemed momentarily bewildered, but Li Xian was the first to recover, asking, "Colonel Njiming, is that you?" The man nodded, affirming his identity. Anna murmured, "Isn't my father a lieutenant colonel? Did you think your father couldn't be promoted after your death?" Njiming released Anna's hand. In that moment of realization, Anna felt as though she had awakened from a dream, despite the changes in their appearances and the unfamiliar yet familiar world they had entered. The bond of blood was unbreakable, and instinct surpassed all evidence. "Father!" Anna exclaimed, leaping into Njiming's embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. 2 centuries prior, Njiming had been fully involved in the formulation of the ARC plan, possessing considerable authority as one of its senior commanders. Though he lacked an independent space, he held the keys to all the cargo holds. Njiming had awakened 2 weeks before Anna, eagerly awaiting their reunion when a traitor emerged. During the retreat, he stayed behind to eliminate vital data from the base to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Prepared for a possible death, he considered the option of suicide to restart. Just before shutting down the system, driven by personal concern, he checked on Anna's situation, discovering she was about to awaken but in peril. In a moment of urgency, Njiming used his authority to activate the Emperor River. When Anna first gazed upon Li Xian's silhouette, and Jiming had already fallen into the hands of the Sass family. Not long after everyone returned safely to the plantation, Wen Hanyu personally arrived, accompanied by the distinguished Ms. Hu Yuexia, the Secretary General of the Arkansas, observing that Jiming had changed into clean clothing and appeared revitalized. And seeing Anna still holding his arm, Wen Hanyu knew the emotional reunion between father and daughter had transpired. "Olden, it's wonderful to see you safe," he said. "Thank you for your concern, leader. Everyone, let us hold a meeting shortly," Wen Hanyu smiled at Lao Huang and the others. Li Xian reached out to pat Wen Hanyu's head, but was met with a stern glare, prompting him to withdraw his hand. The meeting was to take place in Hu Yuexia's space, which had once been the highest authority of Donghua country and now served as the new command center for the Ark. Anna noticed that Hu Yuexia's space differed significantly from her own. The outdoor area was bathed in daylight, with a clear blue sky and a radiant artificial sun overhead. And Jiming explained to Anna that she would soon have one as well. Upon entering the Grand Assembly Hall, Anna marveled at her surroundings, having previously only seen such places on television. Now, she had the opportunity to participate in a meeting here. Wen Hanyu, being shorter in stature, sat in the chairman's seat with only his head visible above the table. Hu Yuexia operated the computer to project the holographic images of two individuals. Anna recognized the young girl in the white dress as Jingwei, her long hair flowing gracefully in the light, possessing a more spirited demeanor than when they had met at the military base. The newly introduced man appeared unremarkable, resembling a typical programmer from the old world. "Hello, everyone. We have some new faces. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Tanlang." The first mate of the Arkansas, Tanlang, spoke in a calm tone, concealing a sense of weariness that belied his appearance. He was not an artificial intelligence, but a digital life form without a bionic vessel. If Yao Guang could be deemed the mother of digital life, then Tanlang was undoubtedly its father. Unlike the crew and passengers who have slumbered for a century to support the future, Tanlang has remained awake since relinquishing his corporeal existence. Residing within the supercomputer Tianhe, one of Donghua country, clandestinely directing the work of the boatman. Tanlang also serves as the chief architect of the Jingwei system. The Federation, plagued by its own degradation, fears the potential rebellion of AI and thus strictly forbids the development of related technologies. The Athena system is essentially a diluted version of Jingwei, incapable of achieving self-awareness. All members of the Ark retain a backdoor in their wristbands that eludes Athena surveillance. Had it not been for the treachery of a traitor, the Federation would have been oblivious to the Ark's existence. Wen Hanyu made a concerted effort to straighten his back in his chair, declaring, "I announce that the Ark is officially rebooted." A handful of individuals erupted into sparse applause, with Anna particularly enthusiastic in her clapping. The meeting commenced, and Wen Hanyu continued, "Olden, do you have anything to say?" All present, along with the two virtual images, turned their gaze toward Jiming. After clearing his throat, Jiming remarked, "This daring gamble has yielded rewards. The Federation speaker, Sass, personally came to interrogate me. The Federation is on the verge of internal division, and the Sass family possesses more insight into us than we had anticipated. Are you suggesting that the traitors extend beyond the Xiao family?" Wen Hanyu inquired. The Xiao family is the surname of the treacherous boatman lineage. No, Sass must have a sage advising him. I mean, Yao Guang may very well have allied with the Sass family. After Yao Guang's suicide, her consciousness was uploaded and concealed in some obscure corner of the internet. Those who subsequently developed digital life technology, along with the Ark team, firmly believe that she is still alive, yet her whereabouts and intentions remain a mystery. Over the years, Tanlang has subtly detected traces of Yao Guang through certain decisions made by the Federation, but has been unable to secure decisive evidence. The Leviathan Guild, formed by the boatmen, has infiltrated various sectors of the Federation. However, the core power holders of Golden City, apart from the Scientific Association, are predominantly entrenched in family legacies, making it challenging to penetrate their inner circles. Have you encountered her? A hint of emotion, alien to his internal age, flickered across Tanlang's face. Not in person, merely a sensation. Tanlang regained his composure. This intelligence holds significant value for us. The primary objective following the Ark's reboot is to locate the scattered crew and passengers. With our current capabilities, we are ill-equipped to confront the Federation head-on and must bide our time, allowing for strategic retreat. Next, I invite Tanlang and Jingwei to elucidate the usage rules of a new system. Communication among Ark members utilizes an independent intranet, and the severance of all external connections was a precaution against the traitor Xiao leading Federation personnel to apprehend others. Any alternative communication methods and safe houses known to Xiao can no longer be utilized. The new communication network requires face-to-face verification for access. Once granted, members can post on internal forums to receive tasks or seek assistance. Jingwei will entirely replace Athena within the members' wristbands, capable of sensing other scattered members within a certain range. The combined total of crew and passengers aboard the Ark exceeds 1,000, yet fewer than 100 have re-established contact. Fortunately, Qihuang possesses a roster of all personnel, as every digital life deployed by the boatmen is meticulously documented. The return of all members is merely a matter of time. In the past 2 months, they have prioritized the relocation of members with ties to the Xiao family. Following this, discussions heatedly resumed regarding the development of productivity, the procurement of resources for preparation, and the mobilization of indigenous peoples for revolution, among other topics. Dr. Anna, yes, suddenly being singled out after the discourse of the prominent figures made Anna feel anxious. Xian uploaded your actions post-awakening. Unbeknownst to any information about the Ark, you have maintained composure and restraint, adeptly navigating various crises. I hereby formally appoint you as the commander of District 103, fully responsible for preparation efforts in that area. Cargo Warehouse 034, activate. Wen Hanyu quickly departed with Qihuang, leaving the trio of Feng Ziyao to assist Anna. Direct confrontation with the Federation is inevitable. Tanlang and Jingwei have calculated that the most prudent preparation period spans 100 days. At this juncture, Anna finally comprehended her confusion since her traversal, realizing that her father had risked capture by the enemy to send Di Jiang to rescue her at a critical moment. Anna had expected her father to become her new leader, yet Jiming had his own mission and would be departing in a few days. Naturally reluctant to part with her father, she clung to his arm like a little girl, pleading, "Daddy, please stay and guide us. I'm not a professional soldier. What if I make a mistake in commanding the preparations?" And Jiming did not directly address her concern, reminiscing, "Remember when I suggested you enlist? Why did you refuse?" "Because I dislike being controlled, but now it's different." And Jiming smiled gently, ruffling Anna's hair. "My daughter boldly navigates Julong City, stirring the waters among the society's magnates." "How impressive. Please don't mock me," Anna replied, casting a sidelong glance at the quiet Xian, who had transmitted prior footage directly to Wen Hanyu using the brain machine system. "I'm not mocking you." Remaining unflappable and true to oneself in such circumstances, executing a series of sound judgments, the Ark made no error in selecting you as a crew member. The affirmation from her father filled Anna with joy, though she feigned modesty, stating, "I am but a product of your upbringing. It is difficult not to be upright. As a reward for your exemplary performance, let us venture into the space where I can show you something remarkable." Anna closed her eyes, activating her thoughts, and transported Jiming and Xian to her personal space, which remained unchanged from before. Standing at the entrance of the Qihuang Medical College, Jiming raised his right hand toward the inky sky, issuing a command. "Cargo Warehouse 28, activate." In an instant, the entire space seemed to awaken, and Anna heard a cacophony of mechanical sounds. "Charging, please hold. Backup energy has been activated. Permission update complete. Biological self-circulation will soon commence. 3, 2, 1. As the final mechanical sound faded, tranquility returned to the space, and a red sun rose from the horizon. Anna recognized this as the artificial sun she had seen in Qihuang's space. This is the last restriction of the Ark. Only crew members who have passed the verification can access the full permissions of the cargo warehouse. I do not possess a warehouse, but hold the keys to all of them. Now you can simultaneously allow numerous individuals to enter and exit the space. Once the biological self-circulation system is activated, the artificial sun and vegetation will provide sufficient oxygen through photosynthesis, and Jiming explained. Have Old Huang and Feng Xiao spaces been unlocked as well? Anna inquired. Old Feng's has long been unlocked. I will take care of Old Huang shortly. They proceeded into the school, a place in Jiming had seldom visited during his daughter's academic and professional endeavors. By night, the artificial sun would automatically transform into an artificial moon, and soon flowers, birds, fish, and insects would come alive. Had I known it could be like this, I wouldn't have uprooted all the medicinal herbs, Anna lamented. That is not entirely true. The biological self-circulation system primarily maintains an environment conducive to human needs. Plants, particularly medicinal ones, which are more sensitive to natural selection, are better suited for outdoor cultivation. At this point, Jiming suddenly recalled something. Why not take me to see your plantation? 035 New Journey Axie noticed some unfamiliar faces at Anna's residence, though not entirely strangers. Among them was a man named Xian, who lived nearby in a slum and often organized people for work. He was a small contractor. The others, appearing quite polished, were said to be bosses from other oases discussing potential collaborations. They stood on the edge of the plantation, gesturing toward the distance. Father, why is it that while productivity in the New World is advancing, the social structure seems to be regressing? The entire Federation appears to be a democratic regime based on electoral processes. However, real power resides in the hands of a few prominent families, rendering it feudalistic and hardly qualifying as capitalism. 2 centuries ago, numerous nations still adhered to imperial systems, retaining significant feudal remnants. Only a handful of countries, such as Donghua, have genuinely accomplished the dismantling of feudalism. Even prior to the onset of calamities, the Western economy was being drained by financial capital, leading to a resurgence of feudalism. Despite our significant technological advancements, we have failed to swiftly translate these breakthroughs into productive forces as widespread illiteracy hampers foundational research. The Federation, comprised of terrorist oligarchs and remnants of the old aristocracy, is unlikely to undergo self-revolution. And Jiming plucked a mint leaf and placed it in his mouth before continuing. Next, I shall inspect Oasis 77, Wasteland. If he is indeed a time traveler, he cannot be a biological descendant of the Hallen family. However, you still have not informed me how to prepare for war, Anna interjected, stepping in front of Jiming. He sat on the edge of the field, signaling that he was not about to depart immediately, while Anna and Xian took their seats beside him. What do you believe is the key to achieving ultimate victory? He inquired patiently, resembling a diligent teacher. The people, Anna replied swiftly. The surface population is roughly equal to that underground, representing the most oppressed and revolutionary, and mobilizing them is the cornerstone of victory. However, illiteracy severely hampers the dissemination of ideas, making overt propaganda impossible, Xian remarked. Do not forget, when our new democratic revolution succeeded, our illiteracy rate was still 80. Consider how our predecessors conducted their propaganda efforts. Each of us, as remnants from the old world, serves as the finest educators of the new era. Is it truly impossible to cure illiteracy? That is not a question we need to ponder at present. All answers lie within practice. And in comparison to my 2-month experience in prison, your practical experience in Zhulongking is substantial. The organization believes in you, and you must believe in yourselves. And Jiming grasped Xian's hand and placed it in Anna's, reminding them, do not forget, the weapon of criticism cannot replace the criticism of weapons. After a lively afternoon filled with fervent discussions, the enthusiastic new members expressed their opinions fully. As the 3 returned to their dormitory that evening, Sun Yuehua revealed that she had inquired and confirmed that Gu Changqiao was indeed dating Luan. That senior even thought I had an interest in him and advised me to give up hope, she said, casting an annoyed glance at Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian, feeling bashful, lowered her head and softly remarked, regardless, we are not pursuing drama because of him. Cheng Ying chuckled, tearing open the wrapper of her creamy popsicle. After the screening, Gu Changqiao outlined the plans for the upcoming year's club activities, stating that he and Luan intended to stage a new play for the May 4th anniversary celebrations. New members are now invited to join the acting, directing, or props teams. There is no need to fear if you have no experience, as training will be provided. Who am I? Ever since I uncovered the truth about digital life, Anna had yet to contemplate quietly, or perhaps she was simply too fearful. It was all too horrifying to reflect upon. Am I still considered human? This posed a rather contentious question. Anna pinched a 2-inch acupuncture needle's handle between her thumb and forefinger, slowly piercing it into her thigh with the assistance of her left hand. What are you doing? A clear female voice startled her from behind. Dressed in a white dress with long, flowing black hair, the figure of Jingwei emerged. After a few silent moments of mutual gaze, Anna stated, I still cannot fathom the technologies of memory implantation and advanced bionic beings. The foundational theories of acupuncture meridians, although widely acknowledged in clinical medicine and neurobiology, have yet to receive anatomical validation. Bionic technology is predicated on cloning and molecular biology. I am uncertain what effects acupuncture stimulation might have on your body. In the year 2034, in the city of Shanghai, madmen, a host of nuclear weapons in the hands of terrorists. Let us perish together. Let us all cease to exist. The billion inhabitants of North America. We lamented that the capacity of the underground cities was insufficient. They successfully intercepted threats from regions such as Nanjing, Jingbei, Jinling, Jingxiang, and Luocheng. While Lenin had already organized disaster relief and evacuation efforts in nearby areas to mitigate secondary disasters and casualties. Within this building, the people were in a constant state of turmoil, perpetually making and answering phone calls, overwhelmed with activity. On the top floor's terrace, when Hanhai pushed a wheelchair occupied by an elderly man, whose white hair and beard contrasted sharply with his gaunt frame, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Hanhai, if you have something to say, please do so, the elder urged. Master, I understand that you made this decision under immense pressure. I am not questioning your judgment, but is there truly no alternative? Comrade Li Gu Xian mentioned before his sacrifice that eternal life on a digital level can alleviate the fear of death. The utility of this unique technology extends beyond merely the art project. If we could produce several more of the Dijiang. Hanhai, the elder interrupted. How can you not comprehend? The factors determining the outcome of a war are varied and complex, even without the technology of digital life. Our troops and warriors have never feared death. However, winning back what we desire at any cost does not guarantee success. Their sacrifices must bear greater significance. I dislike the name Arkansas. The myths of the West do not resonate with us, when Hanhai continued. Is it not fitting to carry individuals from all walks of life, bearing the hope of civilization, to evade catastrophe and rebuild our homeland? What cannot be repurposed for my use? The elder gestured towards the seaside port, where ships represented a beautiful metaphor. They could set sail and venture into the cosmos. Was our regime not born aboard a ship? Master, let us embark together into the future. The elder shook his head. I'm a relic of the old world. There is no vessel in this new era that can bear me. Master, go now, my child. Allow me a moment longer to gaze at the sea. When Hanhai pushed the wheelchair forward a few paces, glancing back thrice as he departed, the elder steadied himself against the wheelchair, laboriously rising to his feet. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, knowing my sins, I can only reflect in the spring and autumn. The Yu clan has many descendants. Since the establishment of the Jinan era, more than a decade has passed, and of the deceased, 2/3 fell victim to typhoid fever. This is documented in the preface of Zhang Zhongjing's treatise on cold damage. That night, Zhang Fei patrolled the army camp and passed by Liu Bei's main tent, where flickering candlelight illuminated the interior, accompanied by audible sighs. The strategist had crossed the river with Liu Zijing 10 days ago. Yet the stance of Jiangdong regarding war or peace remained ambiguous. Recently, soldiers in the camp had been falling ill, with an entire battalion now exhibiting similar symptoms. With Cao Cao's army lurking, should an epidemic strike and sap their fighting capacity, they would perish without burial grounds, which is a source of great concern. Brother, Achu. Zhang Fei sneezed loudly. Liu Bei covered his face with a handkerchief. Third brother, what news from the army? It is not military news, but the number of sick soldiers is increasing and the medical officers are at a loss. I recall that the strategist left behind a silk bag. Let us see if it contains any useful strategies. Upon Zhang Fei's reminder, Liu Bei retrieved the silk bag from his bosom, but hesitated to open it. The strategist, though formidable, was not known for his medical expertise. "Oh, brother, please do not dawdle." Zhang Fei snatched the silk bag and drew forth the silk cloth. Liu Bei leaned in to read, recognizing the neat handwriting of Kong Ming, which stated, "My lord, during the autumn and winter seasons, should an epidemic arise in the army that proves difficult to treat, seek out Zhangji Zhang Zhongjing at Wulong Ridge. This individual possesses exceptional medical skills and will undoubtedly assist our forces against Chao. There is no need for 3 visits. Simply send someone to fetch him." Wow. The strategist truly possesses remarkable foresight. In a thatched cottage in Nanyang, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a Taoist robe, sat across from a young man dressed in black as they brewed tea around a stove, while snowflakes silently fell outside the window. Zhang Zhongjing accepted the tea poured by his disciple and took a gentle sip. "Kongming has sent a letter, and they have stationed troops in Jiangxia. A great war between the north and south is imminent, and plagues are on the rise. Another calamity in this fleeting life. What strategy does the master intend to employ?" Wang Shuhe furrowed his brow. "Shuhe, in terms of medical knowledge, there is little more I can teach you," the master remarked. "Please do not say that, master. There are still many things I wish to learn from you. This time, I wish to impart something different," Zhang Zhongjing said gently, setting down his teacup. "Whom do you think will prevail in the impending conflict between north and south?" Cao Cao's army advances southward with the force of a tsunami, while Lu Cong of Jingzhou surrenders in fear. Sun Quan of Dongwu is merely a child, and Liu Bei has faced defeat time and again, leading one to conclude that the northern forces are destined for victory. How could you, my clever senior Kongming, choose a master who is bound to fail? I humbly seek your guidance, master. Liu Xuanda's efforts to ferry the people across the river have, in truth, saved but a few. We toiled daily in the practice of medicine, yet a single war or flood could render all our endeavors in vain. What then do we persist for? The common folk of Jiangdong number 81 provinces, while Chao commands an army of 83,000. Both are but mere mortals. Why should we favor one over the other? Wang Shuhe, aware of the master's bias towards Liu Bei, felt a twinge of discontent. "Shuhe, you are still young. Let us compete as master and disciple. You shall align with Cao Cao, and I will assist Liu Bei, fully dedicating myself to healing these soldiers. Let us see who will ultimately triumph." Wang Shuhe was momentarily stunned, the teapot frozen in mid-air. "What? Are you afraid of death?" "I fear not, as you have taught. We practice medicine not to hide away from calamity, but to alleviate the suffering of the people. In these chaotic times, hiding does not eliminate danger. I merely fear that, should we part ways, it may be difficult to see you again. Every bond between individuals is governed by fate. Our master-disciple relationship has not been in vain. Master, if you enter Chao's camp, stay close to your elder brother Yuanji. If he flees, you should follow suit. Please take care of yourself." Wang Shuhe approached Zhang Zhongjing and bowed deeply. The southern and northern peoples differ in constitution. One must carefully distinguish between the adverse effects of unfamiliar environments and the plagues of typhoid, observing their pulses and symptoms. One can discern the nature of their afflictions and treat them accordingly. "I have said you are now a master in your own right," Zhang Zhongjing remarked, affection shining in his eyes as he ruffled Wang Shuhe's hair. Liu Bei remained at his wit's end. While the strategist spoke easily, the entirety of Jingxiang lay under Chao's control, rendering him clueless about how to capture individuals. Just then, a soldier reported that a man claiming to be Zhang Zhongjing sought an audience with the Lord. "How remarkable!" Liu Bei exclaimed, quickly gathering Guan, Zhang, and Zhao Yun to welcome him. They beheld an elder with an ethereal presence, his hair and beard white as snow, standing resolutely against the wind. "Long have I admired your illustrious name. It is a blessing for the common folk to receive your assistance." Liu Bei grasped the elder's hand warmly, inviting him into the camp. Zhang Zhongjing scrutinized Liu Bei, pondering how extraordinary he was. He bore no airs despite his station and spoke charmingly, which explained how Kongming had been swayed. "Might I inquire where my esteemed nephew Kongming is? Could he be summoned for a discussion?" Unfortunately, the strategist has crossed the river alone to persuade Sun Quan to join in resisting Chao. Zhang Zhongjing nodded, realizing the potential for victory lay in uniting with Sun Quan. However, without his familiar ally, he feared complications in execution. Zhang Zhongjing requested ink and paper from Liu Bei and composed a letter, dispatching it across the river to Kongming. Since that is the case, let us first attend to the patients, Liu Bei instructed, asking Zhang Fei to accompany Zhang Zhongjing to examine the afflicted soldiers, while he too remained close by. Zhang Zhongjing meticulously questioned the soldiers about the onset of their illness, their symptoms, and inspected their tongues, pulses, and even their excretions. Upon returning to the main camp, Zhang Zhongjing addressed Liu Bei. Xian, typhoid is rampant and must be treated immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Do you possess a remedy? Liu Bei appeared quite anxious. I do have a plan, Zhang Zhongjing replied, his expression clouded with concern, but as a mere commoner practicing medicine in the military, I fear. Liu Bei grasped the implications and called over Zhang Fei, declaring, my third brother will oversee this matter entirely. If the esteemed master requires anything, please do not hesitate to ask. All officers and medical personnel are at your disposal. That will suffice. Zhang Zhongjing bowed deeply to Liu Bei. Zhang Zhongjing arranged for the infected soldiers to be housed in a separate camp, while those who had been in close contact were placed in another. A group of healthy soldiers was designated to manage the quarantined individuals. When interacting with the ill, handling their clothing and waste, they must cover their faces with gauze. Zhang Zhongjing prepared 3 prescriptions, instructing the military physicians to gather the required herbs and brew them in large pots. The first prescription was for the severely ill in the initial group, the second for those recently afflicted with mild symptoms, and the third as a preventive measure for the healthy. Everything progressed smoothly, and Zhang Zhongjing reflected on Liu Bei's competence. Although Zhang Fei appeared brash, he demonstrated remarkable attention to detail, adhering closely to the established plans and seeking to understand the rationale behind them. Whenever Kongming was mentioned, he would exclaim, "You are the master's uncle, hence you're my uncle too." The strategist would not be mistaken. You must be quite capable of healing everyone. Kongming, indeed. You have chosen well. My anticipation for you both grows ever stronger.